Chapter 2301 Val SP A.W.N. Why haven't you hurry up and scram back? Chapter 2301 Val SP A.W.N. Why haven't you hurry up and scram back? A spirit link divine pill coming into being was no less than a precious treasure coming into being. Furthermore, the effect of the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was used for cultivation. Consuming a Spirit Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill could practically make Heavenly Emperor powerhouses directly improve by a minor realm. For Heavenly Emperor realm, cultivation was done in units of million years. Heavenly Emperors with slightly poor apartment tudes might not be able to break through a minor realm in 10 million years. What raising a minor realm meant could be imagined. Hence, the eyes of many powerhouses present were already red. This medicinal pill naturally would not have any problem being held by Yun Winborn. He himself was a Deva realm super powerhouse. There also would not be any problem if it was in Yi Yuan's possession. With Yi Yuan's status, at least in this Cloud Heart realm, no one would dare to take action. But placed in Mu Tieshing's hands, that was like a 3-year-old kid holding a pile of gold bricks and sing through a busy city. It was true that he was strong, but the experts here were too many. As second sage, this medicinal pill, you'd better keep it for yourself. This Mu doesn't have this fortune, Mu Taishing said with a bitter smile. To say such words, he endured great temptation to. Actually, if he held this medicinal pill, he naturally would not sell it. He would take it himself. But he knew that he could not bring this medicinal pill out. Yi Yuan said, "Coolly, put it away. In a while, you follow me down the mountain." Mu Tieshing's entire body trembled, and he said with wild elation, "Many thanks, second sage. Many thanks, second sage." The others revealed hints of dread, the blood-red color in their eyes fading significantly. The commotion here must have already startled sacred ancestor, high priest. Making a move against second sage now, they would be smacked to death with one slap. They naturally would not do this sort of stupid thing. It was just that, what a shame. Pooh work. In the crowd, when Fong Tianren saw Mu Taishing put away the Spirit Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, he could not resist spurting out a mouthful of blood and directly fainting away. Yi Yuan used action to tell him what was called losing the watermelon to pick up a sesame. Weren't you COCKY? Weren't you arrogant? Didn't you say that second sage was nothing? Fine then, anger you to death. Looking at the unconscious Fong Tianren, everyone cast pitiful gazes toward him. While at this time, Yun Winborn was still in shock and had not recovered to his senses for a long time. Yi Yuan looked at him and said, "Coolly, I can go past now, right?" Yun Winborn's entire body trembled, and he said involuntarily, "How did you do it?" Without a trace of source undulation, "You actually refined a spirit link divine pill." Yi Yuan looked at him and said, "Coolly, I already said earlier you're a junior. It's just that you didn't take it to heart." Finished saying that, Yi Yuan walked around Yun Winborn and continued walking up the mountain. Mu Taishing had a vigilant look, following after like a cat. Yun Winborn was battered out of his senses as he muttered under his breath, "I was actually defeated at the hands of a little brat. Then what do my efforts all these years count for? Laughable, truly ridiculous. I even thought that I was standing at the summit below Dao Pill. I didn't expect that I actually couldn't even beat a child. Ha ha ha, what pinnacle alchemy Dao. What grand completion ancestor realm. I, Yun Winborn, am merely a loser." All of a sudden, Yun Winborn seemed to have gone crazy, his entire person in a state of madness. Everyone's gaze looked toward him one after another and could not help feeling shocked. Yun Winborn previously said that Yi Yuan's Dao heart would fall. He did not expect that it was his Dao heart that would actually crumble. But they could also understand Yun Winborn's feelings. A super powerhouse standing at the top, actually lost to a child who just made his world debut. This kind of psychological depression was really not what the average person could bear. As the saying went, the higher one stood, the harder one fell. It was this logic. A powerhouse like Ewan Winborn, his psychological development was ACCU, mulat bit by bit over 1 trillion years. Their hearts were extremely strong and could be said to be infallible. However, they had been in a high position for too long. In Ewan Winborn's heart, those that could compete with him were only those ancestors' #1 disciples. The others were long already not in their sights. Losing to those people did not have much of an impact on him, while the rest were not his match at all too. But who could have thought that 1 trillion years later, a roughly 2,000 years old young man came roaring into existence and carried out a domineering devastation against him with unparalleled talent. Although everyone called him Second Sage, even though he beat his junior apprentice brothers, he still had strong confidence in himself. After all, he was already standing at the summit of the alchemy peak. But he was defeated, utterly and thoroughly defeated. His Tao heart was like a crack had fissured apart on an embankment, fissuring wider and wider. Finally, his Tao heart was lost. Winborn, bring your junior apprentice brothers to the great hall. The others withdraw. Suddenly, an incomparably illusory voice suddenly landed. Everyone was shocked inwardly. Ancestor Maple Grove gave instructions at this time. Withdrawing just like this, Ancestor Maple Grove is actually not letting us watch anymore. What a shame. Truly a pity. How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge ancestor-level powerhouses? This level of pinnacle showdown, it makes people excited to even think about it. Everyone's faces revealed extremely regretful expressions. This level of pinnacle showdown might be hard to come across even in 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. This time there was finally a chance to see it, but Ancestor Maple Grove actually did not allow people to watch the fight anymore. Ewan Winborn's entire body trembled, bringing his junior apprentice brothers up the mountain in a daze. At this time, Zhao Zishuan, 5 people were still in the city. Heavenly Emperor Zijin was being the host and currently inviting them to a meal. Hoo-hoo, that punk really overestimates his own ability. Who does he think he is to actually dare provoke Ancestor Maple Grove? Zhao Zishuan said disdainfully. Heavenly Emperor Zijin said, "Got to say, Second Sage's strength is really very strong. It's just that, provoking ancestor-level powerhouses, he's still too young. Counting the time, he should have already lost, right?" Zhu Tianxiang said, "MN, with my guess, second senior brother probably can't stop him too. Right now, his alchemy battle with eldest senior brother should have already ended." Heavenly Emperor Zijin smiled and said, "The scout should already be on the way back. He'll be here soon." But at this time, a thunderous voice suddenly exploded in Zhu Tianxiang's ears, making him jump in fright. "Vile SPAWN, scram back for master." Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed wildly. The wine that reached his mouth splashed all over him. He did not speak, taking a step out, directly going out of Cloud Heart City. The others exchanged glances, not knowing what it could mean. The voice at Zhu Tianxiang here was very loud, but the others could not hear it. A person asked, "What's wrong with Brother Zhu? He left without even saying anything." Suddenly, his expression changed drastically too, figure flash. HI plus ing disappearing on the spot. Then there was the third, the fourth. Zhao Zishuan's expression changed wildly, and he said with a frown, "What in the world is going on? These guys didn't even say anything, vile SPAW, and look what you've done. Why haven't you hurry up and get back to master?" Immediately, at once. Right then, a voice similarly exploded in his ears. His expression changed, disappearing from where he was. Heavenly Emperor Zijin and Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather exchanged glances, not understanding what was going on. Chapter 2302, Dialogue with Ancestor. Chapter 2302. Dialogue with Ancestor above the Great All. An old man whose hair and beard were all white slowly walked down from a high position. He then arrived before Yi Yuan. He made an inviting gesture and said, "Second sage, please sit." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and sat down with Yi Yuan as guest and host. The disciples were dumbstruck with astonishment by the old man's action. How exalted was their master's status, apart from those few old monsters who could afford to have his elderly self welcome so respectfully. Second sage has already gained enlightenment on Tao. Ancestor Maple Grove said calmly. The tone seemed to be probing, but actually he had long already ascertained it in his heart. Otherwise, with his status, how could he possibly specially come down and sit down with Yi Yuan as equals? I have some enlightenment. Is Ancestor Maple Grove going to teach a thing or two? Yi Yuan said coolly, "No need. Reaching our level of existence, it's best to not easily take action. Firstly, spirit medicines are hard to come by. Secondly, our status is like this." Ancestor Maple Grove directly refused. "If Ancestor is like this, it makes it very hard for this Yi Yuan said helplessly. Hoo-hoo, this old man knows that Second Sage has other motives. It's just that exchanging moves with that person isn't a wise action. This point you should understand," Ancestor Maple Grove said with a solemn look. "This Yi understands, however, this Yi has nothing to fear." Yi Yuan said with a nod. Ancestor Maple Grove shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Indeed, the newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers. Except, it probably won't work with this old man here. Not just this old man here. It probably also won't work with those other few people there." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Then it's truly a pity." These two people's conversation felt like it was inside cloud and fog, but the disciples all understood. The amount of information was too great. Firstly, Yi Yuan already reached the level of Tao Pill. Secondly, Yi Yuan was going to challenge Medicine Ancestor. Thirdly, Master was not willing to fight with Yi Yuan. No matter which one, it was all information that was like a thunderbolt out of clear sky. Ancestor Maple Grove was not willing to fight with Yi Yuan because no matter win or lose, it would not benefit him at all. Moreover, an old monster like him had long already seen things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire. How could he be easily exploited by people? Previously, it was because he did not know Yi Yuan's strength. Now, since he already knew, he was naturally not willing to be the one to take the lead. Lowering his head to Yi Yuan, now could be said to be looking on the account of sacred Ancestor, High Priest's face. But once they exchanged blows, winning was ought to be. Furthermore, it could prove that Yi Yuan already reached the realm of Tao Pill, helping him achieve his aim. Losing, that would really be a cruise. Plussing defeat. Yun Winborn and the rest had long already fallen into endless shock and were unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Gaining enlightenment on Tao. What Tao was gained through enlightenment? The few of them were not fools. How could they not guess? Yi Yuan already gained enlightenment on Alchemy Tao Source and reached the level of Tao Pill. He was the same level of powerhouse as their master already. But how was this possible? This fellow who was the same as a child in their eyes actually already stood at the true summit, reaching the realm of Ancestor. This sort of thing they were not willing to believe. They did not believe it at all. Especially Yin Winborn, he had already stood at this intersection for D knows how many years already, and was still at a loss on the direction to take. Only a powerhouse like him could truly understand how difficult it was to take this step. In the past, he took his time, quietly waiting for the arrival of that day. But today, the situation changed drastically. A latecomer who came no idea how many years later than he did. Yet the person actually ran in front of him and sat down with his master to debate on Tao. This blow was simply incomparable. Yi Yuan defeating Zhu Tianxiang they could understand. After all, he was second sage. Yi Yuan defeating Guilong they could also understand. After all, he was second sage. Even Yi Yuan defeating Yin Windborn, they could still understand. After all, he was second sage. But how did he take this step? Dao Pil. That was the realm that all alchemists sought from high to low, but could not attain. The realm that no matter how hard they worked, no matter how they struggled, they could not reach. This ridiculously young child achieved it. Right at this time, someone suddenly burst into the hall. What happened, master? Why are you here? Zhu Tianxiang hurriedly ran in to take a look and suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was sitting opposite of his own master, conversing happily. This shock was by no means insignificant. Yi Yuan coming up, shouldn't he have long been finished off by his senior apprentice brothers? How did he start chatting with his master? Looking over at his senior apprentice brothers there, each and every one was battered out of their senses, grief-stricken as if bereaved of their parents. That appearance was like they were stricken dumb with amazement by something. Just as Zhu Tianxiang was filled with doubts, he heard Ancestor Maple Grove say in a cold voice, "Well, SPAW, and look what you've done. Why haven't you come over to kneel and apologize to Second Sage?" Zhu Tianxiang shuddered all over, a look of disbelief as he said, "Master, you're making me kneel down and apologize to this punk? I assent this bringing down your elderly self's prestige?" Zhu Tianxiang's talent was extremely high. Ancestor Maple Grove normally doted on him a lot. Many rules. He would open one eye and close the other. It was really rare to be as stern as today. Ancestor Maple Grove's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Why? Master's words aren't useful anymore? Or is it that you already feel that you can graduate?" Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed wildly, only then knowing that Master was not joking. He was being serious. Hearing the meaning of his words, if he did not kneel down and apologize, he would likely be expelled. Thud! Zhu Tianxiang knelt down in front of Yi Yuan with a look of unwillingness. "Master, I'm unconvinced." He, based on what? Zhu Tianxiang was still unwilling as he said, "Insolence. Second Sage is in existence in the same generation as Master. You're a junior in front of him. Is this kneel wrong? Moreover, you fool, being made use of by people and don't know it, and even want to lead the fire onto Master's head." With this, the entire Cloud Summer Mountain became a joke. "Are you satisfied?" Ancestor Maple Grove said with an angry face. Zhu Tianxiang was still unconvinced, but he heard Yin Windborn say with waned interest, "Little junior brother, don't argue any more. Second Sage has already comprehended alchemy Dao source and is an ancestor-level powerhouse like Master. This kneel of yours, he can bear it." "What? He. This is impossible." Zhu Tianxiang's entire body trembled violently. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was filled with horror. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I gave you the chance." Originally, it would have been dropped with an apology. Now it isn't that simple anymore. Ancestor Maple Grove's expression was very ugly now. Since Yi Yuan was an Ancestor CLA S powerhouse, then it was naturally impossible for this matter to be brushed off so easily. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan brazenly and shamelessly insisted on challenging him, he still had to answer the challenge. At that time, the entire Cloud Summer Mountain would really become a laughingstock. If Zhu Tianxiang apologized, Yi Yuan would have nothing to say. At that time, he naturally would not announce anything to the outside world. With a few sentences, Ancestor Maple Grove could already tell that even though Yi Yuan's edge was extremely sharp, he was not some young and inexperienced hothead. On the contrary, he was even wiser than these disciples of his. Of course, with him reaching this level of realm at a young age, how could he be a fool? Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in SPAC. One figure after another stepped out of the void. Seeing these arrivals, Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed even more. Chapter 2303 Cloud Heart Realms Crisis. Chapter 2303 Cloud Heart Realm's crisis, a piece of news that caused a great sensation, instantly spread throughout the entire Cloud Heart Realm. The 5 great ancestors punished their disciples severely and had their eldest disciples hold the line. They kowtowed and apologized to second sages, 2 followers. The 5 great holy lands admitted to the outside world that Zhao Zishuan, 5 people deliberately set things up to make second sages, 2 followers fall into a trap. This kind of action that showed no respect for their elders should be severely punished. This sentence revealed a subtext. The 5 great holy lands changed their stance and admitted that Yi Yuan's second sage position was equivalent to the ancestors. The entire alchemy world exploded. Some said that Yi Yuan brought the 5 great holy lands to their knees by himself, forcing the Give great ancestors to have no choice but to lower their heads. Others said that Yi Yuan defeated Yun Windborn, his strength reaching the peak. The ancestor finally chose to compromise in order to not offend sacred ancestor, high priest. It was just that both parties did not come out to clarify. Body knew what happened inside the Great Hall. Of course, the final result was that Yi Yuan won. Zhao Zishuan, 5 people refused to apologize, but the final outcome was kneeling and apologizing. This unexpected turn of events scored full marks. When Heavenly Emperor just right 2 people saw Zhao Zishuan kowtow, they were completely stunned. Zhao Zishuan's strength was inferior to his, but in terms of status, Zhao Zishuan flung him more than 10 streets behind. As for Old Drunkard, that went even more without saying. When Heavenly Emperor Zijin, 3 people heard this news, they were completely stunned too. Before this, they all thought that Yi Yuan was looking for abuse and could not climb to the top of the mountain at all. But who knew that the situation actually took a sudden turn for the worse? The 5 great holy lands yielded collectively. This is impossible. Could it be that that boy really already reached the realm of Daopil? Zijin's expression changed wildly as he said, Yi Yuan's strength was a tremendous blow to Yun Windborn. How was it not the same to him? People who refined pills, who did not wish to advance to the realm of Daopil. As the medicine ancestor's youngest disciple, Zijin's strength also reached Deva realm already, and his alchemy Dao reached the late-stage ancestor realm already. Even though it was still separated by a layer of grand completion, his goal was already locked onto Daopil. Under the medicine ancestor's command, only eldest disciple Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy and second disciple Heavenly Emperor Distant Book reached the realm of Daopil. The others were all unable to pierce this layer of windowpane paper. 1 lineage, 3 Daopil realms. Therefore, Cloudheart Realm was the well-deserving number 1 alchemy, holy land of the Heavenspan world. Youngest Marshal Uncle is thinking too much. That punk defeated Yun Windborn after all. His talent is a Stonies. Plussing. The 5 great ancestors must be wary of the sacred ancestor, high priest behind him. That's why they would take a step back, Lung Tianchi said. Yeah, Lord Zijin also didn't think about it. How difficult is it to pierce this layer of windowpane paper? How heaven-defying are the few Lord's talents? But they still failed to break through after so long. Just the likes of him, a brat who's a few thousand years old. How can he possibly break through? Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather said. However, Heavenly Emperor Zijin did not think so. He mused for a moment and said, I feel that it's more likely that he broke through to the realm of Daopil. When the 2 people heard that, their expressions changed. Zijin continued, the importance that Master attaches to him exceeds your imaginations. If he didn't reach the realm of Daopil, Master absolutely won't attach such importance to him. Furthermore, the 5 great ancestors are all figures who are incredibly shrewd. If Yi Yuan doesn't have sufficient strength, how could they bow their heads? No matter how honorable and dignified the person is, making their disciples kneel down and apologize, this is a huge scandal. The more Azure Feather two people listened, the more alarmed they got. In the end, it already became shock. This conclusion was too shocking. Furthermore, Zijin A lies with penetrating criticism. They really could not find a reason to refute it. Actually, as long as one had sufficient status, liesing these was not hard. It was just that they were not willing to believe this fact. That was all. How is this possible? He's still only a kid. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather said in shock. Being under the medicine ancestor's command, he was all too clear what the realm of Dao Pill meant. Zijin's eyes glimmered. A trace of understanding arose in his heart, and he said with a sigh, I finally know why Master raised such a big rumpus to organize the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Azure Feather and Lung Tianqi, two people trembled at the same time and said in disbelief, Could it be because of Yi Yuan? Zijin nodded slowly and said, Master has always been devoted to Tao and has long already not questioned secular affairs. He has also not hosted such a grand alchemy conference for a long time already. But this time he organized the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference unprecedentedly. Don't you all find it strange? The more Zijin said, the more shocked the two people got. Lung Tianqi muttered, the priest temple is Cloud Heart Realm's great enemy to begin with. The sacred ancestor high priest is also only a hair's breadth away from the progenitor. If Yi Yuan is also a Dao Pill realm powerhouse, then, thinking about it, Lung Tianqi felt terrified. Cloud Heart Realm had 3 Dao Pill realms in one lineage, and it was reputed to be the strongest in the world. But Yi Yuan also reached such a boundary. Then the priest temple would have 2 Dao Pill realm powerhouses. Then the priest temple's influence would also expand significantly. It would even threaten the position of Cloud Heart Realm. Zijin suddenly smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that it's more than that. Lung Tianqi said in surprise, What else is there? This kind of situation was already extremely bad. Could it be that there was still something even worse? Zijin's vision was far more so than the two. His thoughts and opinions were clearly more comprehensive than the two. Yi Yuan's limelight is so bright. Is it just those 5 ancestors that he's posing a threat to? What about sacred ancestor, high priest? What about master? Yi Yuan comprehended Dao Pill while being so young. Who dares to say that he can't refine a true Dao Pill in the future? As Zijin said, his breathing suddenly became ragged. True Dao Pill. These 3 words seemed to be overwhelmingly heavy. Regardless of whether it was the medicine ancestor or sacred ancestor high priest, or the various ancestors, their goal was the true Dao Pill. What the true Dao Pill was, body knew either. But that was their lifelong pursuit. Then sacred ancestor, high priest, clearly knows this. So why does he still let him grow unchecked? Zijin continued. The 2 people were long already shocked until they were staring dumbfoundedly, and their mouths agape. They replied mechanically, Why? Zijin said, Because he wants to borrow Yi Yuan's hands to make himself grow. For so many years, he has always wanted to Serpa. S Master. Talking up to here, their minds all shook violently, including Zijin. This consequence was too terrifying. If sacred ancestor, high priest Serpa, said medicine ancestor in all aspects, if Yi Yuan gathered more and more momentum, the entire alchemy world's arrangement would be completely overturned. Cloud Heart Realm would no longer be the #1 alchemy holy land. It would be the sacrificial temple. Since time immemorial, how many alchemy path powerhouses have attempted to overturn Cloud Heart Realm's position as the overlord, but they did not accomplish it. Even sacred ancestor, high priest with his level of Astones, plussing talent was also suppressed by master until he could not lift his head. But now, a brat who was only over 2,000 years old came roaring into existence and completely disrupted the alchemy world's arrangement. Once Zijin's conjectures came true, this consequence would be too terrifying for Cloud Heart Realm. And this also explained why Myriad Region Alchemy Conference organized the Grand Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, going against convention. His goal was simply Yi Yuan. Chapter 2304, Second Sage's Friend. Chapter 2304, Second Sage's Friend. Master. Hee Master, we're here. TSK really didn't expect that I can actually come to the #1 alchemy holy land in this lifetime. When Yun-Yi saw Yi Yuan, he bowed respectfully, while Ning-Siu was much more cheerful, looking around everywhere, clicking her tongue in wonder. To her, Cloud Heart Realm was a legendary place, could view from a distance but could not play with disrespectfully. But today, she actually walked into Cloud Heart Realm herself and was going to battle in alchemy with the myriad regions heaven chosen. This sort of feeling was like she was dreaming. Such a grand occasion was a tempering opportunity that was extremely hard to come by for any alchemist. Yi Yuan naturally would not forget his disciples. Yun-Yi's talent was extremely high. Under Yi Yuan's teaching, he already stepped into Ancestor Realm not long ago. Ning-Siu's strength was second only to Yun-Yi. Her foundation was even more solid than Yun-Yi's. She had already reached grand completion Dao Realm 2. When Yi Yuan saw the two people, he smiled and said, "The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time has as many experts as clouds. The two of you mustn't be self-conceited and must study hard." The two people hurriedly answered, "Yes, Master," arriving at Cloud Heart Realm this time. Only now did Yi Yuan know that the alchemy world truly had talents lying in concealment. Ignoring other things, the talents of Zhao Zishuan few people were absolutely rarely seen in the world. Their strength made many alchemy powerhouses who were a generation older perspire from Imbara. Meant, not just them, in the various major holy lands, there was no lack of Ancestor Realm youngsters too. As for the older generation Ancestor Realm powerhouses, that went even more without saying. Even though they were not worth mentioning when compared to Yi Yuan, to Yuni it was definitely an unprecedented experience. Right then, another group of people entered Cloud Heart Realm. Yi Yuan looked over, only to see several heavenly emperors slowly walk over. Behind them even followed several familiar people, Empyrean Pilljade and Empyrean Flutterfeather, as well as those reclusive alchemy ancient families. They all came from the southern border, so it was about time that they arrived. When Empyrean Pilljade saw Yi Yuan and Yun-Yi, he could not help being taken aback. Then his face immediately turned black. Humph! Unfilial child! Yun-Yi had an awkward look and could only keep silent. Yi Yuan also pretended not to hear and went forward to greet Empyrean Flutterfeather, saying with a smile, "Brother Flutterfeather, how have you been?" As for the Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure by the side, Yi Yuan directly ignored him. He had never seen Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure before, but coming together with Flutterfeather, it could only be Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure. Empyrean Flutterfeather was slightly awkward as he said, "Younger brother Yi, turns out that you've arrived long ago." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "It's been a few days since brother Flutterfeather came. Why not go to my Feather Mountain to stay? It will also be convenient for you and me to interact." Empyrean Flutterfeather did not speak, yet when the Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure beside said unhappily, "No need, we have a place to go. Flutterfeather, let's go." "Master!" At this time, Yun-Yi suddenly spoke up. His face was slightly embarrassed. Said. Yi Yuan knew what was going on with one look. This kid was still rather filial, and wanted to find a better place for Empyrean Pilljade. It was just that Yi Yuan had not spoken yet when he heard Pilljade say with a cold snort, "No need. This Empyrean hasn't fallen so far to the extent where that I need an unfilial child to give alms." Done talking, he also galloped away at full speed. Along the way, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said with a cold snort, "This brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." really think that he can look down on the likes of us after he became whatever second sage? Heavenly Emperor Juyin smiled coldly and said, "So what if second sage, in front of the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, that level of powerhouse, he's merely a junior. He really treats himself as someone notable. He doesn't know the terror of such powerhouses at all. Would they really pay attention to him, this sort of junior?" Heavenly Emperor Juyin was the person that Emperor Piljade paid allegiance to. He was an 8-star Alchemy G. Oh, D himself! These two people racked their brains before getting a qualification to enter Cloud Heart Realm. After all, Emperor Flutterfeather and Emperor Piljade were both Ancestor Realm powerhouses and barely had the qualifications to enter the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Except, seeing Yiyu on the moment they entered, it made them feel as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. This brat made them lose out on a huge profit. Look at that brat C. Oh, C. KY appearance. It's like we can't survive in this Cloud Heart City after we leave him. Piljade said with a sneer. Entering the city, the Heavenly Emperors naturally did not dare to be unbridled. They played the tyrant in the southern border. But arriving here, they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. Little brother, we came from the southern border. I wonder if there are any accommodations arranged? Heavenly Emperor Juyin said respectfully to an Empyrean. That Empyrean had a proud look on his face, completely looking down on these few Heavenly Emperors. The Heavenly Emperors that were hard to come across outside. He saw too many every day. The medicine ancestors' lineage had this arrogance. The Empyrean brought everyone to a residence. When the few Heavenly Emperors saw, their faces immediately became extremely ugly. This residence had fishes and dragons jumbled together and already had too many people staying. What was even more terrible was that Heavenly Emperors stayed 2 in a room, Empyreans 6 in a room. Regardless of whether it was Heavenly Emperor Juyin or Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, or even Emperor Piljade, they all, which one wasn't a mighty figure who commanded a region? When had they lived so shabbily before? Heavenly Emperor Juiyun's expression was rather ugly as he said to that Empyrean, "This little brother, can you change rooms for us? The price can be discussed." That Empyrean smiled disdainfully and said, "Those who can enter Cloudpill Summit. How many do you think lack money? During the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, there are plenty of guys like you that are FIS, plussing in muddied waters and are long already overcrowded. Want to stay, then stay. Not staying, then get lost." The few people's faces immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. Arriving at this Cloud Heart Realm, even a measly little Empyrean dared to order them about, not giving the slightest bit of face, really aggravating people to death. Except they had the anger, but nowhere to vent. If they annihilated this Empyrean with a slap, they would be annihilated by somebody with a slap later on. Helpless, they could only stay temporarily. Their residence was very crammed. It was clearly part 1. To own it out temporarily. Only after arriving here did Heavenly Emperor Juyin, they all know their insignificance. The other Heavenly Emperors were also all squeezed in a small space, the atmosphere foul everywhere, unable to cultivate at all. Right at this moment, a figure slowly walked in, his face radiating awe without being angry. The powerful aura suddenly made everyone become tense. That Empyrean's expression changed, and he said respectfully, "Lord Azure Feather!" Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and Heavenly Emperor Juiyun's faces both changed wildly. Azure Feather's ill. U.S. Trias reputation. It had struck their ears like a thunderclap. The two people hurriedly bowed and said, "Offering greetings to Lord Azure Feather." Azure Feather nodded slightly. Sweeping over everyone's faces, he said coolly, "Who is Flutterfeather? Who is Piljade?" The two people's hearts turned cold, not knowing what happened, but they still answered, "This lowly one is Flutterfeather. This lowly one is Piljade." Azure Feather said coolly, The few of you follow me." The few people did not dare to disobey and could only follow after. Azure Feather brought them to a courtyard and said coolly, "You guys stay here then. Someone will make arrangements for your daily life." The few people exchanged glances, their faces surprised. They did not know why they would suddenly get such superior treatment. One had to know the people coming and going from this place, most of their auras were extremely strong, far above theirs. No need to ask, and they also knew that this place must be a place that only distinguished guests could stay. "Lord Azure Feather, may I be so bold as to ask, why suddenly let us stay in such a nice place?" Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said. Azure Feather said coolly, "Since you all are second sage's friends, then you naturally can't live too shabbily." Chapter 2305 Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Chapter 2305 Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. After Azure Feather left, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was still in shock. Lord Azure Feather is a Heavenly Emperor of Cloud Heart Realm who walks the world. His status is extremely respected, being no less than many Holy Land's ancestors. Yi Yuan's one sentence can actually make him come in person? Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said in surprise. Maybe this is looking on the account of sacred ancestor, High Priest's face, right? The Priest Temple is an alchemy Holy Land second only to Cloud Heart Realm after all. Heavenly Emperor Zhui Yun said. At this time, a Heavenly Emperor Realm Powerhouse Paes said by and just happened to hear this. He could not help laughing and said, "Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's face? Hoo-hoo, you guys are second sage's poor relatives, right? Whose family did not have a few poor relatives?" Zhui Yun the rest instinctively wanted to get angry, but the strength of this person in front of them was clearly much stronger than them. They could not afford to offend him. They then heard his explanation. He said, "You guys just came. It's also normal to not know." Ha ha! Second Sage's name was fought out by himself with real swords and spears. It was not by relying on sacred ancestor, High Priest's blessings. It's true that Lord Azure Feather's status is revered, but in front of Second Sage, it's nothing at all. Hiss! The few people drew a breath of cold air, feeling shocked. Azure Feather's status was already in existence, far beyond their reach. Yi Yuan's status was actually even higher than his. Just how long had they not met? Yi Yuan was already so formidable. Actually, it was just that their knowledge and experience were shallow. That was all. If Pill Jade knew the existence of Tao pills, he would be able to recognize that the Chaos Samsara pill which Yi Yuan refined back then was already sufficient to attain mastery. That Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse briefly talked about the commotion that Yi Yuan caused recently, making the few people stare, dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Even the Lord Azure Feather, who was too high to be reached in their eyes, was actually punished by Yi Yuan to kneel, just recently. That would have been all right, but he still had to come and do things for Yi Yuan obediently now. One person challenged 5 great holy lands, pressuring until the 5 great holy lands lowered their heads. What breadth of spirit was this? They did not even dare to think about it at all. They just entered Cloud Heart Realm and did not understand the situation here at all. But only at this time did they know what kind of place Feather Mountain was. Ha! Although I don't know what happened on Cloud Summer Mountain right now, many people are all guessing that Yi Yuan's strength already reached the level of an ancestor and can sit with those top ancestors as equals already. Do you think that he's relying on sacred ancestor High Priest? If this emperor was you guys, I'd immediately go before sacred ancestor High Priest to grovel and curry favor. If one can obtain 1 or 2 of his rewards, that will really be having a meteoric rise in the future. After that Heavenly Emperor finished talking, he turned around and left, leaving behind everyone who was staring dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Along with the Pa-S Sing of time, alchemy powerhouses gathered from all directions. Cloud Pill became more and more lively. In the city, in the streets and alleys, there were alchemy powerhouses battling in alchemy everywhere. Among them, It was naturally Cloud Heart City's powerhouses who were a notch better. Medicine Ancestor had the heaven-span world at his beck and call for countless years, and had long already developed Cloud Heart Realm into an extremely powerful alchemy, holy land, experts plentiful as clouds. Even many major alchemy, holy lands in the outside world, had all kinds of connections with Cloud Heart Realm too. Tao realm powerhouses that were hard to come by in the outside world were as plentiful as ox and hare here. Even Ancestor realm powerhouses had no shortage of people too. In contrast, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's foundation was too shallow. Yi Yuan brought Yin Yi-2 people to battle in alchemy everywhere, every day, exchanging on alchemy Tao. The two people benefited a lot. Places that Yi Yuan went, everyone naturally welcomed them heartily. After all, regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, it was irrefutable that he defeated Yin Windborn. Just this point, his strength was already not what ordinary alchemy powerhouses could compare to. This level of powerhouse would not come to the city to interact at all. But Yi Yuan could lower his status and mingle with them. He even gave pointers concerning their doubts on alchemy Tao from time to time. He was naturally immensely welcomed by all parties. Furthermore, the alchemy strength that Yi Yuan exhibited also made everyone wholeheartedly convinced. Prior to this, Yi Yuan was extremely overbearing in the way he dealt with affairs, leaving everyone with an extremely cold image. During these few days, everyone felt that not only was Yi Yuan not overbearing, but he was also very amiable and approachable instead. For some time, the three of the master and apprentices were very warmly received in the city. Toward this sort of situation, Yi Yuan was still very relieved. Regardless of what the Medicine Ancestors' ultimate goal was, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time had indeed promoted the great development of alchemy Tao. For this scale of alchemy conference, only the Medicine Ancestor had such rallying power. Several months later, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference finally started. On this day, the streets and alleys were empty. Everyone had gathered in the plaza in the center of Cloud Heart City. The alchemy powerhouses who obtained the qualifications to partake. 1. P. 8 were no less than 100,000 people. Among these people, the vast majority came due to the prestige. Everyone understood in their hearts that the final winner of this conference could only be the various major holy lands. However, the partake. 1. P. Ants of the various major holy lands were mostly third-generation disciples. Second-generation disciples' strengths were too strong. Those like Yun Windborn were already powerhouses at the level of MT Tai. It would naturally not be suitable to take part in this kind of conference. Yi Yuan was sitting at the 1,000-foot-high platform, looking down loftily. A middle-aged man dressed in sky-blue long robes slowly walked out and arrived above the high platform. The moment he appeared, there was immediately a commotion in the crowd. Even those ancestors also opened their eyes one after another, looking at the arrival full of dread. The middle-aged man in blue robes opened his mouth and said coolly, "Thank you all for honoring with your visit, arriving at Cloud Heart Realm to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. This emperor is Distant Book, the second disciple under Master's command." Rumble. The crowd exploded all at once. Heaven-span world Distant Book, the alchemy world's peerlessly rare talent, and also the heaven-span world's legendary figure, heard that he only used 30,000 years and cultivated to Ancestor Realm. Later, he was taken in as a disciple by Medicine Ancestor, cultivating to grand completion Ancestor Realm in 100,000 years. 10 million years later, he finally broke through the fetters, reaching the realm of Tao Pil. Later, he challenged more than 10 ancestors and didn't have a single defeat. Last time, he challenged Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and he was defeated. Among all the ancestor-level powerhouses now, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book is the youngest. Yi Yuan did not hear of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book before, but looking from the reactions of others, this person was clearly extremely formidable. He was not in the pugilistic world, but the pugilistic world had his legends. Yi Yuan was currently sizing Heavenly Emperor Distant Book up, but then he discovered that Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's gaze was currently looking at him. And Astoni's H.I. plus fighting spirit poured into Yi Yuan's body, practically shredding his entire person apart. Yi Yuan was startled in his heart, the power of the chaos world quietly revolving, forcing this fighting intent out of his body. He stared right at Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, the fighting intent in his body similarly rising to the sky. Everyone stared at this scene wide-eyed and tongue-tied, not understanding what happened. Regarding Yi Yuan's reaction, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was clearly quite surprised. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually block his fighting spirit. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he continued faintly, "There is not much to say. The rewards of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time are extremely generous. It's a handwritten book personally written by Master. The champion of the Tao Realm Group and Ancestor Realm Group will each get a copy of it." The moment these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar once more. Chapter 2306, Diametrically Opposed. Chapter 2306, Diametrically Opposed, personally written by the Medicine Ancestor. It's actually personally written by the Medicine Ancestor. Even if learn a tiny bit of Medicine Ancestor's Alchemy Tao, it's also sufficient for us to benefit for our entire lives. During this conference this time, Myriad Region Alchemy Conference really put in the blood capital. This first place, I must get it. For a moment, those alchemy powerhouses were extremely agitated. The Medicine Ancestors' personally written notes directly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The handwritten notes of Alchemy Tao's #1 person was a fatal temptation to all alchemy powerhouses. Even Yi Yuan was also very moved when he heard, handwritten by Medicine Ancestor, these 4 words: "To talk about the alchemy path's legend, no one could surpa. S. The Medicine Ancestor in this world. His alchemy Tao experience was absolutely a treasure that all those who refine pills yearned for even in their sleep. Whatever Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasure, whatever rank 8 divine pill, they were all not worth mentioning in front of the Medicine Ancestor's handwritten notes." In the crowd, Yun Yi's gaze revealed a look of fanaticism. "Hee, junior apprentice brother, you're moved." Ning Siyu said with a laugh. Yun Yi did not mind and said smilingly, "Why? Aren't you moved?" Ning Siyu pursed her lips and said with an indifferent look, "Getting it is good. Not getting it is fine as well. I don't feel anything regarding it. Either way, this Medicine Ancestor's handwritten notes are also not much better than the things Master taught us." Yuni nodded and said, "I don't deny this point, but everyone has their shortcomings and merits. Learning from others' strong points and closing the gap is the right way. I think that Master is also moved now, right?" Ning Siu said with a look of contempt, "You, this fellow, really becoming more and more like Master." Yun Yi smiled and did not refute it. Yi Yuan taught him far too many things. His respect for Yi Yuan was long already engraved in his bones. However, he similarly also viewed Yi Yuan as his lifelong goal and opponent. This was also what Yi Yuan taught him. By the side, a middle-aged man said with a disdainful look, "Ha! Truly shameless boasting. 2 juniors talking like the handwritten notes are already yours." This middle-aged man's aura was extremely strong. He was shockingly a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, an 8-star alchemy God. Another person said, "Hoo, Master Ping Chuan, don't get angry. Youngsters making their world debut, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth is understandable." A young man in crimson robed said with a face full of arrogance, "Brat, stop hallucinating that you're the favorite. Medicine Ancestors' handwritten notes are our cloud heart realms. No one can bring it away." Their expressions changed, one after another looking toward that youngster in crimson robe. Hearing his meaning, he was actually Cloud Heart Realm's powerhouse. It's so Rue. He's Cloud Heart Realm's young generation's strongest person. I didn't think that even he would come to take part too. A cry of exclamation suddenly came from around. When the others heard this, their expressions changed one after another. The powerhouses taking part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time were too many. The various major Holy Lands elite disciples moved out in succession. And among these Holy Lands, the strongest was undoubtedly Cloud Heart Realm. With this, everyone finally realized that this reward was not easy to get. Yun Yi gave Zhou Rue a glance and did not say anything. The current Yun Yi had long already restrained his sharp edge, and would not fly into a grate after with a casual provocation like back then. This was because he had powerful strength as support. The so-called not shaking when you have a jar full of vinegar, and shaking violently if you have a half jar of vinegar. It was this logic. Of course, he was more influenced by Yi Yuan. Just as Ning Xiu said, he was becoming more and more like Yi Yuan. As for his performance, it was naturally being thought of as submission by Zhou Rue. Very soon, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference officially began. Everyone appeared in front of a transmission door. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book said coolly, "What's in front of you all is the Emperor Vast Pag. Oh, das transmission door. After you all enter the transmission door, you'll be randomly AS, signed to a pocket S, P, A, C in twos. After the alchemy battle ends, the Emperor Vast Pag. Oh, it will automatically determine your victory or loss. All right, now the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference official begins. The Emperor Vast Pag. Oh, Da was a very famous Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure of Cloud Heart Realm, its power being limitless. It was also an essential treasure to host alchemy conferences. In the past, when Cloud Heart Realm organized such grand occasion, they would use it. It was just that an alchemy conference of this scale had not been held for a long time already. Under a word of command, everyone disappeared from the plaza one after another, entering the Emperor Vast Pag. Oh, das SP, AC. The originally packed plaza became empty all at once. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book pointed at the void. A huge light screen appeared above the void. The situation in the Emperor Vast Pag. Oh, it was completely revealed in front of everyone. Done with all these, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book took his seat, looked at Yi Yuan and said, "I've long heard of Second Sage's great name. Seeing you today indeed lives up to your reputation." His powerful fighting spirit earlier, even in Ninth Firmament, Heavenly Emperor might not necessarily be able to withstand it, but Yi Yuan resolved it in an instant, making it clear at a glance. Even though the outside world's appraisal of Yi Yuan was extremely high, who was he, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book? He was the Medicine Ancestor's direct lineage disciple, one of the Heavenspan world's few supreme powerhouses. He thought that by relying on his powerful fighting spirit, he could instantly shatter Yi Yuan's will. But sadly he failed. However, he was not disappointed, but became even more interested in Yi Yuan instead. Yi Yuan gave an "oh" nonchalantly and did not express anything. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. This "oh" was packed with the smell of gunpowder. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said, "I heard that Second Sage's disciples also came to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Second Sage is unusually talented and can reach the realm of Dao Pil within a short 3,000 years. Wonder if your disciples can survive the first round or not." Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. Second Sage was a genius, and body could refute this. But the time that Second Sage attained his Tao was too short. So how formidable could his disciples be? Even if he taught his disciples day and night, it was also impossible to teach his disciples until they were very formidable. Everyone looked in Yi Yuan's direction, wanting to see how he would react. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's mindset is really shallow. Don't you understand what's called outstanding disciples come from an accomplished master?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said, "Oh, How outstanding. Yi Yuan said, coolly, more outstanding than you. Everyone shushed. This smell of gunpowder was too thick. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book did not care and said smilingly, this emperor's grand pupil, Zorei, is the #1 person in the young generation. How does second sage think your disciple is compared to him? As they said, a small chunk on the light screen turned black. 2 figures appeared on the plaza once more. It was none other than precisely Zhou Rui. It turned out that he actually already won. In this short, while where they were just talking, a medicinal pill was not even refined completely yet, and he actually won already. On the viewing platform, a wave of exclamations came over. Clearly, even the group of ancestors were extremely surprised. His opponent had his head lowered, appearing very dispirited. When Heavenly Emperor Distant Book saw this scene, he looked towards Yi Yuan meaningfully, but discovered that Yi Yuan was completely aloof and indifferent. How is it, second sage? Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said, Yi Yuan said coolly, nothing much. This grand pupil of yours doesn't have the minimal devoutness toward alchemy Tao. Nothing to fear. Zhou Rui crushed his opponent in terms of strength, making his opponent directly give up on the compet. 1-10. The medicinal pill was not yet refined completely at all. This kind of action that was a wanton waste of D's good gifts was looked down on by Yi Yuan. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said, I command spirit medicines with my Tao. Why is there a need to be devout? Yi Yuan said, myriad lives have spirit. Only if you respect, it respect you. Chapter 2307, Tao Showdown. Chapter 2307, Tao Showdown. The strong get stronger, the weak get weaker. My Tao is that the weaklings are used by the strong. So what if strong? So what if weak? Didn't you also walk over step by step from being a weakling? You're better than spirit medicines in that you reincarnated better than them. What a joke! This emperor is extraordinarily talented. Back then, I slaughtered my way out with my strength alone too, becoming the Heavenspan world's legend. How can I be the same as ants? So what? No matter how strong you are, you can't escape this Heavenspan world's cage either. Moreover, in terms of talent, what do you count for in front of this Yi? The 2 people chimed in one after another, neither able to convince the other. Being able to tread out one's own great Tao, how firm were their minds? How could they be swayed because of a word from others? Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha! Second sage, you and I are both heaven's chosen of the present era. Why is there a need to indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue? It's still early, so why don't you and I have a match? Yi Yuan said coolly. This Yi had precisely this intention. All of a sudden, everyone's breathing became ragged. Just as Heavenly Emperor Distant Book said, the 2 of them were both heaven's chosen in the present era. Their strength cruise. Plussing their peers. Especially Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, he was in existence who had even exchanged blows with sacred ancestor high priest before. While Yi Yuan was also a rising star, akin to the noonday sun. Just how his strength was. Everyone was extremely curious. These 2 people's pinnacle showdown was the real highlight of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. The 2 got up, stepped onto the air, and directly arrived above the void. Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove had his eyes shut the whole time. At this time he finally opened both eyes, staring straight at the 2 people above the void. Old man, you look at these 2 people. Who's stronger and who's weaker? Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian said, this old man can't say for sure. Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove said coolly, you sly old fox. Still not willing to open your mouth at this point? In this old man's view, second sage's spirit is at its height, but he's still young after all. The journey of Tao Pill relies entirely on the ACCU, mulation of years. With yours and my ACCU, mulations, if we were to really take action, We might not be inferior to Second Sage, Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian said. Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove's gaze glimmered slightly, and he said, "This old man isn't sure." The moment these words came out, all of the ancestors turned pale from shock. Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian's expression was ugly as he said, "Old man, you're not joking, right? This joke isn't funny at all." Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove said without batting an eyelid, "Does this old man have a need to joke with you?" Everyone's shock was by no means trivial. Among these ancestors present, the ones who had truly seen Yi Yuan take action was only Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove. But at that time, Yi Yuan clearly did not use his full strength. There was no way to judge how Yi Yuan's strength was at all. Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove judged that Yi Yuan's strength was difficult to ascertain through some clues and inklings. He was somewhat unsure. That was why he did not dare to act without careful consideration. Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove said, "If this old had the confidence, I'd have taken action back then. Why would there be a need to endure patiently until today?" Everyone turned pale with fright. Thinking about it, it was indeed like so. If Yi Yuan was really just a young and inexperienced fledgling who comprehended a tiny trace of Tao pill concept, he did not have a need to forbear like so. After all, disciples kneeling down to apologize, this was not glorious. His face, the ancestor's face, was also lost. All of the ancestors looked up above the void. Two people stood in the air, all set for a showdown. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "How will the two of us approach this?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're the junior, you choose." Heavenly Emperor Tao Ancestor laughed and said, "In this world, apart from Master and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, no one else dares to call me. This Emperor a junior to my face. Second Sage, you're very arrogant." Yi Yuan said coolly, "What objections do you have?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book choked. He really could not find a reason to refute it. Second Sage and the Sacred Ancestor were peers, which was also being in the same generation as Medicine Ancestor. He was Medicine Ancestor's disciple, so he was naturally lower. Forget it, not going to argue with you. Since our differences lie with spirit medicines, then let's fight with spirit medicines. Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book pointed at the void. A majestic power of wood essence fired into the ground. In a blink, a young spirit medicine broke through the ground. This kind of means made everyone felt it was fantastical as they watched. This was the source of great Tao, being able to develop myriad life. This spirit medicine's grade was not high, being just a strain of rank 3 spirit medicine. To powerhouses at the level of Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, this kind of spirit medicine was virtually too offensive to the eyes. It was only to see Heavenly Emperor Distant Book reach his hand out and beckon. The spirit medicine flew into his hand. Following that, he drew a circle with one hand. The spirit medicine instantly became crushed, turning into fine powder. The power of great Tao suddenly burst forth. Behind Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, a phantom of the sun suddenly rose, unparalleledly domineering. This was Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's great Tao. Reaching this level, their alchemy battles were not like how it used to be, being based on spirit medicines. The so-called Tao pill pointed right at the source of Tao. The brilliance of application depended on one's wit and was no longer bound to pill formulas. A grain of sand, a rock, a blade of GRAS, a piece of wood could be refined into pills. Just like Sacred Ancestor High Priest, when he fought with Medicine Ancestor back then, they determined the victor and who was superior with just a game. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book shook lightly. The pile of powder flew toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan pointed at the air. That ball of powder suddenly became still. At the same time, the power of great Tao similarly erupted from his body. An enormous Tai Chi diagram formed behind Yi Yuan. Furthermore, it started to spin slowly. This was Yi Yuan's first time displaying his true strength in front of everyone. Everyone instantly became lost in wonder, especially Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian. He originally still felt that Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove was overly cautious, but now he stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, nothing to say. This power of great Tao could already completely be on par with him and did not lose to him in the slightest. Back then, if he really took action because of Zhao Zishuan's matter, the outcome might have been very embarrassing. Losing to a rising star like Yi Yuan, who was only 2,000 to 3,000 years old. His old face would really have nowhere to put. Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian secretly thought, what a close shave. However, even though Yi Yuan's power of great Tao was strong, it was still too weak in front of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. One had to know Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was an existence that had once defeated the various great ancestors before. In this heaven-span world, there was only the medicine ancestor, sacred ancestor high priest, as well as his eldest senior brother, who could firmly suppress him. The others so far behind that they could only see the dust ahead. Above the void, a huge circular aura field formed with the two people as the center. Focusing one's eyes and looking, this enormous aura field was the embryonic form of a world. It was just that this world was not complete and not balanced either. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book clearly suppressed Yuan significantly, occupying a huge advantage. This kind of situation was like the situation of medicine ancestor overwhelming sacred ancestor, high priest back then. The time that Yi Yuan entered the realm of Tao Pil was short after all. Compared to Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, he was still too weak. But Yi Yuan's face was rippleless like an ancient well and did not have any panicky expression at all. The Tai Chi diagram behind him was still revolving strongly, without giving in the slightest bit. The two people coming and going, that stock of rank 3 spirit medicine, gradually became egg-shaped, one end big, the other end small. The larger end was precisely Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's end, while the smaller end was Yi Yuan's. Without a doubt, this battle was already Heavenly Emperor Distant Book occupying the absolute advantage. Chapter 2308, Reversal. Chapter 2308, Reversal. Ha ha ha, is this your strength, Second Sage? Truly disappoints me too much. See, everything depends on strength. Your Tao is inferior to my Tao. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book laughed wildly. In this contest, he already established the winner. This was a showdown of Tao. His Tao already completely crushed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan absolutely had no possibilities of turning the tables. On the viewing platform, the ancestors had sympathetic looks on their faces. This kid's myth is finally coming to an end. Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief and said, Yi Yuan's road to the peak was seriously too miraculous. Not that they could not accept geniuses, but Yi Yuan's genius was a little too frightening. Less than 3,000 years old, achieving Tao Pil realm. This simply subverted everyone's understanding. Even those sons of heavenly emperors, existences who had powerful strength the moment they were born, were also not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. Before this, they all felt that Yi Yuan was merely a junior, not worth mentioning at all. But Yi Yuan challenged Cloud Summer Mountain, going all the way to the top from the foot of the mountain. Even the powerful Yun Windborn was defeated at his hands, making everyone's jaws to the ground. In the end, he even forced Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove to back down. Only then did everyone know that turns out he was already an ancestor-level powerhouse. Now that Yi Yuan was about to lose, everyone let out a long sigh in relief. His myth was finally coming to an end. Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove smiled and said, if Yi Yuan defeated even Heavenly Emperor Tao ancestor, medicine ancestor probably can't sit still anymore as well. However, this kid can perform to this extent. It's already shocking enough. Fortunately, this old man knew that you, this old fellow, are cautious and didn't take action back then. Otherwise, it will really be Imbara. Sing. Ancestor Etienne said, Sup 1/sup. A good show is about to come to an end. I wonder if this boy can withstand this kind of blow or not, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said. This is hard to say. After all, a genius like him has probably never experienced failure before, rising rapidly all the way up to a high position. As the saying went, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. I'm afraid that it's very hard for him to withstand this blow, Heavenly Emperor Etienne said. The group of ancestors nodded one after another, deeply feeling that way too. While at this time, Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's alchemy battle already reached a white-hot stage too. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book eroded Yi Yuan's territory bit by bit, squeezing him to the limit. Ha ha ha, brat! Weren't you very arrogant just now? Where did that spirit just now go? Didn't you talk until it was well-grounded and reasoned just now? What about now? This is your so-called Tao. What a joke, it's too weak. Cruz, H.I. Plus, ing a genius like Yi Yuan seemed to be a very delightful thing. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was smug to the extreme. But the Yi Yuan opposite seemed to be cowed by Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's imposing aura and did not say a word at all. It was as if he had already resigned himself to fate. Condense for me. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book suddenly yelled out, drawing a successful conclusion to the alchemy battle this time. An egg-shaped medicinal pill condensed in the air, and the medicinal pill of this shape also showed that Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was the victor of this alchemy battle. Hoo-hoo! Finally still lost, Heavenly Emperor Etienne said with a meaningful smile. A myth has finally been ended. It's a shame, actually. I was rather looking forward to Second Sage winning. All of a sudden, everyone felt disappointed. Regarding the record of Yi Yuan this myth, everyone's feelings were actually very complicated. On one hand, everyone hoped for Yi Yuan to continuously create legends. On the other hand, everyone was also scared that he was too formidable. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book looked at Yi Yuan and said smugly, Why? Nothing to say, my second sage? Wasn't your tongue very sharp previously? Didn't you say that this emperor's Tao isn't worth mentioning? Now, why don't you speak? Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was unrelenting after gaining momentum, pressing on Yi Yuan with every step. Cloud Heart Realm's alchemy powerhouses were greatly excited, mocking Yi Yuan to the best of their ability. A guy who overestimates his own abilities. Does he really take himself to be some major power? In front of our Cloud Heart Realm, even Sacred Ancestor High Priest is nothing, let alone whatever dog fart second sage. When Lord Distant Book roamed the heaven-span world unhindered, your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Ha ha ha, brat, don't be so arrogant as a person. Careful that you slap your own face. Cloud Heart Realm's alchemy powerhouses all viewed themselves as self-important and already reached the level of blind confidence. No matter what you were like, in short, they were number one under the heavens. From the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference started until now, Yi Yuan had been basking in the limelight. They were long already upset. Now they finally nabbed the chance. In the crowd, Zhou Rui smiled disdainfully and said, What dog farts second sage? Compared to Grandmaster, you're still far away. Also, you guys, following this dog fart second sage, do you really think that you're remarkable? Today, I'll let you take a look at what's called powerful. Beside him stood Yun Yi and Ning Xiu. Yun Yi looked at Zhou Rui strangely and turned to Ning Xiu and said, What do you think? Ning Xiu frowned and said, I feel that it isn't over yet. Yun Yi nodded and said, I think so too. Ha ha ha, truly ridiculous. The outcome is already decided. Could it be that he can still overturn the heavens? Zhou Rui said with a big laugh. Yun Yi and Ning Xiu talked among themselves and did not have the intention of caring about him at all. Zhou Rui glared hard, almost angered until he vomited blood. Ha ha ha! Above the void, Yi Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone was stunned, instinctively thinking that Yi Yuan could not bear the blow of failure, and went mad. Many people shook their heads and sighed, thinking that this genius was crippled. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book could not help laughing as he said, I even thought that second sage was some remarkable figure. I didn't expect that he was so weak that he crumbled with a single blow. Distant Book, Yao Shu, you were really given a good name. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's brows furrowed, and he said, What do you mean? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Distant Book, Yao Shu, going to lose, Yao Shu. This name of yours is really given beautifully. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was taken aback, only then, aware that Yi Yuan was making fun of his name. However, he really did not think in this aspect before, because he never lost before. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book frowned and said, If you lost, then you lost. Want to regain some dignity using this kind of method? What a joke! Like this will only show your cowardice even more. Yi Yuan held back his laughter and said with a sneer, Look at how smug you are. Do you really take it as if you've won? But Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was indifferent and said disdainfully, Even a blind man can also tell that this emperor won this alchemy battle, right? Why? Could it be that you can still distort facts? Many ancestors shook their heads one after another, feeling that Yi Yuan was too much of a sore loser. The outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Wei made an exhibition of himself. But right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly extended a finger and said coolly, Then this, you will let you take a look at whose Tao is the truth. Done talking, he pointed at the void. A Tai Chi diagram whizzed into that egg with a whooze. H. Plus crack, crack, crack. That egg immediately gave off popping sounds like fried beans. Then the egg gradually became rounded. The aura of great Tao descended once again. Chapter 2309, Tao Heart Collapse. Chapter 2309, Tao Heart Collapse. What's going on here? A world that already collapsed actually recovered anew. The few great ancestors suddenly stood up, looking at that medicinal pill with shocked faces. The medicinal pill that had originally already had its shape fixed actually burst forth with a terrifying power once again. This surge of power seemed like it rose up from ruins, radiating with youthful vitality anew. This kind of method achieved the same wondrous effect as Heavenly Emperor Distant Book birthing spirit medicines, barehandedly with different means. However, it was no idea how many times more advanced. This was a broken world being bestowed vitality anew. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's entire body trembled, looking at that medicinal pill in a daze. The medicinal pill shattered from the inside, remolded, shattered again, and remolded again. A complete world gradually outlined and formed. Finally, a spherical and transparent medicinal pill was redisplayed in front of the world. Medicinal pill, not some shocking medicinal pill, but a down-to-earth Tao pill that gave off a world power that shocked people to the core. Everyone was shocked speechless. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. How is this possible? Heavenly Emperor Distant Book clearly occupied a tremendous advantage. How can it become like this? Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove could not figure it out after racking his brains. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book trembled all over, gaze staring fixed at Yi Yuan, and he said, Fine means. Indeed a good method. You avoided the sharp edge and didn't confront this emperor head-on, integrating your great Tao into the Tao pill under this emperor's eyes. You planted a seed in the Tao pill, but after everything settled down, it broke through the earth and emerged again. During the battle, you could perform such minute manipulation and have such a brilliant idea. This emperor admires. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's realm was not what others could compare to. When everything erupted, he understood Yi Yuan's method very quickly. It was just that understanding was one thing. But to defeat Yi Yuan, he was already powerless to stop it. With his strength, if he discovered Yi Yuan's means during the alchemy battle, He could naturally crush it effortlessly. But there were no ifs in this world. That moment when he won, he was actually already defeated. Moreover, talking about it was easy, but doing it was difficult to the extreme. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book knew all too clearly that being able to perform such a hair-raising operation under his eyelids, one really could not find a second person in this world. The Tea of Second Sage was well-deserved. Hearing Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's words, the group of ancestors was horrified. There was actually still such a play. Just what is this guy's brain made out of? Ancestor Yi Xian said in shock. This isn't just a matter of brain. If it were you and me, even if we can think of this method, can you hide from Distant Book's eyes and ears? Even if you hid from his eyes and ears, do you have the ability to perform such subtle manipulation? Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove said with a solemn look. Ancestor Yi Xian opened his mouth, but did not say anything. He did not know how to follow up. Just as Old Fart Maple Grove said, he could not do it. Only then did they understand that even if Yi Yuan's comprehension of Tao Pill Realm was almost the same as them, they were absolutely not Yi Yuan's match either. This guy was too strong. No one expected that Yi Yuan defeated the strong as the weak, defeating such a powerful Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Cloud Heart Realm's powerhouses collectively shut up. Just now they were screaming the most spiritedly, but who could have thought that in a blink their faces would be slapped resoundingly? In the crowd, Zhou Rui had a dazed look. Just earlier, he was still mocking Yin E2 people endlessly. That imposing momentum was all too arrogant, but in a twinkle in a Stonies, plussing reversal happened to the situation. His grandmaster was defeated. This reversal came too quickly, swift until he could not react in time. As the young generation's #1 person, he was also someone who wanted face. The words that one said were like water that was splashed. So awkward. Zhou Rui could not resist sneaking a glance at the two, but then he discovered that the two people were currently looking at him meaningfully. With a rush, his face instantly turned red. Yun E2 people did not answer back sarcastically. It was just that their smiles, the lethality, overwhelmed thousands of words. What are you guys smiling at? Using this kind of opportunistic method, what ability does it count as? Zhou Rui turned angry from Imbara. Meant as he said, "Oh!" Yin E2 people exchanged a glance, deliberately dragged the tone out, making it even more sarcastic. Zhou Rui was greatly embarrassed. Said, "If these two had a war of words with me, it was still fine." Yet, this cynical way of speaking that dripped with sarcasm made him virtually go crazy. You guys. Humph. Just you guys wait and see. Oh! Zhou Rui was utterly defeated. He secretly swore in his heart. As long as he ran into these two fellows, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Distant Book and said with a faint smile, "I know that you're unconvinced in your heart and feel that you definitely won't lose to me if you go again. Isn't that so?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book gave a cold snort and did not speak. In reality, he meant exactly that. It was just that he was embarrassed. Said to open his mouth. Losing was losing. Saying whatever fight again could only lower one's own status. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're stronger than me. This point is irrefutable. This Yi also admits that going again, I absolutely won't be your match. But so what? Your Tao lost to my Tao. Isn't that so? Your Tao is unparalleledly domineering, looking down on everything and everyone. Therefore, it's not that you were careless, but that it's your Tao which destined that you won't notice it, because you won't pay attention to a stock of measly little spirit medicine, because it's just a tool in your hands, a tool to defeat me, even if it's created by you. But I can bestow it new life and give it what it wants. How do you know that it wasn't it that helped me to hide from you? A solid D. Why? It can collapse because of an ant hole in it, something that you tend to not pay attention to could give you a fatal blow. Timing, geographical, and human conditions. You don't occupy a single one. So how can you beat me? Yi Yuan's words were loud and clear, trampling Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's pride onto the ground ruthlessly. Body could find any fault with his words. Losing means losing. Competing again did not have any meaning at all. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book being strong was just because his ACCU mulations were stronger than Yi Yuan, that was all. But Yi Yuan's Tao indeed surmounted above Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. As long as his ACCU mulations were sufficient, catching up even Serpa's. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Distant Book in the future was not something impossible. No, it was for sure. The height of Tao determined the height of achievement. Yi Yuan's Tao was stronger than Heavenly Emperor Distant Book Serpa's. Seeing him in the future was a sure thing. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's expression flickered incessantly, staring at Yi Yuan fiercely, surging with killing intent. Yi Yuan was destroying his Tao heart. He understood, but he could not stop it. A flaw still showed in his Tao heart. Every person was extremely devout toward their own Tao, but once you had doubts about it, that was the start of one's Tao heart collapse. Everyone held their breath, including the ancestors. Yi Yuan's guts were really too big to actually destroy the number 3 person's Tao heart in Cloud Heart Realm so openly and brazenly. But everyone also understood that Yi Yuan doing so had no cause for much criticism, because the objective of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book making a move was obviously to strike at Yi Yuan's Tao heart. Now that Yi Yuan won, he had no need to show mercy. Be that as it may, this place was Cloud Heart Realm, the Bodhidharma of the Medicine Ancestor. Chapter 2310, Pilljade Shock. Chapter 2310, Pilljade Shock. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, facing the Deva Realm powerhouse, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, who was surging with killing intent. His expression did not change in the slightest. He was not worried about Heavenly Emperor Distant Book making a move at all, because Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were definitely both paying attention to here currently. Sacred Ancestor High Priest must be secretly delighted right now. So how could he possibly let him prevail? If really forcing Sacred Ancestor High Priest to take action, the entire Cloud Heart Realm would be destroyed. This was not something to joke around with. Just as the atmosphere was extremely tensed, a man in white robes slowly stepped out and arrived beside Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's expression changed, and he said, "Eldest senior brother!" The arrival was precisely the Medicine Ancestor's eldest disciple, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was not overbearing like Distant Book, saying with a light smile, "Master wants to see you. You withdraw first. There's me here." Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's expression flickered indeterminately and was extremely embarrassed. As said, senior apprentice, brother, was finding a way out for him here. Even when he, the exalted Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, faced off against Sacred Ancestor High Priest back then and returned in defeat, he had also never been in such an embarrassing situation before. He did not expect that today. He was humiliated so by a junior. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's heart burned with bitter hatred, but he was also helpless and could only say, "Yes, junior apprentice brother takes my leave." Done talking, he turned around and left. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy looked at Yi Yuan and said with a kindly smile, "Lasting Joy has been unclear all this, while why Lord Sacred Ancestor would establish young friend Yi as second sage. Upon seeing today, only now am I deeply aware of Lord Sacred Ancestor's keen insight into a person's qualities. Second sage defeating junior apprentice brother. You'll become famous in the heaven-span world from today onwards." But when Yi Yuan heard, his brows furrowed slightly. This person was very amicable, a faint smile hanging on his face from beginning to end, looking like the Mithra Buddha, giving people a feeling of relaxing their vigilance. For some reason, Yi Yuan kept feeling that this heavenly emperor lasting joy was incomparably deep and seemed even more difficult to deal with than heavenly emperor distant book. This sentence sounded like a compliment, but it actually concealed a blade in the dark. Not only did it give Cloud Heart Realm a way to step down, it even conveniently took a little stab at Yi Yuan. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, this time, was clearly instigated by Cloud Pill Summit first. Earlier, it was also Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, provoking continuously. Now it became him Fis. Plussing for fame, achieving his fame with a battle with Heavenly Emperor Distant Book as a stepping stone. Furthermore, who Yi Yuan defeated was just Heavenly Emperor Distant Book and was not Cloud Heart Realm. This could only be considered the exchanging of views between powerhouses, and it did not represent the exchange of views between two great factions. These ancestors could not help secretly marveling at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's prowess. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, just winning against a junior, nothing worth bragging about. Is Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy interested in sparring with this Yi? Such a deep Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy gave him an unfathomable feeling, and this feeling made him rather excited. Who knew that Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy just chuckled and waved his hand and said, even junior apprentice brother lost to second sage. This emperor's strength is lacking and doesn't dare to challenge second sage. All right, official matters need to come first. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference continues. A transmission door appeared once more in front of each person. The second round compet. 1. Tie-in officially began. After a huge Stormpaw said, everyone could not remain calm anymore. Quite a few people were whispering to each other, and the object of the discussion was naturally second sage Yi Yuan. The impact that this battle brought was not just a Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, but the entire alchemy world. The alchemy world that already did not have ripples for a long time had huge waves surge once more because of Yi Yuan suddenly roaring into existence. Even when Sacred Ancestor High Priest roared into existence back then and challenged Medicine Ancestor, it was also not stronger than the shock caused by Yi Yuan's battle. After all, when Sacred Ancestor High Priest challenged Medicine Ancestor back then, he was already a Deva Realm super powerhouse. He had lived for D knows how many tens of thousands of years. But how old was Yi Yuan? He was merely a young man who was less than 3,000 years old. In front of these ancestors, Yi Yuan was merely a teenage boy. The age could virtually be ignored. Yi Yuan's potential was too great until everyone did not dare imagine. After the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, this time the alchemy world structure would completely change. The priest temple's position would close in on to Cloud Heart Realm. Later, it might very likely form a situation of existing side by side. Amidst the discussion, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference went round after round. The number of people that got eliminated became more and more. The true young generation's powerhouses also gradually found their way to distinction. Zhou Rui was like his grandmaster, peerlessly domineering. His fights with his opponents had never exceeded 2 hours. Often, after the match had gone on for a while, the opponent would directly abstain and concede defeat. Even though Yun Yi and Ning Xiu kept on winning in their respective groups, they were far from as breathtaking as Zhou Rui. They appeared much more mediocre in the conference where geniuses gathered. Rather, each and every one of the other Holy Land's geniuses was powerful, plussing their peers, appearing much more outstanding than the two of them. But what everyone found strange was that no matter how strong the genius, the two of them could always defeat their opponents after a bout of hard battle. Coincidentally, Yun Yi ran into his great-grandfather Empyrean Pilljade in one of the matches. In the end, Yun Yi firmly suppressed Empyrean Pilljade and defeated his own great-grandfather. Empyrean Pilljade's strength was still rather formidable in Ancestor Realm. After he lost to Yun Yi, he was unbelievably shocked. He did not expect that in a short 1,000 years' time, Yun-yi actually already grew to such a level. One had to know, even though Yun-yi was very talented back then, he was merely a little brat in his eyes. But the child back then already said him in all aspects in alchemy strength. 1,000 over years, walking through the road that he walked for millions of years, the shock in his heart could be imagined. Toward Yun-yi, he had always been extremely furious in his heart, because in his view, Yun-yi's action was a kind of betrayal. While other people's betrayal would be infuriating, his own great-grandson's betrayal made him feel even more ashamed and furious. But now, his heart finally eased up a trace. He suddenly somewhat understood Yun-yi's choice. Pil Jade suddenly felt that he was too short-sighted and was not even as good as his own great-grandson. Compared to such powerful strength, what did his bit of shoestring margin count as? With strength, would one still be scared that there would be no benefits? He was still flopping around in the southern border, that small pool of water, while Yun-yi was already standing in the sea of the entire heaven-span world, debating on Tao with myriad regions' geniuses. The level was already completely different. What shocked and surprised him even more was that Yi Yuan did not conceal his abilities but gave Yun-yi his all. One could tell from this point how magnanimous Yi Yuan's heart was. How Yun-yi's talent was, Pil Jade was very clear. He was a genius, but placed in the entire heaven-span world. What did it count for? But it was such a Yun-yi who was already taught by Yi Yuan into a peerless expert. What Yi Yuan was formidable in was not just himself. His ability in teaching disciples was similarly hair-raisingly impressive. No one would pay attention to the transformation in his heart. In this place, he was merely a minor character. The compet 1. Tie-in went on round after round. The shock and transformation in Pil Jade's heart also became stronger and stronger. Yun-yi's path of advancement was not breathtaking, but it was extremely solid. Overcoming all difficulties along the way, he reached the finals. And his opponent was precisely Zhou Rui. Chapter 23:11. Overpowering Cloud Heart Realm. Chapter 23:11. Overpowering Cloud Heart Realm. Only all the way until this moment did everyone suddenly startle awake. Second Sage's 2 disciples actually both reached the finals. It was not that they were not strong, but it was that the 2 of them, their sense of existence, were truly too weak. Each alchemy battle they won without the slightest exciting aspect, coupled with that the alchemy battles were carried out inside the Emperor Vast Pag. There was no directly viewing feeling. Therefore, they appeared much more mediocre compared to the other young powerhouses. Only all the way until Yun-yi and Ning Xiu both reached the finals did everyone awaken from a dream. It turned out that this Myriad Region Alchemy Conference was actually because of the showdown between Cloud Heart Realm and Second Sage in the end. Ning Xiu's opponent was similarly a Cloud Heart Realm powerhouse. This shock was by no means insignificant, especially those Holy Land's ancestors. Each and every one of them was shocked to the extreme. The master being strong could be understood. After all, Yi Yuan was a rare genius. But why were his disciples also so strong? To say that the heaven-span world's alchemy circle was big, it was not big. Saying that it was small, it was not small either. The young generation's outstanding geniuses, these ancestors could all call their names. The performance of those geniuses also did not let these ancestors down. Each and every one of them very outstanding. But only when it reached the finals did the ancestors discover that those geniuses whose names could be called suffered cruce. Plussing defeats one after another, gotten rid of by Yun-yi and Ning Xiu one by one. The process was too plain. No one paid attention to it. It was just like boiling a frog in warm water. When the frog discovered that the water temperature was high, it could no longer jump out. The ancestors felt a chill run down their backs. Their gazes, when looking toward Yi Yuan again, were like looking at a monster. Each and every one of them was extremely puzzled, not understanding how Yi Yuan did it. Even if Yi Yuan had been teaching his disciples in these close to 3,000 years, it was also impossible to have such a terrifying result, right? After all, teaching apprentices was different from cultivating oneself. The vagueness of Tao could only be understood and not imparted with words. The starting point of the master being high, they could give guidance to disciples from a commanding height. But fully pa-s, sing on one's Tao to their disciples, could not be done at all. Then the problem came. How did Yi Yuan do it? They naturally did not understand that Yi Yuan never talked about whatever fleeting and ephemeral allegory, making his disciples go comprehend. His method of teaching apprentices was only one word: practice. Read books 100 times. The meaning could be seen for oneself. Practicing over and over again, practicing foundational skills. The basic skills that others cast aside like a pair of worn-out shoes were regarded as a holy scripture in the Pill Tower. In the Pill Tower, as long as the alchemist could be patient and not tire of cultivation, their strength would not be poor, while Yun Yi and Ning Xiu were precisely the best among them. Of course, the Pill Tower also did not just practice blindly. The harder they practiced, the more problems they encountered during cultivation as well. Yi Yuan would naturally answer them one by one. All in all, the Pill Tower already established a powerful and comprehensive alchemist nurturing system. But the core of this system was still diligent practice. No one could succeed casually. For Yun Yi and Ning Xiu to be able to achieve fame overnight in one battle, the hard work that they put in the back, it was extremely hard for normal people to imagine. As for their master Yi Yuan, it naturally went even more without saying. Zhou Rui was extremely shocked in his heart. His strength far surpassed said his peers, and he did not care about who his opponent was at all. But among the opponents in the finals that he imagined, there was absolutely no Yun Yi. His thoughts were the same as the world, same as his grandmaster. Yi Yuan being formidable did not mean that his disciples were formidable. But the fact was his disciples were too formidable. They were simply duplicates of Yi Yuan. You seem very surprised, Yun Yi said smilingly. Indeed a little, but whoever the opponent is the same to me. It's just that you and your junior apprentice sister are really shameless, deliberately hiding your strength and making your opponents underestimate you guys, Zhou Rui said. Yun Yi extended 2 fingers and said with a smile, Firstly, Senior Apprentice Sister 9 is my Senior Apprentice Sister, not Junior Apprentice Sister. Secondly, we didn't intentionally hide our strength. Master told us that each alchemist has their strong points, and he makes us learn their strong points well. Including you, it's the same too. Zhou Rui laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Utter nonsense. The strong reign supreme. What right, as a weakling, have to be Senior Apprentice Sister? Also, only the strong are worth learning from. What's there to learn from the weak? In all of the Holy Lands, it was all the strong that reigned supreme. As long as one's strength was strong enough, they could replace them. Ning Xiu's strength was inferior to Yun Yi, but she could be the Senior Apprentice Sister? Wasn't this ridiculous? Also, what was worth learning from the weak? Only the strong had SHI plus Ning points on them. So these words sounded like messing around to Zhou Rui. Yun Yi shrugged and said coolly, as long as you're happy. He knew that others could not accept it. In reality, he himself also could not accept it at first. However, Yi Yuan talked about his experiences in Cloud Marsh City. Only then did Yun Yi they all know that it was really the case. The weak points of the losers were magnified infinitely, resulting in covering up the strong points. Only by possessing a magnanimous heart could one see the strong points from others and draw it over for their own use. Yi Yuan himself walked over like this. He also taught his disciples how to walk like this. Zhou Rui's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, It doesn't matter. This battle, I want you to suffer a cruise. HI plussing defeat. The finals started very quickly. Zhou Rui's strength was indeed powerful. He was simply a weak version of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. The moment he came up, He put tremendous pressure on Yun-yi. But Yun-yi also finally exhibited his full strength in this fight. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, walking this entire road, Yun-yi also grew a lot. Facing the powerful Zhou Rui, he did not shrink back at all. The two people battled for 3 days and nights. The quality of Yun-yi's medicinal pill finally still suppressed Zhou Rui's. While on the other side, Ning Xiu also defeated Cloud Heart Realm's other person with a slight advantage. Everyone was shocked. Even though before this, the various holy lands cast covetous eyes towards medicine ancestors' handwritten notes, the various great ancestors were clear in their hearts that it was very hard. Cloud Heart Realm strength was not just because of a medicine ancestor. The might ACCU, Mulat over countless years, was overwhelming in any generation. Even though Cloud Heart Realm already had not taken action for many years, no one doubted their might. But they lost. Yi Yuan Master and disciples, 3 people overpowered Cloud Heart Realm. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book must be paying attention to this place. He had once boasted in front of Yi Yuan that his grand pupil was the young generation's #1 person. Now this face was slapped resoundingly. The #1 person lost. Grandmaster lost. Grand pupil also lost. No one thought of this conclusion. If Yi Yuan defeating Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was still just his victory alone, then what kind of concept was the 3 of them defeating their opponents at the same time? This was an all-round Serpa. Sing others. If the master and disciples, 3 people flew together after several years, what had it still got to do with Cloud Heart Realm? These master and disciples, 3 people overturned the entire alchemy world's power balance. Too terrifying. Zhou Rui looked like he was battered out of his senses. He was unable to accept this outcome. Before this, he kept thinking about avenging his grandmaster and ruthlessly humiliating Yun-yi. But who knew that he actually lost? His strength overwhelmed his peers, and he had never found a match among peers. But today he was defeated by a peer. All of his pride was shattered to pieces the moment the furnaces were opened. Chapter 23:12 Medicine Ancestors' Invitation. Chapter 23:12 Medicine Ancestors' Invitation. That's my great-grandson. Did you guys see that? He's called Yun-yi. That's my great-grandson. My great-grandson won the champions. HI plus P of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. Ha ha ha. In the crowd, Empyrean Pilljade danced excitedly and started yelling around. Even though Empyrean Pilljade was arrogant, he had never thought that his family's child would actually be standing on the stage of the entire Heavenspan world, and that he would become the Alchemy Path's #1 person. It was not that he did not want to, but with his level, he did not dare to think about this step at all. Poverty restricted his imagination. To him, the greatest expectations he had of Yun-yi was succeeding his position and dominating the southern border. But Yun-yi's current achievements had already far exceeded what he defined, reaching a level that he could not imagine. Defeating Zhou Rui, the current Yun-yi, was already equivalent to the young generation's #1 person. How did the current Empyrean Pilljade still remember Yun-yi's betrayal? How did he still remember his resentment and enmity with Yi Yuan? All that was left in his head was just a word: pride. Beside him, Heavenly Emperor Zhuyin, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, as well as Empyrean Flutterfeather, all had dumbfounded faces. Clearly, they also found it hard to imagine this result. The other people looked at Empyrean Pilljade with strange faces, like they were looking at a fool. Seen before those who claimed kins. HI plus P. Never seen before someone who claimed kins. HI plus P like this. He won, and he's your grandson. Where have you been? Only running out to claim kins. HI plus P now. I'll even say that you're my grandson now. Screw off, you. With just your poor and shabby appearance, can you teach such an excellent great-grandson? And, Body believed Empyrean Pilljade at all. The powerhouses on Feather Mountain all had fixed seats If Yun-yi was really Emperor Piljade's great-grandson, he should be seated in a very revered place, and not the same as them, standing in this tiny corner. This kind of lie could only make him appear very laughable and ignorant. Emperor Piljade's face turned black, immediately having a look of shame on his face. Yeah, if he chose to support Uni back then the current situation would be completely different. When everyone saw his appearance, they were even more certain that he was boasting. Amidst the huge shock, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference finally came to an end. A Southern Domain's small faction called Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma became famous all over the world. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy personally gave 2 copies of Medicine Ancestors' handwritten notes to Yun-yi and Ning-siu, then carried out a bout of praises with a smile. Yun-yi was currently more and more like Yi Yuan and naturally remained indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation, while Ning-siu only had Yi Yuan, this master, in her eyes. Whatever Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's praise, she did not care at all. Just as everyone thought that the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time would end with Cloud Pill Summit's cruise. H.I. Plussing defeat, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy arrived before Yi Yuan. Second Sage, Master invites you up Cloud Heart Mountain to debate on things. Everyone's minds trembled. The Medicine Ancestor was personally moving out. The real highlight was here. The moment these words came out, it was as if the air had solidified. The Medicine Ancestor was already not just the name of a powerhouse. He already became the insignia of Alchemy Dao. He was the ceiling of Alchemy Dao. He was the Dao Ancestor of Alchemy Dao. He was not a Dao Ancestor, but in the hearts of all alchemists he was a Dao Ancestor, an invincible existence. Even a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest also could not challenge his prestige. But today, Yi Yuan's one lineage, master, and disciples, 3 people overpowering Cloud Heart Realm, dealt Cloud Heart Realm a vicious slap. The Medicine Ancestor finally could not sit still anymore. He was a transcendent existence and rarely showed face in the world. For countless years, only when Sacred Ancestor High Priest went up the mountain back, then to seek Dao did he take action one time. Today, for Yi Yuan, he finally made a move once more. One was a rising star, startlingly talented, the best in the present era. One was Alchemy Dao's founder, reigning for countless years, invincible under the heavens. These 2 people's fight would definitely cause a shocking wave. Then, would Yi Yuan accept the Medicine Ancestor's invitation or not? Everyone was waiting to see it, only to see Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Can't finally bear to take action? Hoo-hoo! Had to insist on this, you giving a slap before he's willing to make a move. Why is there a need?" Everyone got a shock. Did this guy make light of Medicine Ancestor? Everyone present took pride in being able to meet Medicine Ancestor, being able to obtain his guidance. They even wanted to prostrate in wars. HI+P. But Yi Yuan actually did not have the least bit of awe at all. Someone who cultivated the alchemy path actually had no respect for the totem-like Medicine Ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy smiled and said, "Whatever dissatisfaction Second Sage has, you can go and tell Master. Lasting Joy is just acting on orders." Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Brother Lasting Joy, this he really looks forward to being able to fight with Brother Lasting Joy one day." Lasting Joy smiled and said, "It's a great honor for Lasting Joy to be able to be thought highly of by Second Sage. However, this emperor only gained enlightenment on Dao by chance back then. For so many years, my progress has been very slow and has long already been Serpa S. said by Junior Apprentice Brother. Second Sage defeated Junior Apprentice Brother. This emperor is naturally not a match." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lead the way." He would not naively think that Lasting Joy was really inferior to Distant Book. He heard before that this Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy and the Medicine Ancestor were existences of the same era and had already lived for no idea how long. To be able to become the medicine ancestor's eldest disciple and even comprehend Tao pill source, how can he possibly be a mediocre person? Seeing this heavenly emperor lasting joy gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. How his strength was, it was hard for Yi Yuan to jump to conclusions rashly. But he had a feeling that even if this heavenly emperor lasting joy was not as good as sacred ancestor high priest, Yuan reckoned that he was also not far off. At least, he was definitely stronger than heavenly emperor distant book. But this guy put on an appearance of being very simple and honest, giving you a feeling of defenselessness, his sense of existence being extremely low. This guy was playing the fool, so Yi Yuan could not be bothered to haggle over it with him too. After all, the medicine ancestor was the alchemy path's superlative. Seeing the alchemy path's highest peak was the most important objective of Yi Yuan's trip. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy turned around and said to everyone, "The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference ends here. Master and Second Sage's game. Everyone can head to Cloud Heart Mountain to observe. If you're not interested, you can leave." Finished talking, he brought the group of ancestors and left. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said so, but such a grand occasion was hard to come across in tens of millions of years. So how could they miss it? Therefore, everyone rushed toward Cloud Heart Mountain. It thoroughly exploded in the crowd. You guys between Medicine Ancestor and Second Sage, who do you think will win and who will lose? Look at what you're saying. How ignorant. It's true that Second Sage is formidable, but it was already extremely difficult for him to defeat Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Still want to beat the Medicine Ancestor? So many years have Pa said. There's already no one who knows the terror of Medicine Ancestor anymore. He is a summit that can't be scaled. On the path of alchemy Tao, he's the heaven-span mountain. I hope that Second Sage can still grow up after experiencing this battle. This was a showdown without any suspense. The only thing to watch was how terribly Yi Yuan would lose. Back then, after the sacred ancestor High Priest lost to Medicine Ancestor, he was in depression for a very long period of time. All the way until later, he founded the Priest Temple and grew demon race, alchemy, rare talents. Then now, similar to Sacred Ancestor High Priest, could Yi Yuan experience this unprecedented setback and stand up again? Chapter 23:13 Perilous Battle. Chapter 23:13 Perilous Battle. On top of the summit cloud platform, two old men were currently drinking tea leisurely. Fragrance lingered. One of them, a lean old man, had his eyes shut the whole time, looking like he was asleep. The lean old man said in a voice, "Ask not 2 words. Have you solved it?" The middle-aged man in blue robes by the side said coolly, "Old thing, after so many years, you're still not willing to let me go?" The lean old man said, "The path of Tao is full of setbacks to begin with. If you can't even clear this hurdle, how will you seek Tao?" The middle-aged man in blue robes had a disdainful look on his face. These 2 words had delayed him far too much time, making him waste his best years. When he came to realize the truth, everything was already too late. Missing the best time for cultivation, people's cultivation speed would become slower and slower. Just like Yi Yuan, his onslaught was currently indeed unstoppable. But once it was delayed, that would be thousands, tens of thousands, even millions of years. Naturally, this could not be blamed on only the Medicine Ancestor. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's own Tao heart also had flaws existing. It was just that it was caught by Medicine Ancestor. These ask not 2 words. I can't solve it, but Yi Yuan, he solved it. Otherwise, why would you, this old fellow, have this idea to organize the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time? Such an amazing rising star. How can this ancestor not be alarmed? This Second Sage compared to you. Just who is a little stronger? Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at the lean old man meaningfully and said, "If you measure him yourself, wouldn't you know?" While talking, several dozen figures landed on the cloud platform. The two in the front were precisely Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. When he saw that lean old man, Yi Yuan's gaze never looked away. This old man had his eyes shut all this while, his aura extremely feeble, looking like he was about to paw us away at any time. But he did not know why. The person gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. This kind of feeling was indescribable. All in all, he was powerful, indescribably powerful. Yi Yuan had a strange feeling that this old man before his eyes was not a person, but a medicinal pill that led to great Tao. Even the sacred ancestor high priest did not give Yi Yuan this kind of terrifying feeling too. It was as if this old man was born for medicinal pills. It was as if he was alchemy Tao. The lean old man used a dry voice and said, "Young friend Yi, please sit." Yi Yuan did not decline and sat down beside sacred ancestor high priest. The other ancestors also took their seats, one after another. "Young friend Yi, we've met before." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Yes, and ask not." The medicine ancestor that time was extremely powerful, his figure full of power and grandeur as if a celestial deity descending upon the mortal world. But Yi Yuan did not expect that the medicine ancestor's true self was actually such a thin and emaciated-looking thin old man. Suddenly, not seeing the medicine ancestor have any movement either, but his entire person already disappeared on the spot. An incomparably huge chessboard suddenly appeared above the void. The entire Cloudheart realm could see it clearly. The projection of a lean old man appeared on one end of the chessboard. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and was just about to step out, but he heard sacred ancestor high priest suddenly say, "Be careful." Yi Yuan turned around and said smilingly, "Senior sacred ancestor seems to be afraid." Wing actually nodded and said, "Yes, this old man thought that I cannot fear him anymore. But meeting once again, this old man is still nervous. Of course, what's more important is that he got stronger." The medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest were clearly not really chatting leisurely. Each and every one of the two of their actions and every word, they were all crossing swords. But sacred ancestor high priest did not occupy any advantage at all. He thought that so many years had said his heart not had already been unknotted. But seeing medicine ancestor again, only then did he discover that his own Tao heart was still unable to face him unperturbed when in front of him. Wing was not worried that Yi Yuan would lose, but worried that Yi Yuan's Tao heart was the same as him with a crack. Yi Yuan's talent was greater than his. He believed that medicine ancestor would be even more ruthless. But Yi Yuan smiled brilliantly and said, "Not scared that he's strong, just scared that he isn't strong." Finished talking, his figure disappeared on the spot. Above the void, Yi Yuan's enormous projection exhibited in front of everyone. Everyone held their breaths. Clearly, they did not expect that these two people actually did not talk nonsense and clash together so straightforwardly. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said to Sacred Ancestor High Priest with a smile, "Lord Sacred Ancestor, the stars change positions, but Master's opponent turned into Second Sage. Wonder how you feel about it?" Wing smiled and said, "He's stronger than me." Lasting Joy smiled and said, "He isn't stronger than you." Wing said, "Your master understands it. He's stronger than me." Lasting Joy smiled and said, "So that's how it is. It's just that Lord Sacred Ancestor seems to be lacking in confidence." Wing said, "He's always unexpected." While the two people crossed swords with words, Yi Yuan already took action. It was only to see him pointing at the void, directly landing his piece. Pa! A crisp sound seemed like a piece landed amidst heaven and earth. The sound of great Tao suffusing the world. An enormous Tai Chi diagram directly occupied a large area. Pa! The medicine ancestor landed a piece, and Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram directly collapsed. A berserk aura spread out from the chessboard, suffusing the entire Cloudheart realm. Strong! A might that made people suffocate. Yi Yuan's Tao could occupy a portion of the chessboard, while Medicine Ancestor's Tao could spread out of the chessboard. The level was clear at a glance. The eyebrows of the Yi Yuan opposite furrowed heavily, feeling an unprecedented pressure. This was the hardest alchemy battle in his life, not one of, just one move, and it made him unable to withstand it. The world that he carefully constructed, the Medicine Ancestor determined the entire world's framework with just a glance, and then he completely occupied this world. The Medicine Ancestor opposite him and the Medicine Ancestor inside asked not were completely the strength of two different worlds. This was the true strength of the alchemy path's number one person. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month. Yi Yuan's second piece was considered for more than a month. Outside of Cloud Heart Mountain, Yun Yi's brows furrowed tightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "The Medicine Ancestor is well deserving of being the alchemy path's number one person." I've never seen Master have this kind of expression during an alchemy battle before. Ning Xiu said gloomily, "This old man, with one look, and I already know he has no good intentions." Yun Yi sighed and said, "This is the world of Tao. It's too profound to be able to stump Master until like this. No idea just what realm Medicine Ancestor has reached." Ning Xiu said with an ugly expression, "Master wouldn't lose, right?" Yun Yi shook his head and said, "This time I'm afraid that he's really going to lose. However, the most terrifying thing isn't losing." Ning Xiu was taken aback and said, "What else is more terrifying than losing?" Yun Yi said with a solemn expression, "It's naturally Tao heart. Each person's Tao is different. Whose Tao is correct, whose Tao is wrong, will be more distinct in this level of powerhouse's struggle. Losing, one might very likely lose their Tao heart. Master won Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, then ruined his Tao heart later. It's likely hard for his strength to improve any more in the countless tens of thousands of years after today. Also, there's the Sacred Ancestor High Priest, because he lost to Medicine Ancestor back then and lost his Tao heart. That's why he'd remain at a standstill." Ning Xiu opened her mouth wide, a look of astonishment on her face. She originally felt that this was merely an alchemy battle and that there was nothing dangerous. But now, she could not help worrying about her master. Chapter 23:14 Insurmountable Peak. Chapter 23:14 Insurmountable Peak. After thinking hard for more than a month, Yi Yuan finally landed another piece. The Tai Chi diagram appeared once more. The power of great Tao emerged. The Medicine Ancestor landed another piece right on the heels of him, shattering Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram once more. Overbearing. Extremely overbearing. The foundation of the world was constructed by Yi Yuan. It should have been led by Yi Yuan in the first place. But the Medicine Ancestor was too strong. This kind of might made everyone feel asphyxiated. Only Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy had a smiling appearance, like looking at a very normal thing. The Medicine Ancestor already had not taken action for countless years. He already became a totem. Everyone knew that he was strong, but they did not know how strong he was. But today, once he took action, it shocked myriad regions. His might was unmatched, overpowering the present era. The rules were set by me. Alchemy Tao was ruled by me. No matter how Astonies, I plus ingly talented you were, no matter how your means were exceedingly formidable, in front of this kind of powerful strength, it was all futile. The height that he was standing at was far from what Yi Yuan, this rising star, could hold a candle to. The two people's disparity was too great. The world that Yi Yuan carefully constructed was unbelievably deplorable in front of the Medicine Ancestor. One look, and he saw through the actual situation. Your world was dominated by me. The number one person in the world was this domineering. Second Sage is in danger. After this battle, he'll likely sink thoroughly. Second Sage is incredibly talented, since time immemorial. I thought that even if he loses, he'll at least lose with dignity too. I didn't expect that he actually lost so miserably. It's too miserable. There's no strength to fight back at all. Even compared to Lord's sacred ancestor, he's also much worse. I even thought that I could see in Estoni's HI plusing great battle. I didn't expect that it's actually one-sided. It's not interesting anymore. Aside from the shock, the group of powerhouses could not help feeling dull. Yi Yuan's path of mythology was undoubtedly going to stop here. The medicine ancestor was still the medicine ancestor, the alchemy world's heaven-span mountain. Of course, while it was boring, not a single person left. The medicine ancestor taking action. This was a grand event that could only be encountered once every 10 million years. How can it be missed? This kind of great Tao, even if only comprehend a trace, it would also be beneficial for life. Sacred ancestor, high priest, had a solemn look. The shock in his heart was like thunder roaring throughout the 9 heavens. The medicine ancestor got stronger again. Furthermore, it was not just a little bit stronger. If he faced off against the current medicine ancestor, even if he was better than Yi Yuan, he would also not be much better. These tens of millions of years, he was still marching on the spot, while the medicine ancestor already took an even firmer step toward Tao Pil. Master, second sage almost can't endure anymore. This is simply a rout. GMO said in surprise. It was still his first time seeing Yi Yuan look so strained. Every step was taken with extremely difficulty. Wing smiled bitterly and said, I harmed this kid. GMO said in surprise, Why does Master say this? Wing's expression was complicated as he said, Master always thought that this old man is a narrow-minded man, intentionally suppressing his opponents. But seeing him again today, I discovered that I misunderstood him. The group of disciples was shocked when they heard this, revealing disbelieving looks. Master and medicine ancestor were sworn enemies. This was virtually something that everyone knew in the priest temple. But what did these words now mean? Why does Master say this? GMO asked again. Wing said, This old thing is indeed narrow-minded, but on the path of alchemy he is indeed a peerless genius that none can rival. The battle with him last time, he indeed ruined my Tao heart. But these few tens of millions of years he integrated the essence of my Tao into his great Tao. His strength is already no longer what it used to be. The group of disciples was filled with fear, only then understanding sacred ancestor, high priest's meaning. This alchemy path's #1 person became much stronger than back then. This also meant that medicine ancestor took another big step toward the true Tao Pil. The present medicine ancestor already shook sacred ancestor, high priest off far behind. Who else was medicine ancestor's match in this world? Only then did everyone present understand that it was not that Yi Yuan was too weak, but that medicine ancestor was too strong. Reaching the medicine ancestor's level of realm, it was almost impossible to make any progress anymore. But who could have thought that he could still learn from other people's strengths and put them to use for himself? The present medicine ancestor already completely shook sacred ancestor, high priest off. No one could threaten him anymore. Sacred ancestor, high priest could not. Yi Yuan even less so. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said with a grin, Master being the #1 person on the alchemy path isn't just being #1 in strength. His talent is likewise #1 in alchemy. The world all thinks that Master has long been unable to make progress anymore, but actually he's improving every day. Second Sage's talent is high, perhaps even higher than Master's. It's just a pity that his ACCU mulations are too weak. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's expression was complicated as he said, I harmed this kid. After this battle, his Tao heart, Yi Yuan's, was extremely tough, even far Serpa's Sing ancestor level powerhouses will. Wing had a score in his heart about this. It was just that medicine ancestor was too strong. His strength already exceeded ordinary people's understanding. Yi Yuan was still too inexperienced after all. One step forward. Yi Yuan struggled to stride forward. Each step that he took, the time used took longer and longer, from 1 month to 2 months, then to 3 months. In a blink, several years pass. Said, Yi Yuan only walked over a dozen steps. However, Yi Yuan's face did not have any anxious look. He was completely immersed in the structure of the world. Medicine Ancestor's Tao was incomparably tyrannical, as if Cruz. Plussing his Tao like a giant mountain. This was completely the disparity between two different power levels. It was Yi Yuan's first time experiencing the ultimate strength of Tao Pill. It also made him have a sense of powerlessness for the first time in alchemy. Over 50 years pass. Said in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already had not landed a piece in 10 years. The Yi Yuan who was akin to a withered tree finally landed his piece. Medicine Ancestor landed a piece, right on the heels, ruthlessly Cruz. Plussing Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram without the slightest mercy. Yi Yuan spewed out a mouthful of blood wildly, splattering onto the chessboard. A burst of exclamations came over. Everyone understood that Yi Yuan was defeated. The current Yi Yuan was emaciated like a stick, both eyes deeply sunken, as if his entire person was drained dry, like a seriously ill person. He's still forcefully holding on. Actually, he could have surrendered long ago. Yi Yuan is too weak. He doesn't have the qualifications to face off against Medicine Ancestor at all. He doesn't have any self-awareness at all. His journey has been too smooth, and he has never encountered a setback. Encountering such a huge setback this time, he's naturally unwilling to admit defeat. In their view, Yi Yuan could have conceded defeat long ago. Forcefully hanging on until now was completely keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. Ning Xiyu grabbed Yunyi's clothes, practically about to tear them apart. It was only to see her bite her lip lightly and say, "Master, he will be fine, right?" Yunyi's eyes were full of blood traces as he shook his head and said, "I don't know. Master, he might really be in danger this time." Why hasn't he given up yet? With Master's talent and strength, he can definitely Serpa. Medicine Ancestor in the future. Why must he insist on forcefully holding on now? Ning Xiyu said in tears, "Sigh, maybe. Master has his own thoughts." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes became more and more sunken, his person becoming thinner and thinner, his state being poor to the extreme. But he still did not have the thought of giving up. Chapter 23:15 Absolute Retaliation. Chapter 23:15 Absolute Retaliation. Yi Yuan's piece fell down, and he immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. Landed again, vomited again. He landed again, and he vomited again. His fleshy body was extremely powerful, but now it was practically at the extent of being at the end of his life. He looked extremely miserable. This alchemy battle was no less than even a paramount, great battle. For Yi Yuan it was too hard. Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Yi Yuan and could not help recalling himself back then. How similar was this scene? He sat withered in front of the chessboard previously and sat for several thousand years. Medicine Ancestors' moves aimed straight at the Tao heart, impossible to guard against at all. Yi Yuan's strength was too weak to begin with, facing the even stronger Medicine Ancestor. He could only be defeated even more thoroughly. "Sigh, it's all my fault. This boy is most likely crippled already." Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a gloomy sigh. Actually, even if he did not say, everyone could tell too. This myth ends here. A prodigy that made the world tremble already came to a curtain call here. Young friend, it ends here. Suddenly, Medicine Ancestor's dry voice came from above the void. A piece landed. The void trembled. An entire chessboard started shaking violently. Above the chessboard, white light radiated brilliantly. The dazzling light broke right through the firmament, completely drowning out the black pieces. This chessboard world no longer had a way out for the black pieces. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his eyes full of an ashen look. Clearly, he was already at the end of his rope. His gaze revealed a pondering look, seemingly not understanding the situation before his eyes. It shouldn't be like this. Yi Yuan said with a frown, "Young friend, you lost." Medicine Ancestor said coolly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I didn't lose. There must still be a way out." Medicine Ancestor said leisurely, "When you took the first step, this ancestor has already seen through 100 steps. Each one of your steps is within this ancestor's calculations. The world that you constructed is operating according to this ancestor's will. Are you still not admitting defeat? This was a showdown, but also a genuine fight. Whoever ruled this world of chessboard was the victor. The current medicine ancestor was not the medicine ancestor in Ask Not. That medicine ancestor was merely a wisp of remnant soul. Furthermore, he was suppressed by sacred ancestor, high priest. Yi Yuan could position himself in a leisurely manner. While in this place, his opponent was the real medicine ancestor. His might could shatter everything. No matter what means you have, it was not worth mentioning at all in front of absolute strength. This alchemy battle was firmly controlled by medicine ancestor from the very beginning. What kind of world Yi Yuan wanted to construct, how to construct, medicine ancestor saw it clearly. Therefore, he did not need to think at all. When humans think, G.O.D. laughs. What it was talking about was this kind of situation. The height that medicine ancestor stood at was too high. He was watching this alchemy battle from the perspective of G.O.D. No matter how ever-changing you were, how could you escape G.O.D.'s eyes? Yi Yuan, racking his brains to think, was nothing more than a farce in medicine ancestor's view. No one can control everything. I can't, you can't even. Heavenly Tao can't either. I will lose, but I absolutely won't lose like this. Yi Yuan used a similarly dry voice to say, a chess game for nearly 100 years. Yi Yuan had been trying to escape medicine ancestor's control. Every step he took was made with extreme difficulty. Exchanging moves with A.G.O.D. like powerhouse. If one played according to the other party's tempo, there was no chance of winning at all. Others all said that he was overestimating his own ability, but did not know how impressive he was to hold out until now. From the very first move medicine ancestor made, Yuan understood that the current medicine ancestor was definitely no idea how many times stronger than the medicine ancestor back then. He had fought with sacred ancestor, high priest before. Even though it was just a tiny probing, he could confirm that sacred ancestor, high priest, was far worse than medicine ancestor. He naturally would not feel that sacred ancestor, high priest, was intentionally cheating him. It could only mean that the medicine ancestor made great improvements again in these years. One could say that the current medicine ancestor was already infinitely close to the level of Tao Pill, close to being a God. No wonder the first time he laid eyes on medicine ancestor, it gave him a ludicrous illusion that the other party was a medicinal pill. But so what? He came in order to witness the highest summit of the alchemy path, fighting with heaven, an endless enjoyment. Fighting with A.G.O.D. an endless delight. This ancestor has integrated Wing's Tao and already touched the power of law. In this Tao, this ancestor is A.G.O.D. How can a group of ants fight with A.G.O.D.? Medicine ancestor said coolly. The group of ancestors had the jitters when they heard it. Touching the power of law, that was the level of Tao ancestors. That level of existence was truly an existence that governed destiny, its power unimaginable. At present, the Tli of medicine ancestor was already in reality as well as in name. Forget about the fact that you're not A.G.O.D. even if you're really A.G.O.D. So what? Yi Yuan's gaze S.H.I. plus feeded toward the chessboard, then fell into contemplation again. Medicine ancestor was indifferent to his figure moving, returning above the cloud platform. Hoo-hoo, this kid is as stubborn as you back then. Medicine ancestor said with a dry laugh. Wing's gaze turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, "Stop pretending. Actually, you're very surprised too, right? Or should I say, you're currently secretly happy, because I delivered you a treasure trove." Medicine Ancestor smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, looks like you already understand. This ancestor walking until today, what I relied on wasn't suppressing juniors. Your Tao heart falling was just because your Tao heart had flaws. That's right. You delivered a big gift to this ancestor today. The strength of this kid's Tao exceeds my imagination. After this ancestor digests today's battle, I'll definitely be able to comprehend the power of law and attain the true level of Tao Pill." Everyone trembled all over. This news was seriously too shocking. Tao Pill, that was the realm that all alchemists dreamed of. Except no one had ever reached it. After today, Medicine Ancestor was actually able to reach this paramount realm. In the past, everyone said that Medicine Ancestor was half a Tao ancestor. But soon, Medicine Ancestor would become a true Tao ancestor level powerhouse. At this time, everyone's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan again could not help turning into pity. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan's roaring into existence would shake Cloudheart Realm's foundation and drag the alchemy world into a warring states period. But who knew that Medicine Ancestor used Yi Yuan as a footboard and corroborated his Tao to become a true Tao ancestor? Hoo-hoo, congratulations, Medicine Ancestor, for achieving alchemy Tao supremacy. Congratulations! The group of ancestors went forward one after another to congratulate Medicine Ancestor in advance. That moment Medicine Ancestor corroborated his Tao, the entire heaven-span world would tremble because of it. The status of the Medicine Ancestor at that time would truly be on par with Tao ancestors, and the Tao of medicinal pills would also truly be juxtaposed with martial Tao, becoming a peerless great Tao. This significance was too great. Medicine Ancestor did not reciprocate. He still had his eyes shut, like an ancient well without ripples. Reaching his level of boundary, he had long not felt delighted by external gains and not saddened by personal losses already. Pa! A clear sound suddenly sounded out in the world, suddenly interrupting the felicitations. Everyone turned around and looked, but discovered that Yi Yuan actually stubbornly landed a piece. Hoo-hoo! This kid still hasn't given up? Lamentable, pitiable. A genius fell here. Everyone revealed looks of contempt, very disdainful toward Yi Yuan's action of not being able to bear a loss. But right at this moment, Medicine Ancestor's two eyes that had been shut all along suddenly snapped open, staring fixedly at the heaven and earth chessboard, erupting with rays of brilliant light. Chapter 23:16 The Defeated Victor. Chapter 23:16 The defeated victor on the chessboard, the original black pieces, no longer had a way out. The white pieces occupied the entire territory, exterminating all of the black pieces. This also made clear to all that Medicine Ancestor created the entire chessboard world, and that it had nothing to do with Yi Yuan anymore. This was a dead end. Yi Yuan had no possibility of fighting back at all. But now, this black piece was like a nail, wedging into the boundary of the white pieces. Amidst the world full of white pieces, this black piece appeared so lonely. It looked so fragile, as if a candle flame flickering in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. But looking closely, the place where this black piece stood was just right. The Tai Chi diagram bloomed once more. The Tai Chi diagram this time was even more solid and even more elusive. Yi Yuan forcefully opened up a gap amidst the white pieces. Brilliant! Really too brilliant! This move is simply fabulous. Ha ha ha. Old thing, the outcome is still unknown. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's eyes became brighter and brighter. Until the back, he actually clapped his hands and laughed loudly, saying to Medicine Ancestor, "The alchemy path powerhouses outside Cloudheart Mountain were currently very disdainful toward Yi Yuan's endless pestering at this time. Their skill was lacking and could not perceive the brilliance of this move at all. But those ancestor powerhouses were all incredibly shocked. This move was too brilliant, forcefully finding a way out from amidst a death trap. It could be said to be being tissy head from the jaws of death. Looking at the entire game, this was the only way out. Yi Yuan making this move. Everything looked like as it ought to be. But finding this ray of hope in this death trap was seriously far too difficult. One had to know. Even Medicine Ancestor himself did not discover this ray of hope. Hence, after he landed his piece, he left with his hands behind his back. He already determined that he won. Wanting to find this glimmer of hope required an extremely keen perception of Tao, required an extremely deep understanding of alchemy Tao, and required exceedingly terrifying insight. Not one could be missing. Everyone present did not discover this glimmer of hope, but Yi Yuan discovered it. This showed that, in some aspects, Yi Yuan already said everyone present. Medicine Ancestor's expression already explained everything. He really did it. This boy is simply amazing. Taking this step, this battle has become complicated and confusing. Who wins and who loses will be hard to say. This battle, regardless of win or lose, Yi Yuan is the biggest winner. His Tao will surely improve further. The ancestors sighed endlessly in amazement, not stinting with praises toward Yi Yuan, saying that this move startled heaven and earth and made DS and Go Sweep was also not an exaggeration. Yi Yuan's Tao would become even more complete because of this move. Please. Above the void, Yi Yuan used a Hoa, voice and said to Medicine Ancestor, while around him, the power of great Tao suddenly became much more vigorous, and his withered physical body became fleshed out anew under the nourishment of the power of great Tao. Medicine Ancestor's 2 eyes narrowed, and he arrived above the void once more. The enormous Medicine Ancestor appeared once again. Below Cloudheart Mountain, a huge commotion stirred. Medicine Ancestor leaving indicated that this game was over. Returning anew meant that this piece forced him to continue. Medicine Ancestor had his face slapped by this piece. The shock that this scene gave everyone could be imagined. It was just that they could not understand what kind of storm this piece could set off. Medicine Ancestor landed a piece. The great battle was back on. The Tai Chi diagram trembled violently and became much dimmer all of a sudden. But this time it did not extinguish. Plus Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram actually resisted Medicine Ancestor's powerful attack. Outside Cloudheart Mountain, a huge shock was set off once more. What in the world is going on? Why did Second Sage become so stronger all of a sudden? Already reached this stage. Could he really carry on competing? Could it be that Second Sage's legend is still continuing high? This alchemy world is going to change heavens? This time, Yi Yuan's piece was similarly extremely fast. Medicine Ancestor suppressed once more. The 2 people coming and going one piece after another, killing until they were locked in a struggle. Amidst everyone's cries of exclamations, the territory of the black pieces became bigger and bigger. The Tai Chi diagram became more and more stable. That single black piece was like a fire that set the prairie ablaze, igniting the entire heaven and earth chess game. The 2 people unfolded an incomparably intense territory war in the area, fighting until they were locked in a struggle for an inch of ground. Of course, Medicine Ancestor was still Medicine Ancestor. His strength was still unstoppable. But the current Yi Yuan was not without the strength to fight back as before anymore. The ancestors held their breaths, looking at the power of great Tao above the void surging, each and every one incomparably shocked. No one could have expected that the situation would actually develop to this point. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yi Yuan already gained a firm foothold and started taking territory from Medicine Ancestor. Yi Yuan isn't as overbearing as Medicine Ancestor, but his Tao seems to have a kind of miraculous magical power. His strength is clearly not strong, but he can always defeat the strong as the weak. I also have a feeling that the Tao, which that Tai Chi diagram represents, seems to be extremely profound, and is more in line with heavenly Tao. After Yi Yuan met with life in a desperate situation, it was as if he changed into a different person. Clearly, this battle was tremendously beneficial to Yi Yuan. One piece after another, the two people were locked in a struggle. Finally, Yi Yuan's last piece landed. Game end. Gulp. Everyone could not resist swallowing their saliva. There was death-like silence. Yi Yuan actually forced Medicine Ancestor to this point. My eyes aren't failing me, right? This reversal is also too terrifying. It's really a big counterattack. Clearly already fell completely. He actually turned it around to such a situation. A pity. Truly a shame. Just a little bit more. Outside Cloudheart Mountain, it all exploded. For the first 100 years, Yi Yuan was suppressed until he could not even raise his head. In the end, in less than 1 month's time, Yi Yuan actually unleashed a storm-like counterattack, forcefully turning the situation around to this point. Above the heaven and earth chessboard, the territory that the black pieces and white pieces occupied were almost exactly the same. Got to admit, Yi Yuan's shocking counterattack was to one's heart's content, giving people an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Those people who looked down on Yi Yuan, ridiculed Yi Yuan, they were now all virtually cheering for Yi Yuan toward the back. Difference of half a point. A difference of half a point. Ha ha ha, this boy really ha ha ha, too incredible. It's too shocking. Sacred Ancestor High Priest clapped his hands and laughed loudly, earnestly from ear to ear. Yi Yuan lost by a difference of half a point, but no one felt that he lost. From the defeat at the start to absolute counterattack, killing until he only lost by half a point, Yi Yuan was today's well-deserving victor. Yi Yuan and Medicine Ancestor walked over leisurely, landed on the cloud platform. The current Yi Yuan had long already recovered fully and became even more profound. Even many ancestors felt that they could not quite see through him anymore. This battle, young friend, you really broadened the horizons of the world. Medicine Ancestor opened both eyes and stared at Yi Yuan as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks to Medicine Ancestor for helping me achieve my aim, letting this Yi take fewer detours. You gave Senior Sacred Ancestor. Ask not 2 words after fighting with him. Today, why not give this Yi 2 words too?" Chapter 23:17 Explosive Situation. Chapter 23:17 Explosive Situation. The short, old man opened both eyes and kept sizing Yi Yuan up as if wanting to see through him. "Haha, how many years has it been? It's still this old man's first time seeing you. This fellow, open your eyes. Looks like you, this old thing, really got scared," Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a loud laugh. Medicine Ancestor did not have overly strong emotion fluctuations. He just kept looking at Yi Yuan. After a long time, Medicine Ancestor suddenly laughed loudly and said, "This game had let this ancestor find someone of the same Tao. Why not call this game toward Tao? How about it?" Everyone nodded their heads, one after another, deeply feeling that way too. Second Sage was too terrifying. After this battle, Yi Yuan shall stand at the summit of the alchemy path along with Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and pursue that fleeting and ephemeral Tao pill. In this battle, Yi Yuan counterattacked and lost slightly to Medicine Ancestor with a difference of half a point. He shall become a myth of the alchemy path and shock the world. Someone of the same Tao, it was well deserved. Toward Tao? Hoo-hoo, rather fitting, but do you really know what Tao is? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Medicine Ancestor's laughter abruptly ceased, and he said with a frown, "What do you mean by this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You understand. Surprise finally showed on Medicine Ancestor's eternally unchanging face at this time. You touched the power of law. This is impossible. Medicine Ancestor said, whether I touched the power of law or not, I'm not clear, but I definitely saw something that you didn't see. Someone of the same Tao. Perhaps you're not worthy. When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. In this world, how many people wanted to be associated with the Medicine Ancestor, but could not? But Yi Yuan said that Medicine Ancestor was not worthy of being associated with him. This sentence was too shocking. Was it Yi Yuan being arrogant? Or did he really see something different? It was not just Medicine Ancestor. Sacred Ancestor High Priest and the various ancestors. Each person's face revealed an extremely solemn expression. Where Tao was at was where the heart yearned. The people present, as long as they reached the realm of an old ancestor, who did not want to comprehend the true Tao pill. It was just a pity that this step was far too difficult. Even Medicine Ancestor, this kind of amazing talent, expended 1 trillion years and was also unable to reach this step. But this young man in front of him said that he saw this step. How could it not surprise people? Medicine Ancestor's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you want to confuse my Tao heart." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Believing or not is up to you. It's just that I'm not worthy of same Tao these 2 words. Senior Sacred Ancestor, let's go." The few people were just about to leave when Medicine Ancestor's figure shook, and he already blocked in front of them, not explaining this matter clearly. "Oh, body can think about leaving," Medicine Ancestor said in a solemn voice. The allure of Tao was too strong. Even Medicine Ancestor, this level of existence, was unable to resist this temptation too. It was still all right if Yi Yuan did not speak. With him saying it, it immediately whetted everyone's gluttonous bugs, especially Medicine Ancestor, this kind of existence. How could he easily let him leave? Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled contemptuously and said, "Old thing, I'm not as good as you in alchemy Tao, but in martial Tao, this emperor isn't afraid of you. If you want this Cloud Heart realm to fall apart to pieces, feel free to make a move." In martial Tao, Sacred Ancestor High Priest and Medicine Ancestor were both Deva 4th Blight powerhouses, their strength utterly formidable. Once this level of powerhouse made a move, how could Cloud Heart realm withstand it? Medicine Ancestor's face fell and said, "If Cloud Heart realm is gone, then it's gone. Can't this ancestor build another one? Today this kid must stay." For a moment, it became dangerously explosive. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed like Medicine Ancestor, this fellow, was really going all out. Right at this time, a few large openings suddenly fissured open above the void. Countless figures poured out of the large mouth. Accurately speaking, they were not humanoid figures, but a dense swath of ferocious-looking monsters. In front of those monsters were a group of powerhouses that were identical to humans. It was just that the aura emitting from their bodies was very different from humans. Yi Yuan's whole body shuddered fiercely, looking at those figures above the void in shock. He was all too familiar with these guys. Divine race and abyss monsters. The divine race came into being so quickly. How did they come into being so quickly? Furthermore, they were suppressed in the abyss world by several great sovereign demons. Why would they appear in the heaven-span world without a sound? Yi Yuan said in shock. The divine race and abyss monsters appearing here were seriously too surprising. Right now, Cloud Heart Realm was already completely surrounded. All of the alchemy path powerhouses became turtles in a jar. This was not a good sign. The one in the lead was a man with yellow hair. The man stood with his hands behind his back, with a kind of haughtiness that showed disdain upon the world. He did not deliberately release his pressure, but Yi Yuan felt the exact same aura as daymelled from him. This person was a progenitor-level powerhouse. Yi Yuan's mind revolved like lightning. With the divine race coming here, they had likely planned for a long time. Hoo-hoo, everyone's here, how lively. The man with yellow hair stood in the air as he said with a light laugh. It was just that the words were full of contempt. Medicine Ancestor's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who are you, fellow guests? To dare be impudent in my Cloudheart realm, are you tired of living?" Medicine Ancestor felt an extremely strong threat from the yellow-haired man's body. Therefore, he did not make a move right away to kill the enemy, but gave a warning. Clearly, Medicine Ancestor was also not clear about the divine race's origin. The yellow-haired man did not care about Medicine Ancestor's warning at all, but looked toward the Yi Yuan in the crowd. All of Yi Yuan's hair stood on its end, his entire person about to suffocate. This glance was too terrifying. "Kid, you tell them who this ancestor is," the yellow-haired man said calmly, "Sup 1/sup." Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan, uncertain what it meant. Someone immediately asked, Second Sage, "You know where these reckless and blind guys are from?" Yi Yuan did not answer. He just looked at the yellow-haired man and said in a solemn voice, "Which lineage are you from?" The yellow-haired man laughed lightly and said, "This ancestor is the profound lineage's third ancestor, Origin Guard. Kid, you're very good. You could forcefully beat Nine Origin that kid down a boundary at the realm of Empyrean. Impressive. This ancestor will only ask once. Are you willing to submit to my divine race?" Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This yellow-haired man was actually a profound lineage's ancestor. This profound lineage actually appeared in the Heavenspan world without a sound. How could he not be shocked? It was just that what he felt even more was fury. It was precisely the profound lineage that forcefully separated him and Yu Munli. Rumble. A monstrous rage rose from Yi Yuan's body. His two eyes were practically wanted to spew fire as he said with a sneer, "Submit? Just the likes of your trash races? Haha, divine race. I really don't know how you guys have the face to call yourselves this name. Hand Lear over, otherwise I'll trample your divine race one day." Origin Guard did not get angry and said with a faint smile, "Divine Daughter is extraordinarily gifted. When she stands before you again, you'll get a big surprise." Just what was going on here? What are they talking about? What divine race? What divine daughter? Completely never heard before. Being long-winded with them for what? A bunch of guys playing tricks. Just directly finish them off. They completely did not know about the divine race's strength, each and every one ignorant and fearless, and were about to rush over. Chapter 2318. Declined Human Race Alchemy Tao. Chapter 2318. Declined Human Race Alchemy Tao. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, killing intent billowing to the sky. But Origin Guard smiled faintly and said, "Angry? I know that your talent is amazing. You can even jump levels to defeat Nine Origin. It's just that you're still just an ant. In this great world, the ones who really dominate are all us, the top powerhouses." Medicine Ancestor's gaze turned slightly sullen, and he said in a cold voice, "Who on earth is your esteemed self? If you still don't say it, this ancestor is going to be impolite." Origin Guard gave him a glance, shook his head, and said, "You're the current human race's alchemy path's #1 person? Too weak." Medicine Ancestor narrowed his eyes and said coolly, shamelessly boasting, "Does a trash like you even understand what alchemy Tao is?" Origin Guard did not explain either. He just smiled faintly, and then he held his palm up. A crystal-like ball appeared in his palm. When Medicine Ancestor, Yi Yuan, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of their pupils constricted. Origin Guard's move was clearly developing a world with alchemy Tao. It was extremely brilliant. This level of means was absolutely in the same CLA. S as Medicine Ancestor, an existence who was not inferior to Medicine Ancestor in the slightest. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, He was truly incomparably shocked. He did not expect that the divine race actually still had this kind of heaven-defying existence. The others were similarly shocked. They had never heard before that the heaven-span world still had an existence that could rival the medicine ancestor. Where did this guy pop out from? Do you guys think whether or not this ancestor understands what alchemy Tao is? Origingard said with a faint smile. Medicine ancestor had a shocked face as he said, "You? Who the hell are you?" This ancestor thought that even if the human race's alchemy Tao didn't recover to its peak state, there's at least 70% to 80% strength too. I heard that there's an alchemy conference here. That's why I'd come here to wipe out the alchemy Tao powerhouses. But you guys disappoint this ancestor too much. Your current strength is really too weak compared to the human race's heyday period. Origingard's words carried thick disappointment, clearly feeling that he somewhat made a big fuss over nothing. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "You want to make use of this opportunity and round the human race alchemy powerhouses in one fell swoop, cutting off the human race's reinforcement force." Origingard smiled faintly and said, "That's right. You're very clever. During the last Doomsday battle, the human race's alchemy path powerhouses gave us huge problems. If not for those few old fellows continuously delivering medicinal pills, we wouldn't have failed at all. Hence, this ancestor naturally won't miss this opportunity that only comes once in a blue moon. It's just a shame that looking at it now, this ancestor made too much of a fuss over nothing." Everyone was shocked, becoming speechless. Doomsday battle? What's that? Shamelessly boasting thing. Just the likes of these few guys also want to destroy the world. Reckless and blind thing. Bringing a bunch of swarthy-looking monsters, and you want to destroy the world. Doomsday battle. This sort of thing. The vast majority of the people present never heard of it before. The name sounded frightening, but without truly experiencing this kind of battle, who would really pay attention to this name? However, some old fellows with very high seniority had clearly heard of this thing before, each and every one of their expressions becoming very ugly. "All shut up for me." Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, interrupting everyone's discussion, and said in a solemn voice, "Put away your arrogance. These guys are very strong. Want to get out alive? Put away your sectarian views, and everyone work together and be of one mind. Otherwise, not a single one can escape." Towards this, the vast majority of the people were very disdainful. Their arrogance already penetrated deep into the marrow. Why would they care about a bunch of guys that they had never heard of before? Origingard smiled faintly and said, "Looks like my divine race hasn't come into being for too long already. You humans have already forgotten who is the true master of the heaven-span world. Today, let the heaven-span world tremble." It was only to see him make a gesture, causing the divine race to bring out the abyss monsters, and then they charged over. For a moment, a dense S charged over, shocking heaven and earth. When the powerhouses who came to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference saw such a lineup, their faces also could not quite help changing. Just a bunch of monsters. Everyone attack together and exterminate them. Someone shouted in the crowd. This suggestion immediately got everyone's response. For a moment, one terrifying attack after another shot over toward above the void. Above the sky, all kinds of terrifying martial techniques roared over, rumbling noises sounding out all around. Except these attacks were extremely scattered and undisciplined. The commotion seemed big, but actually did not pose lethality at all. In such a large-scale battle, an individual's strength was infinitely weakened. Moreover, the strength of abyss monsters was far superior to same rank humans. In this first wave attack, the abyss monsters actually directly resisted it. Furthermore, the losses were not severe. When the human race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed drastically. While at this time, the abyss monsters first wave attack also arrived. One wave of attack after another fired into the crowd neat and tidily and exploded apart. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion sounds lingered on incessantly. Screams linked up together. This wave of attacks made the human race powerhouses suffer heavy losses. And in this short while, both sides were already fighting in close quarters class. Plussing together. The moment they clashed, the human race powerhouses discovered that something was wrong. The opponents were too strong. The abyss monsters that they looked down on were all extremely powerful. Furthermore, their skin was COA, R, S, E, and their flesh thick, with their defensive power being extremely strong. It needed 3 or 4 people to join forces to face the enemy before they could barely manage to block it. It was just that way the human race's manpower became severely inadequate, while the divine race's powerhouses went even more without saying. The moment they entered the battle, it was like tigers entering a flock of sheep, the lethality being extremely great. The name of the divine race was displayed in its entirety at this moment. How could they be so strong? This kind of combat strength is on a completely different level. Is this the divine race? They don't have world power at all. So what they are using is the power of heavenly Tao. The heaven-span world has such a powerful race. Why have I never heard of them before? The human powerhouses were finally shocked. Only at this time did they know that Yi Yuan did not warn them for nothing. In fact, the divine race's might was even greater than Yi Yuan said. At this time, their gazes when looking toward Origin Guard became different. If those ordinary divine race members were already so strong, then what about this progenitor-level powerhouse? The human powerhouses were all akin to facing a great enemy, going on careful alert one after another. Origin Guard smiled faintly and said, "Looks like you all already understand what's the divine race. My divine race is the race chosen by the heavens, only cultivating heavenly Tao. Before the previous epoch, it had always been our divine race ruling the heaven-span world. Regardless of whether you're human race, demon race, or other races, you are all our slaves. And today, we're going to take back all that we lost." Everyone turned greatly pale from fright, all incomparably shocked. The divine race was actually the former ruler. Swaz, H, plus Swaz, H, plus Swaz, H, plus all of a sudden, many human powerhouses backed out, shuttling into the void, attempting to escape Cloud Heart Realm. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Don't run away. The void must have already been locked." His voice had yet to fade when several dead bodies fell down from the void, looking utterly ghastly. Origin Guard smiled lightly and said, "Don't think about escaping. There are 36,000 8 marks, Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses in the void outside of Cloud Heart Realm, casting the grand Xingtian Heaven locking art. Even Deva Fourth Blights can forget about escaping here too. Kid, you're really a talent. It's just a shame that you can't be used by us." Chapter 2319 Powerful Origin Guard. Chapter 2319 Powerful Origin Guard. Yuan Xiao, Yuan S, H, I plus. The two of you lead 2 teams of abyss monsters to deal with that brat. Don't think about capturing him. You guys can't capture him. Just directly kill him. Origin Guard looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said coolly, "Yuan Xiao and Yuan S, H, I plus were 2 middle stage 8 marks, Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses. The 2 small squads of abyss monsters that they brought were shockingly middle stage, Heavenly Emperor Realm 2. When the human powerhouses saw this line up, each and every one of them was stunned. These 2 squads could sweep away any Heavenly Emperor powerhouse already, but they were deployed to deal with the initial stage, Heavenly Emperor Yi Yuan. It could be seen from this how highly Origin Guard regarded Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure swaying, suddenly disappearing from where he was. When he appeared again, he already arrived outside Cloud Heart Mountain. Amidst the chaotic battle, Yun Yi, Ning Xiu, and the rest were currently being besieged by the abyss monsters. What surprised Yuan was that the ones currently guarding by Yun Yi two people's sides were Empyrean Pilljade and Empyrean Flutterfeather. Especially Empyrean Pilljade, he was covered in blood all over, with his aura being weak. He had already received severe injuries, and beside him, there were still quite a number of peak Empyrean abyss monsters. Of course, Flutterfeather was also not much better than him. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, there were immediately Heavenly Emperor realm abyss monsters that charged over. He did not hesitate in the slightest, sword intent surging, instantly one-shotting several Heavenly Emperor abyss monsters. More than a dozen streaks of sword energy suddenly descended. Those abyss monsters besieging Yin Yi and the rest were instantly sliced into countless pieces. Whoosh whoosh, H. Plus several medicinal pills flew toward Flutterfeather and Pilljade. When the two saw Yi Yuan, they immediately saw the dawn of hope. Without the least bit of hesitation, they swallowed the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan tossed over. The effects were instantly seen. Suddenly, Empyrean Pilljade's entire body trembled. The Heavenly Emperor realm that had blocked him for many years finally loosened at this moment. What Yi Yuan gave him to eat was not the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. It was just an ordinary healing medicinal pill. But this medicinal pill was a spirit link divine pill. Empyrean Pilljade knew that he was half a step away from Heavenly Emperor to begin with. Under the catalysis of the Tao ACCU, mutations inside the Spirit Link Divine Pill, he finally broke the fetters and broke through to Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan's fingertips moved, instantly forming a formation, protecting Yin Yi and the rest inside the array formation. You guys wait inside the grand array. Don't go anywhere. Yi Yuan dropped these few words coolly while his figure turning around, and he met with the 2 squads led by Yuan Xiao and Yuan SHI plus Swizz H plus Swizz H plus Swizz H plus 1,000 flying swords suddenly appeared, sweeping toward the 2 squads. These 2 squads had a total of more than 20 middle stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Furthermore, they were not human race powerhouses, but divine race and abyss monsters. This combat power was significantly stronger than 20 over 4th firmament Heavenly Emperors. However, after Yi Yuan broke through to World Realm, how much stronger was the power of his sword formation? He maneuvered the sword formation and could actually withstand the attacks of the 2 squads. It was just a shame that these over 20 people were seriously too strong. Under their teaming up, the sword formation was in imminent danger. Seeing this scene, the human powerhouses were all dumbfounded with amazement. Yi Yuan actually blocked so many divine race members and abyss monsters by himself. Was this guy still human? Previously, they all looked down on the divine race and felt that the abyss monsters were ugly and lowly. But after exchanging blows now, they were deeply aware of these 2 mighty races' power. One-on-one was simply an extravagant hope. But Yi Yuan jumped realms and blocked so many powerhouses. This was too shocking. Well, at this time, they also deeply realized why Origin Guard regarded Yi Yuan so highly. This guy was much more monstrous than even the race chosen by heaven, the divine race. Manpower is so tight. Yet progenitor Origin Guard still let us form 2 squads to come and kill him. I was still very disdainful about this previously. Now, this Yi Yuan really broadened my horizons. Yuan Xiao said in shock. Really too strong. No wonder after Divine Sun returned, he entered the Megadeth cave without a word. Looks like he was really triggered. Yuan SHI plus said, hold steady first. Don't be in a rush to kill him. After the Lord got the opportunity, it won't be late to kill him then. Yuan Xiao said. Yuan SHI plus nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. Yi Yuan making a move shocked everyone. Origin Guard looked in Yi Yuan's direction and clicked his tongue in wonder as he praised, "This kid is really strong. I don't know how he cultivates up till now." a mere human actually cultivated to such a realm. This is truly Estonies. I plussing. If he's given another 5,000 years, I'm afraid that my divine race will have to turtle up inside the abyss world forever. Yi Yuan's combat power made people sigh with admiration. If not for Nine Origin being beaten until that state, Origin Guard would never have believed that the human race actually produced such a monstrous freak. The race chosen by heaven was actually beaten by a human. When Medicine Ancestor saw Yi Yuan's combat strength, his eyes also revealed a look of astonishment. Divine race, is it? Truly a surprising race. This ancestor wants to see how much capability you have. Medicine Ancestor's gaze turned dark. An earth-shaking, imposing aura surged to the sky. Origin Guard smiled faintly and said, "You alone isn't enough. The two of you attack together." Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were the two strongest people among the humans present. Both Deva Fourth Blight, supreme powerhouses. One Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest exchanged a glance and actually reached a rare, unanimous conclusion. Rumble. Medicine Ancestor pushed a palm out. Heaven and earth instantly changed colors. The incredibly strong source power gushed out of his palm. Cloud Heart Mountain instantly turned to ashes at this moment. The spiritual veins were severed, mountains and rivers shattering. The seemingly played-down palm had the power to destroy heaven and decimate the earth. This was the power of a Deva Fourth Blight, supreme powerhouse. At the same time, Wing also threw a punch-out. S.P.A.C. was like GLA. S. Countless cracks instantly fissuring apart. The entire Cloud Heart realm started trembling. Horrifying energy undulations scattered everywhere. Anything that came into the slightest contact with it instantly turned to ashes. Great Tao was simple. These two supreme powerhouses did not have any flashy martial technique. But the moment they took action, it obliterated the heaven and destroyed the earth. Cloud Heart Realm was single-handedly founded by Medicine Ancestor. This realm was extremely STU, our dysprosium, but under the power of such powerhouses, it could not stand up to a single blow at all. The Yi Yuan, in the midst of fierce fighting, also felt shocked. No wonder it could be called Doomsday Battle. The fight of such powerhouses was simply too terrifying. If a bunch of such powerhouses fought, even the Heavenspan world would also be fought until it broke to pieces. Outside Cloud Heart Mountain, powerhouses were fleeing one after another. How could they still care about fighting? Opposite of them, Origin Guard beamed and said, "Not bad, not bad. Alchemy Tao can't make it, but martial Tao is worth seeing. It's just a shame that who you guys are facing is this ancestor." Done talking. The Tao marks on his body released a breathtaking blue light. A great Tao aura that towered above all life suddenly erupted. This eruption actually suppressed both great Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses with his strength alone. Detonate. Origin Guard bellowed. The void exploded. A huge amount of energy exploded together with Medicine Ancestor, two people. Except this explosive force was too strong and actually overshadowed the two great Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses. Poowork. The two supreme powerhouses tasted sweetness in their throats and actually spewed fresh blood wildly. The divine race's ancestor actually overwhelmed two great Deva Fourth Blights with his power alone. This scene was too shocking. A feeling of despair spread in the hearts of all the human powerhouses. Yeah, I know, Sacred Ancestor is from the demon race, but the raw text just says human. Chapter 2320, Fatal Burst. Chapter 2320, Fatal Burst. This is impossible. How can he be so strong? A Deva Fourth Blight is a sovereign-level powerhouse. Two great sovereigns joining hands are actually not the match of the divine race powerhouse. No wonder, they said, that the divine race was once the heaven-span world's ruler. Looking at it now, it isn't fake. This kind of strength is simply appalling. Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses were D-like existences in their hearts, dominating the entire heaven-span world. However, the appearance of the divine race progenitor completely subverted their understanding. In just this short while, they already believed that the divine race was the race chosen by heaven. Wing spat a mouthful of blood and said with a smile, "Old thing, this guy is really strong. Let's not hold back anymore and bring out our true ability." Medicine Ancestor nodded slightly. Suddenly, the bones all over his body made clicking sounds. The originally emaciated like a stick and short Medicine Ancestor actually slowly turned into a handsome young man. "Ha ha ha, you! This old thing conserved strength and stored up energy. Looks like you're still not confident in Pa-S. Sing Deva Fifth Blight." Wing smiled brightly. Medicine Ancestor gave him a glance and said coolly, "Deva Fifth Blight is a life and death tribulation. How many people are confident in being able to transcend it?" Originally, after this battle, this ancestor planned on comprehending Tao afterward and planned to transcend the tribulation. This battle had greatly benefited Yi Yuan, but it was likewise greatly beneficial to Medicine Ancestor. With Medicine Ancestor's talent and strength, gaining enlightenment on Tao was not impossible. "Old dog, your turn." Medicine Ancestor looked at Wing and said. Wing laughed loudly. His entire person suddenly became smaller. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Sacred Ancestor High Priest actually turned into a large black dog. The large black dog had S-H-I plus New York fur, 2 large ears drooping down, but the 2 eyes were BRIMMING with radiating vigor, revealing a murderous light. Only then did everyone know that it turns out that Sacred Ancestor High Priest's original body was actually a large black dog. But after transforming, Sacred Ancestor High Priest seemed to be even more aggressive. A Guard's gaze was scorching as he said, "Turns out that it's the descendant of a dragon dog. No wonder you have such strength." The dragon dog clan back then was in existence on par with the demon race's 8 great sacred lineages. Except they rebelled against the divine race together with the human race, and they were crushed. I didn't expect that there are still remnant SPAW and S existing in this world. Large black dog wings' entire body trembled, and he said in alarm and anger, "I was wondering why the dragon dog clan declined until like this. Turns out that was actually done by your divine race. Then today, just nice, I'll settle the score." After he was done talking, people saw a black light fly through the sky and smash toward Origin Guard. At the same time, Medicine Ancestor also made a move in time, fighting together with Origin Guard. After these 2 people transformed, their strength indeed increased greatly. It was just a pity that Origin Guard's strength was too strong. The 2 people teaming up still could not do anything to him. The 3 people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open and the void shattered. Within a few rounds, Cloudheart Mountain, this region of SPAC, already completely collapsed. Countless spatial turbulent flows swept inside. The originally pristine and beautiful Cloudheart realm with mountains and rivers already turned into an Azura battlefield. Countless Cloudheart realm powerhouses perished, their Tao dissipating. But even so, Origin Guard still suppressed the 2 great Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses domineeringly. His strength was clearly a magnitude stronger than the 2. Under the 2 people's transformation, he could still handle the job with skill and ease. There was not just these 3 people's peak battle. There were also many Deva realm powerhouses among the progenitors present. Their great battle with the divine race similarly fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. But the divine race prepared extremely well for this fight. It could be said that experts were abundant. The numbers were even more than the humans. This great battle was virtually one-sided. The human powerhouses fell one after another. The battle situation was extremely tragic. Yi Yuan's side similarly fought extremely hard. His side could be said to be heavily focused. The experts besieging him were too many. What kind of concepts were these two squads? A small team of over 20 people was more than plenty to kill 50 same realm human powerhouses. Yes, it was to kill, not defeat. Killing and defeating were two completely different concepts. But it was such two squads that were used to deal with Yi Yuan alone. It could be seen how much importance the divine race attached to him. Yi Yuan's sword formation danced seamlessly. It was just that the defensive circle got smaller and smaller. The opponent was seriously too strong. His realm was also too low. Double up. This kid almost can't hold on anymore. Yuan Xiao said in great joy. The abyss monsters all became even more berserk. Yi Yuan's pressure suddenly increased. No way. This bunch of guys are too strong. If I keep holding back, I'm afraid that the consequences will be hard to predict. Yi Yuan's heart sunk slightly, and time freeze suddenly erupted. Immobilize. At virtually the same time, the limitless D-killing Bao was already in his hand. The power of a Dao artifact made the faces of Yuan Xiao and the rest change suddenly. Bao arched, sword notched. 20 streaks of sword light disappeared in a flash, exploding on the bodies of Yuan Xiao and the rest. Bang, bang, bang. The intense explosions instantly seriously wounded them. However, Yuan Xiao and the rest were too strong. Even though the limitless D-killing Bao was strong, it was not enough to kill them. Yi Yuan did not stop, drawing the Bao and notching his sword once more. The second attack was released again. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Xiao and the rest did not have time to react and were hit again. Shooting twice, the limitless D-killing Bao practically depleted his divine essence empty. A powerful strength naturally consumed a lot. Yi Yuan's current divine essence thickness was comparable to a second firmament, heavenly emperor. But even so, these two shots almost drained him dry too. However, it was not over yet. These divine race members and abyss monsters could not be disposed of with a few strokes. Yi Yuan pointed at the void repeatedly, and actually directly refined a pill in the void. He scoured many spirit medicines from the hidden lineage. Using it to refine rank 8 medicinal pills now was just nice. Yi Yuan did not bluff medicine ancestor. He really glimpsed the power of law in the battle this time. Refining rank 8 divine pills at this time were accomplished with even higher proficiency. Between breaths, a medicinal pill formed. At this critical moment, Yuan Xiao, they all would not give Yi Yuan the chance to refine pills at all. However, Yi Yuan directly gave up on the quality of the medicinal pills and simplified many refining techniques. They took shape in virtually a blink of an eye. But even so, the rank 8 medicinal pills that he refined also reached purple spirit divine grade. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed the medicinal pill and drew the Bao and notched his sword one more time. Intense explosions sounded out once more. He refined again, shot again. Refined again, shot again. But even so, his speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed at which the limitless D-killing Bao siphoned his strength too. After more than 10 swords, Yi Yuan's entire person became like a vampire, emaciated like a stick. Of course, Yuan Xiao's 2 squads were virtually completely annihilated. The abyss monsters were completely eradicated. Yuan Xiao and Yuan S.H.I. were seriously injured and on the verge of death. This scene shocked countless powerhouses. Matching the Sword of Source with a Dao artifact, Unleash. H.I. plussing more than 10 sword moves in a row, jumping realms to kill more than 20 abyss monsters, and seriously injuring divine race members. What kind of combat power is this? Instantly refining rank 8 divine pills. I really don't know what kind of realm he reached to be able to reach this level. Too strong. Too strong. It's just a shame that Second Sage's strength is too weak. If he had ninth firmament heavenly emperor strength, he might really be able to bring us out. Yi Yuan's combat power did not just shock the humans. It even shocked the divine race powerhouses. The divine race fighting against the humans, the battle had always been fought short-handed. But Yi Yuan annihilated more than 20 abyss monsters alone and seriously injured divine race members. This combat power was too terrifying. Chapter 23-21 Killing God Yuan. Chapter 23-21 Killing G. Oh, D Yuan. Take his life while he's down. Kill this guy. He's currently completely drained like a lamp without oil. Don't give him the chance to recover. Quickly kill him. The current Yi Yuan was emaciated like a stick, seemingly like a dry corpse, looking alarming to the eyes, releasing more than 10 sword moves in a row. Even if Yi Yuan swallowed quite a few medicinal pills, he was still squeezed dry. Even the flesh and blood of his body was practically sucked dry by the limitless G. O D killing Bao. When many divine race powerhouses saw this scene, they immediately commanded abyss monsters to besiege Yi Yuan. Clearly, this was the optimal time to kill Yi Yuan. For a moment, countless powerhouses charged over toward Yi Yuan. The divine race powerhouses pouring over toward Yi Yuan this side immediately alleviated the pressure on the surrounding human powerhouses. Many human powerhouses heaved a sigh of relief one after another. Yi Yuan's divine essence was already exhausted. He had no way of dealing with these divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters at all currently. But this did not stump him. It was only to see him snap his fingers repeatedly. A powerful protective array formation formed in virtually an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Countless attacks landed on the array formation, emitting incomparably intense rumbles. The array formation gave off a dazzling light, blocking the attacks from all directions. Yi Yuan's array formation was extremely stable. Even when facing such strong attacks, it was still incredibly stable. But more and more divine race powerhouses poured over toward his side, making the powerful array formation start faltering too. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan built an array formation once more and started refining pills. This time, his speed clearly slowed down significantly, beginning to pursue quality. Those divine race powerhouses attacking the array formation were all very anxious. At this time, the advantage of alchemy path powerhouses was demonstrated. Yi Yuan, this terrifying alchemy path powerhouse, actually directly refined pills on the battlefield to recharge. This way, his ability to fight continuously was seriously too fearsome. Before the alchemy path declined in the last doomsday battle, alchemy path powerhouses clearly unleashed tremendous capabilities, bringing huge problems to the divine race. Therefore, that was why Origin Guard did not scruple to pay a huge price to come to Cloudheart Realm and kill the alchemy path powerhouses here. But the commotion at Yi Yuan this side was seriously too great, drawing more and more divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters. Yi Yuan's Grand Array also started to be in a precarious situation. After all, this was not a one-person battle, but a battle between populations, a super battle implicating tens of millions of people. Everyone, let's go and protect Second Sage. With him around, our survivability will greatly increase. That's right. Second Sage's combat power is extremely shocking, even above the divine race powerhouses. As long as he recovers his strength, our combat power will increase greatly. Everybody attack together. Alleviate Second Sage's pressure. Let him be able to refine pills calmly. The human powerhouses clearly realized the seriousness of the problem. If they allow Yi Yuan to attract the others' attention at this time, after Yi Yuan was defeated, they still could not escape the fate of being killed. Hence, many human powerhouses swarmed over spontaneously, and they faced off against the divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters, alleviating Yi Yuan's pressure. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan sensed something, slowly opening his eyes. There were many human powerhouses around, currently defending him tightly. Many people were even directly blown up by divine race powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's countenance also could not help to visibly change because of this. In his impression, human powerhouses were all selfish and did not care about others. He did not expect that today, under a life-and-death situation, they actually took the initiative to come and help him. Sure, it was them doing it for their glimmer of hope. But at this time, them being able to let go of their sectarian views indeed broadened Yi Yuan's horizons. Yi Yuan forcefully reined his mind and devoted his entire mind and body to the pill refinement process. At this time, him refining the medicinal pill at the fastest speed was the greatest repayment to the others. After several hours, a medicinal pill solidified inside the array formation. This was a Tao pill. Well, at this time, dead bodies were already lying all over the ground around Yi Yuan's array formation. Many human powerhouses perished in order to protect him. Yi Yuan directly swallowed the medicinal pill without the slightest hesitation. After consuming the medicinal pill, Yi Yuan's emaciated body immediately seemed to be filled with air, recovering to its original form very quickly. And his aura also skyrocketed, his cultivation realm directly rising by a lot. After 100 years of ACCU, mutilation, Cloud Heart Realm's powerful spiritual energy, plus the Astonies, HI plussing energy inside this Tao pill, Yi Yuan's realm rose once more. His current realm was already equivalent to second firmament, Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan walked out of the formation. 1,000 overflying swords danced around him, the killing intent awe-inspiring. You guys have worked hard. Leave the rest to this Yi. You all follow this Yi. This Yi will take you all out. While talking, the sword formation flew out. The places that it said by reaped the lives of divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters without restraint. With Yi Yuan's current realm, coupled with his various powerful means, he looked down completely on middle stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Yi Yuan took the lead, opening up the way ahead, and the rest of the human powerhouses followed closely behind. With Yi Yuan opening up the path in front, the human powerhouses' pressure fell sharply. After all, even if it was the divine race and abyss fiend race, the powerhouses that could reach late-stage Heavenly Emperor could be counted on one's fingers too. This level of powerhouses, they all had their own opponents and could not divert too many people to deal with Yi Yuan and the people on his side. Furthermore, in this large-scale battle, the vast majority of the martial artists were all people with very low strength. The truly high-level combat power experts were just a minority after all. Origin Guard launching this war, the ones he was truly targeting were still the high-end combat powers, like Medicine Ancestor and Wing. After all, their threat was much, much greater than Yi Yuan. Targeting Yi Yuan with the extravagant combat power of 2 squads was already thinking extremely highly of him. But very clearly, Origin Guard still underestimated Yi Yuan's combat power. He borrowed the power of a Tao artifact and forcefully killed all of these 2 squads. Right now, the places where Yi Yuan said through were akin to no man's land. More than 1,000 flying swords were like one sickle after another, reaping lives everywhere. The current Yi Yuan had long hair fluttering while killing people, akin to a killing G. Descending personally. The powerful divine race and abyss monsters were like lambs awaiting slaughter in front of Yi Yuan. They were unable to withstand the power of his one sword at all. Yi Yuan brought the humans guarding him and plugged into the divine race army like a sharp knife. Very soon, he slaughtered his enemies until the divine race army was in chaos. This guy is simply a killing G. He's too strong. We can't stop him. Retreat. Quickly retreat. This person is invincible. This guy is too strong. We're not a match at all. Quickly go request for the lords to come over. More and more humans gathered around Yi Yuan, following him to break through. In the previous battle, the human powerhouses suffered heavy losses, casualties nearing half. But at present, after Yi Yuan joined the battle royale, the situation instantly reversed. Yi Yuan alone was like a fighting machine, steamrolling over all the way. His strength was sufficiently strong, and he would not be overly cautious because of the other party's strength. For a moment, the balance of the war actually started leaning toward the humans. Chapter 23-22 Grand Xingtian Heaven-Locking Art. Chapter 23-22 Grand Xingtian Heaven-Locking Art. Two armies fighting. The general could often play a decisive factor. A brave general could kill several rounds in the enemy army, directly killing until the other side's camp was in chaos. This point was similarly suitable in large-scale martial artist battles. Clearly, Yi Yuan was such a person. Originally, the divine race had too many of such people, killing in and out of the human camp, akin to a no-man's land. But now, the situation suddenly switched. Yi Yuan rushed all the way and was similarly akin to no man's land. The divine race was strong, but Yi Yuan was stronger. Very soon, Yi Yuan brought the human army and directly killed his way through. The divine race army suffered heavy casualties. It was originally a one-sided massacre on the human race by the divine race. But now it reversed, becoming the human race's one-sided slaughter against the divine race. It was not that the humans' strength increased, but that the humans now had a pillar. Everyone's cohesion became different from before. A single chopstick was easily snapped. 10 pairs of chopsticks would hold strong. It was this logic. The humans were in a state of disunity, previously, each fighting for themselves. There was no way to band together like strands of rope at all. But now, all the humans gathered around Yi Yuan. They viewed Yi Yuan as their spiritual leader. Wherever Yi Yuan fought, they would follow suit. Everyone had a clear goal. Therefore, their combat power rose straight up. At this time, the entire Cloud Heart realm was already reduced to rubble. Whatever Feather Mountain, Cloud Heart Mountain, Cloud Summer Mountain, all had long already turned to ashes at this time. The entire Cloud Heart realm, the void shattered. The realm was already reduced to shambles. One had to know the alchemy path powerhouses who came to Cloud Heart realm this time. A large majority of them were Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. This level of a powerhouse, the moment they made their move, it would be earth-shattering. Let alone that there was still Origin Guard and Medicine Ancestor. This kind of sovereign-level powerhouses. SPAC shattered bit by bit. The entire Cloud Heart realm gradually collapsed completely. At this time, everyone was already fighting in the dark, spatial, turbulent flows. In the void, motes of starlight looked just like one bright star after another. These stars were connected in pairs, forming an enormous web, completely covering Cloud Heart realm. This was the divine race's grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. Several tens of thousands of divine race powerhouses already completely sealed off this region of SPAC. Everyone was unable to escape this region of starry sky. Yi Yuan did not lead the human army to rashly charge toward this starry web. Instead, he brought the human powerhouses to charge to and fro several times, killing until the divine race powerhouses were in a scattered mess. Even late-stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses did not dare to easily clash head-on to. Hence, more and more human powerhouses joined in. The human army was like a rolling SOBLL, growing larger the more it rode. Many late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses also joined in, becoming the core power of this team. The powerhouses around Yi Yuan got more and more, and their cultivation realms got higher and higher. No matter how high their realms were, how strong their strength was, after joining, they would spontaneously take Yi Yuan as the center. A batch of late-stage Heavenly Emperor super powerhouses gathered around Yi Yuan. They followed Yi Yuan and charged everywhere, mowing down all resistance. Very soon, the divine race army was completely defeated. They fled in all directions, escaping in the direction of the starry web. Beside Yi Yuan, GMO said, Lord Second Sage, the crux of the problem still lies on this starry web. The divine race's strength is too strong. After those supreme powerhouses recover, we're still turtles in a jar. During the chaotic battle, GMO also saw the army led by Yi Yuan. Hence, he immediately joined in. When he saw that Yi Yuan was the leader of this army, he also got a big shock. One had to know Yi Yuan was besieged by 2 middle-stage Heavenly Emperor squads previously. He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was very strong, but under the besieging of such scale of powerhouses, he thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But who knew that not only did Yi Yuan not die, his strength improved even further instead. What was even more terrifying was that he actually led the human powerhouses and forcefully slaughtered out a BLOODY path. However, the crisis on hand had not been resolved yet. They were merely just ant-like existences in front of Origin Guard. Once the divine race's Deva realm powerhouses triumphed all round, they would still be turtles in a jar. Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, This grand Xingtian heaven-locking art gained the essence of spatial law and is cast by several tens of thousands of 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses. Its power is unimaginable. To crack this spell, one must find the weak point of this technique. Otherwise, there's no way to crack it at all. GMO was shocked and said, Second Sage is proficient in spatial law. Even you can't crack it too? Yi Yuan said, This spell already touched the source power of spatial law. More than 30,000 powerhouses each performed their own function, forming an extremely powerful ensemble. With my current spatial law attainments, it's simply impossible to crack it. When everyone heard this sentence, each and every one of their faces could not help turning ashen. Among so many human powerhouses, Yi Yuan's spatial law attainments were the highest. Even he could not do anything, then the current situation could only be waiting for death. Could it be that we can only wait for death? GMO said absent-mindedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, I'll go and challenge this spell. Do what you can and leave the rest to heaven. GMO's expression turned somber and he said, Second Sage, go ahead. Leave here to us. Unless I die otherwise, I absolutely won't let people come and disturb you. When the heavenly emperors heard that, they echoed one after another. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, took a step out, and sprinted straight towards the starry web. Arriving above the starry skin, a surge of powerful enchantment force pounced overhead on. Yi Yuan felt that this region of SPAC was akin to a steel plate, unable to penetrate at all. Above the void, extremely powerful fluctuations even faintly exuded, akin to a sharp sword hanging high above, possibly dealing him a fatal blow at any time. Yi Yuan was proficient in spatial law and was deeply aware of spatial law's prowess. It could attack when advancing, it could defend when retreating. It was extremely sharp when on offense, strong as iron when defending. Those few Heavenly Emperor powerhouses previously were garroted by the powerful spatial force. They could not even fight back. Another one that came to die. Loved to see the despairing faces of these humans the most. Under the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, there's absolutely no one who survives. These humans probably don't know that the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art is our true trump card. When the group of divine race powerhouses saw Yi Yuan come over, they could not help revealing gloating expressions. They could not see what was happening inside at all from outside the void. As long as someone wanted to escape out of the void, they would give a fatal blow. Yi Yuan arrived below the starry net. Those divine race powerhouses were just about to launch an attack when Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. The position where he stopped was just right, the place that just happened to be out of reach of those divine race powerhouses. The divine race powerhouses were angered until they were almost stifled to the point of internal injuries. Yi Yuan stopped there, gazed upon the starry web, and carefully sized up the distance, feeling the spatial undulation of the starry web. Before long, he suddenly took a step out, entering the attack range of the divine race powerhouses. Suddenly, stars sparkled. Countless streams of flowing light scattered down like a meteor shower, landing where Yi Yuan was standing. Bang, bang, bang. After countless explosions, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly returned to where he was. All of the attacks failed. Chapter 23:23. Proceeding without hesitation. Chapter 23:23. Proceeding without hesitation. How is this possible? He actually escaped. Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art can easily annihilate even Deva realm powerhouses. He actually escaped. Who is this kid? How can he grasp such formidable spatial law? When the divine race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them stared dumbfoundedly, disbelieving faces. Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was a spatial spell that a progenitor of the divine race created. Its power was unparalleled. With 36,000 people casting the spell at the same time, it could produce a catalyzing effect plus plusing the spatial law power to the level of source. One had to know this was one of the supreme laws, spatial law. Reaching the level of source, what kind of horrifying power was that? But this young man in front of them actually dodged it. And at this time, a wisp of fresh blood was left behind at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Even though he avoided all of the attacks, the powerful energy explosion still injured him. Well deserving of being a source-level spell. Indeed, rather interesting. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth smiled faintly, his figure moving, Russ. Plussing toward the starry web once again. Humph! Reckless and blind thing. You want to pry into the profound mysteries of the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art? Then pay with your life as the price. Yuan Zhen looked at that figure and said with a cold smile, he was one of the 12 hubs of the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art and could mobilize the power of 3,000 PAS attacking the opponent. Of course, he had another ident. One Tai. He was one of the profound lineages, 9 elders. Earlier, Yi Yuan escaped alive from under his hands. This made him feel very ashamed. He also saw through that Yi Yuan was attempting to find the weakness of the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, trying to burst out of here. Toward this sort of ridiculous behavior, he naturally scoffed in derision. It was only to see the spells in his hands continue moving. Terrifying Tao marks instantly ignited the SPAC. In an instant, several thousand stars lit up, and an even more terrifying spatial attack greeted Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous explosions flickered incessantly in the void, like fireworks going off, beautiful to the extreme. It was just that behind this beauty concealed terrifying, murderous intent. Extreme SPAC annihilation. This move is a spatial attack with no dead angles. No matter how formidable your means, you'll die without a doubt too. Yuan Zhen let out a cold laugh. Well done, Lord Yuan Zhen. Lord Yuan Zhen is well deserving of being one of the 9 elders. Impressive. Lord Yuan Zhen's grand Xingtian heaven-locking art is really becoming more and more complex. Above the void, the praises of a group of divine race members came over. Killing a human with meager strength was not worth mentioning, but this extreme SPAC annihilation could not be executed casually. Under this move, even Deva realm powerhouses would also turn to ashes. You guys quickly look. That kid didn't die. He retreated again. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Everyone looked over and discovered that Yi Yuan was actually standing in the same place, perfectly fine again since no idea when. It was as if nothing had happened. Yuan Zhen's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "This is impossible." Under extreme SPAC annihilation, how can he possibly escape? No, wait. He didn't avoid it completely. He got injured. He did not see it wrongly. Yi Yuan was really injured. Furthermore, the injuries were not light. Extreme SPAC annihilation was too strong. Yi Yuan unleashed all of his abilities and still did not avoid it completely. One had to know this spell was at the level of source. Its power was unimaginable. If not for Yi Yuan being proficient in spatial law, even if a Deva realm powerhouse came, he would also have to die nursing a grievance. It was already extremely impressive for Yi Yuan to be able to escape alive. The current Yi Yuan was very wretched, coughing up blood in his mouth nonstop, already being severely injured. But this clearly did not stump Yi Yuan. He started refining pills to heal his injuries, except continuously shooting the limitless G. De-killing Bao previously made him expend a large number of rank 8 spirit medicines. He did not have many spirit medicines left at present. Rank 8 spirit medicines were not cabbages. Each one was extremely precious. If not for Yi Yuan ransacking the hidden lineage, it would have been impossible to obtain so many rank 8 spirit medicines this time too. But even so, he did not have many ranks 8 spirit medicines left on him. After Yi Yuan consumed the rank 8 divine pill and recovered from his injuries, he challenged the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art again. This time, he did not charge from Yuanjin here, but charged from other hubs. Without the slightest surprise, Yi Yuan was seriously wounded again. Feeling the terrifying undulations coming from the void, GMO and the rest palpitated with anxiety and fear. These undulations were too terrifying. If it were them, D knows how many would have died already. Each time Yi Yuan ventured into the starry web, they were extremely worried, fearful that something would happen to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently the hope of all humans. If he died, it would basically sentence them to death. Being infected by Yi Yuan, the human powerhouses all dashed ahead regardless of their safety, desperately resisting the divine race army. Second Sage is dancing on the edge of the blade for us. We must protect him well. Kill, kill, kill. Fight it out with this bunch of monsters. Second Sage said before, he'll definitely bring us out. Even if I die, I also won't let this bunch of monsters charge over. Without Yi Yuan, the divine race army staged a comeback again. It was just that this time it was much more taxing on the humans. Behind them was Yi Yuan. They could not give way. Hence, they could only toughen their scalps and fight to the death. If someone in the front died, the back would continue replacing. Each and every one of them was undaunted and did not fear death, frenziedly resisting the divine race's assault, refusing to take half a step back. The divine race powerhouses were all visibly moved. The combat power of the humans in their eyes was infinitely magnified. They were actually unable to enter. Very soon, the spirit medicines on Yi Yuan were depleted, but he still attacked the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art again and again. The injuries on his body got more and more severe, but he kept failing to find a breakthrough point. Conceited and ignorant brat. So what even if you know spatial law? Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art is a source-level spell. No matter how you rack your brain, you can forget about escaping. Wait for death obediently. Yuan Zhan laughed loudly and said, "Reckless and blind thing, see how long you can still persist. Lowly human, your fate can only be death. Fool, you're a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was a super spell that was jointly cast by more than 30,000 people. Yi Yuan was equivalent to facing 26 people by himself. What kind of difficulty was that? But he proceeded without hesitation. He attacked the starry web again and again, and the injuries on his body worsened again and again. He was covered in blood all over, his body already reaching its limit. But he was still persevering. Above the starry sky, waves of snickering came over, mocking him for overestimating his own ability. But Yi Yuan did not care. He said before to bring these human powerhouses out. Then he would definitely bring these people out. Kid, you come and challenge again if you have the capability. Next time, I'll definitely make sure that you don't make it back. Yuan Zhen's wild laughter came from above the void. Yi Yuan had already gone to and fro 100 times, but they were not able to kill Yi Yuan all along. This in itself was a disgrace to them. In Yi Yuan's current situation, if he challenged again, he would definitely die without a doubt. Swizz. H. Plus Yuan Zhen's voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. He rushed the starry web once more. Chapter 23-24 Provocation. Chapter 23-24 Provocation. A white phantom tore through the starry sky and went straight into the starry web. The white phantom glimmered like a ghost, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Ha ha ha, bring it on. This time, I'll send you on your way. When Yuan Zhen saw Yi Yuan come over once more, he was not angry, but was overjoyed instead. Yi Yuan challenged them continuously. Although he got seriously injured, it could still be regarded as that he retreated unscathed. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's approach of Russ, Plussing looked like he was toying with them. No matter how your floodwaters surged, I remained steadfast and unmoved. The shame of the divine race powerhouses was successfully stirred up by Yi Yuan. One had to know Yi Yuan was facing 36,000 people alone. Yuan Ji, you and I team up to cast L suppressing heavenly star. This time, we must eradicate this punk. Yuan Zhen said. Another one of the hubs, Yuan Ji, immediately responded, Okay, this brat is 2C. Oh, see, Kentucky. We must kill him this time. The large-scale spell jointly cast by two great hubs. That was the combined strike of 6,000 people. This level of power was simply terrifying to behold. Below the starry sky, an enormous cage suddenly descended, enveloping Yi Yuan all at once. Then the entire cage was seen shattering into pieces, and SPAC collapsed. Inside the cage, SPAC shattered, forming one fragment after another, SHI, plus smearing away like crystals. It was very beautiful. This was also the origin of the HEL suppressing heavenly star. But this scene was endless despair when it landed into the eyes of the human powerhouses. Second Sage. A feeling of sorrow spread in the human camp. The terrifying undulation coming from above the void made the human powerhouses quake in their boots. The power of the HEL suppressing heavenly star was likely several times greater than before. Under those attacks previously, Yi Yuan already sustained serious injuries, let alone this time. They saw it clearly. Yi Yuan did not escape that region of SPAC at all, and that he was enveloped tightly by the HEL suppressing heavenly star. Under such circumstances, Yi Yuan had no possibility of escaping at all. Ha ha ha, this time, see if you still don't die. Yuan Zhen's laughter came from above the void. Who asked you to show off? Who asked you to posture? This time, see how you still posture. An ant-like human also dares to provoke the divine race. Death isn't regrettable. Yi Yuan's actions were actually merely in order to seek a path of survival. Even so, him salting the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art time and again looked more like posturing to the divine race. Killing Yi Yuan now was very satisfying in their view. But right at this time, amidst the luscious HEL suppressing heavenly star, a white figure slowly walked out. All of the divine race immediately shut up. The faces full of mocking smiles turned into shock. This scene was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan was clearly already an arrow at the end of its flight previously. So how could he walk out of the HEL suppressing heavenly star? This question echoed in the minds of all the divine race powerhouses. More importantly, this scene was too pretentious in the view of all the divine race powerhouses. When the human powerhouses saw the scene, they were incomparably roused. As long as Yi Yuan did not die, they had a glimmer of hope. Swizz. Plus Yi Yuan took another step out and started moving about within the boundary of the starry web once again, the intent of provocation extremely strong. When Yuan Zhen saw this scene, his lungs were about to explode from anger. This time, Yi Yuan's intent of provocation was too obvious. That meaning was like saying, "You come and hit me, come and hit me." Yuan Zhen gnashed his teeth in hatred and shouted angrily, "Kill for me!" Extreme S.P.A.C. Annihilation. The void exploded, terrifying energy and heavenly Tao power shook in the void. This time, Yuan Zhen was truly enraged. One terrifying attack after another exploded in the void. The grand Xingtian heaven-locking arts, various spells were displayed, sending out astonies, H.I. plussing undulations, and inside the void a white phantom was indeterminate, shuttling back and forth inside. This time, Yi Yuan was not like before, retreating after charging once. Now he kept on swaying in front of the starry web. He shuttled back and forth in front of the various center pivot powerhouses. But no matter how terrifying the attack was, they were unable to touch him. The more Yuan Jin fought, the more alarmed he got, and he said in fury, "Attack together. Can't keep on letting him probe anymore." The other center pivot powerhouses were also extremely alarmed, immediately working in concert with Yuan Jin. This grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. All of the center pivot powerhouses had their minds connected to know what the others were thinking. Yi Yuan's current actions made them palpitate with anxiety and fear. Hence, they no longer cared about other things and planned on joining hands to cast the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art's strongest move, Grand Spatial Rend Art. The power of this move was extremely horrifying. Once cast, even Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses would need to avoid it. Of course, such a powerful attack also had huge disadvantages. Once this move was executed, everyone's strength would be drawn out too much. Within a short time, the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art would fall into a period of weakness. Of course, this weakness was relative. The power of over 30,000 people combined together, no matter how weak, would not be that weak. A burst of apocalyptic power oscillated endlessly in the void. The horrifying to the extreme spatial source power rose mightily amidst the spatial turbulent flow. This surge of horrifying power made the expressions of all the human powerhouses change wildly. Too strong, suffocatingly strong. This power was not even weaker than Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, High Priest they all. To these heavenly emperor powerhouses, this burst of power was too terrifying. Lord Second Sage, quickly come back. GMO roared wildly at the void. There was seemingly a pair of large hands continuously tearing at the spatial, turbulent flow. S.P.A.C. shattered once more a ma. Civ spatial storm surged up in the darkness, like a spatial tsunami was stirred. Unbelievably terrifying explosion. Sounds reverberated throughout the whole world. However, Yi Yuan did not retreat. He was still DOS, H.I. plussing about amidst the spatial storm, like a surfer in a tsunami. However, the tsunami got larger and larger, and increasingly terrifying. Yi Yuan's figure flickered inside, shaking people to the core as they watched. On the other side, Origin Guard sensed something and looked toward the starry web in surprise and said, "This kid is really amazing enough to actually force out the grand spatial rend art." Medicine Ancestor and Wing 2 people were currently already covered in blood all over, their injuries extremely severe. Seeing this scene, the two of their eyes lit up, revealing hopeful looks. Origin Guard looked at him and could not help laughing as he said, "Put away your unrealistic hopes. Once the grand spatial rend art is executed, the void will be annihilated and everything will return to silence. How can a mere brat like Yi Yuan be able to resist it?" The spatial storm became more and more violent and increasingly hair-raising. Yi Yuan's figure was gradually engulfed by the tsunami and never surfaced again. Yuan Zhen and the rest panted heavily, their complexions pale as they let out a long sigh in relief, and said, "This guy is finally dead!" On the human side, the hope that just ignited was utterly extinguished by the grand spatial rend art. But right at this time, a weak voice suddenly sounded out in the crowd. "Everyone listen to my command. After 3 breaths of time, everyone must use their strongest move and attack the direction that I point at." The one speaking was precisely Yi Yuan. Everyone did not know when he actually returned to their side, furthermore, appearing in the crowd. But hearing what he said, everyone's hearts turned somber, all getting ready. Yi Yuan ignored others and began counting down. Chapter 23-25. Breaking the Deadlock and Pursuit. Chapter 23-25. Breaking the Deadlock and Pursuit. 3, 2, 1. Strike. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly. A streak of sword light broke through the spatial turbulent flow and pointed at a star in the starry web. The human powerhouses had long already been ACCU, mule-adding power waiting to release. For a moment, countless attacks cut through the sky, flying straight for that star. Yuan Zhen and the rest had not recovered to their senses from Yi Yuan escaping the grand spatial rend art, yet when they discovered countless powerful attacks tearing across the air and arriving. And the place where Yi Yuan's sword pointed was precisely the weakest point of the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art currently. A large-scale spell activated by several tens of thousands of people at the same time. It was impossible to be without flaws. Except the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art had always been in continuous operation. The weak spot also drifted from place to place. Coupled with that this spell's power was incredible, it could infinitely weaken the weakness of this spell. Wanting to find this spell's weakness was virtually impossible. But now it was found by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suffered so many attacks and narrowly escaped death. It was for the sake of this moment. It was true that this spell was incredible, but it had one great weakness. It was that it was pieced together. With 36,000 people joining together, the spell's power was incredible and unmatched. To those who did not know spatial law, or with very weak comprehension of spatial law, this spell had no weakness. But Yi Yuan was proficient in spatial law. His spatial law had long already reached peak rank 7. Plus, Yi Yuan's array formation already reached the level of source. When he looked at this spell, it was completely different from the rest. Just one look and Yi Yuan saw through that this enormous spell was constructed out of 12 center pivots. Hence, he entered the boundary of one of the center pivots. The place that he entered was actually very ingenious. It was a place out of the reach of other hubs. Hence, he kept testing this spell in order to find the weakness of the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. During this process, Yi Yuan deeply felt this spell's power and profound mysteries. A magnificent spatial world unfolded before him. To Yi Yuan, this array formation seemingly lies spatial law piece by piece, revealing to him the profound mysteries of spatial law. Even though he got seriously injured, he glimpsed the profound mystery of spatial law. At the final juncture, Yi Yuan's spatial law successfully broke through to rank 8. Furthermore, he also found its weakness. Quick, mobilize power to help him defend. Yuan Zhen yelled loudly in a panic. However, it was already too late. Having just executed the grand spatial rend art, it already drained a tremendous amount of their strength. There was no way to recover within a short time. Yi Yuan grasped precisely this opportunity to launch a fatal blow. Above the void, the multicolored attacks arrived in an instant, erupting with an incomparably fierce sound. Puff! The divine race powerhouse in that position, having received countless attacks all at once, was directly shocked into spewing out fresh blood wildly. He kicked the bucket, dying until he could not be deader. This star was directly destroyed. While at this time the human powerhouses could sense that the void which was sealed tightly finally revealed a trace of gap. It was precisely this trace of gap that made all human powerhouses ecstatic. Second Sage is mighty. Second Sage is mighty. Second Sage created a miracle by himself. Second Sage is a man of his word. He's really bringing us out. After this battle, we'll revere Second Sage as supreme. For a moment, sentiments were at a high. The human powerhouses were shedding tears of grat. 1. Tude with regards to the miracle that Yi Yuan created. Many people even cried bitterly. This process from despair to hope made many old things become melancholic and sentimental. Don't be happy too early. It's not over yet. Everyone, continue attacking with me. Right then, Yi Yuan called out again in a clear voice. Swizz. H. Plus another streak of sword light flashed across. This time, everyone's attacks became more orderly. Their power also became a magnitude greater. Countless attacks rumbled towards the starry web again. Another star was extinguished. Again. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, launching fierce attacks towards the starry web over and over again. The stars that were destroyed also got more and more. This starry web became a dream catcher. The sealed SPAC had greater and greater undulations and was already unable to seal SPAC anymore. The grand Xingtian heaven locking art collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan bellowed loudly. Everyone, charge over together! These divine race powerhouses were still very formidable. Their combat power was still extremely strong. It was just that, without the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, they were no longer able to trap the human powerhouses anymore. They could kill a portion of the human powerhouses, but were unable to make all of them stay. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were adept in spatial law. Wanting to kill them was too hard. This was also the reason why Origin Guard set up this grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, trapping everyone in this manner. The humans could not win, but they could run. The Origin Guard, who was currently in a fierce battle, his expression suddenly changed wildly, a shocked expression on his face. This is impossible. The grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was actually broken? Origin Guard lost focus and was also seriously injured by Medicine Ancestor 2 people. Medicine Ancestor 2 people sensed the loosening of SPAC, faces revealing wild ecstasy. Not just them, those Deva Realm powerhouses similarly had the wild elation of having survived a calamity. Even though their opponent was extremely strong, they could run away now. Forcing Origin Guard back with one move, Medicine Ancestor did not say a word, and he directly shuttled into the void with a flash. Wing let loose a torrent of abuse when he saw the situation. You shameless old thing! You have no sense of responsibility at all. Cloud Heart Realm has so many people, yet you don't care about them? Originally, everyone was sealed firmly in this SPAC and had nowhere to retreat, and they could only band up. Now, the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was broken, which also broke the unity of these human powerhouses. Now they only had one thought, that was to run. Those Deva realms had monstrous strength. They were naturally the first batch to escape. Even Yi Yuan this side also had many powerhouses who chose to escape straight away. The originally united army instantly became scattered and disunited. But those powerhouses that gathered around Yi Yuan since the beginning, all of them did not leave. They still followed Yi Yuan, retreating in an orderly manner. Yi Yuan's injuries were extremely severe, forcefully hanging in there with a breath until now. GMO as well as several experts guarded by his side and let him consume several medicinal pills. Yi Yuan's injuries were already brought under control. In this battle, the humans suffered great losses. The casualties of elite alchemists made up the most part, but the divine race was no better as well. Their losses were similarly tragic. Yi Yuan's several rounds of charging killed large numbers of abyss monsters and divine race members. Except divine race powerhouses were low in numbers after all. The ones charging in front were mostly abyss monsters. Therefore, even though this battle was tragic, the divine race's losses were not very great. But the fight was not over yet. Although the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was broken, these divine race powerhouses were still pursuing them. Because Yi Yuan cracked the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, he also received heavy focus on his side. At the same time, countless powerhouses were chasing him. After Medicine Ancestor fled, Wing was alone and could not do much, and was no longer a Raijin Guard's match very soon. It was only to see Origin Guard send Wing flying in no time flat. However, he did not chase after. A Raijin Guard's current rage was already billowing to the sky. The scheme that he carefully designed was actually ruined by a brat. Swizz. H. Plus a Raijin Guard's figure moved, Russ. H.I. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 23-26. Reinforcements arrive. Chapter 23-26. Reinforcements arrive. Yi Yuan was bringing along a wave of powerhouses and currently fighting while retreating when suddenly a powerful to the extreme aura arrived from afar. Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly and immediately realized that Origin Guard had lost it. There was no time to think too much. Yi Yuan directly did a greater teleportation and left the team. GMO, bring Yin they all away. I'll go and lure that old fellow away. Yi Yuan threw behind the sentence and left in a hurry. Sure enough, the moment he left, the two did not say a word and chased right after. But currently, Yi Yuan already comprehended 8th firmament spatial law. His speed of shuttling through the void was quick to the extreme. Origin Guard could not catch up in a short while too. Kid, no matter up in the heavens or down below the earth, this ancestor will tear your corpse to pieces. A Raijin Guard's voice revealed a bone-piercingly cold intent, exhibiting his current anger. Sensing the powerful aura behind him that got closer and closer, Yi Yuan could not help having the jitters. This Origin Guard was too strong. His speed was swift to the extreme. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended 8th firmament spatial law presently, he was still far inferior to Origin Guard. Seeing the Origin Guard, whose momentum was overpoweringly whizzing past, the faces of GMO and the rest were extremely ugly. Not only is Second Sage extremely talented, but his character is also incredibly righteous. He did not hesitate to use himself as bait in order to protect us. Medicine Ancestor as the Alchemy Path's #1 person. When Second Sage broke the fetters of S.P.A.C., Medicine Ancestor was the first to run. It really makes people feel disappointed. If I can escape this time, this Emperor will only follow Second Sage's lead. It's just, I don't know, this Heavenly Emperor powerhouse said halfway and could not continue anymore. Origin Guard was too strong until he made them feel asphyxiated. Even Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest teaming up was not his match. With Yi Yuan's bit of strength, could he return alive? Facing the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, Yi Yuan created a miracle. But Origin Guard was not the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. He could rival a grand Xingtian heaven-locking art on his own. The grand Xingtian heaven-locking art had weaknesses. Yi Yuan could find its weakness. But Origin Guard had no weaknesses, at least at Yi Yuan's level. Even if he knew a Raijin Guard's weakness, he did not have the ability to defeat Origin Guard. The two people, one in front and one behind, shuttled through the void. A Raijin Guard's speed was unbelievably fast. He moved among the spatial, turbulent flows like it was flat ground. Those violent spatial storms did not have any effect on him at all. But within 2 to 4 hours, Origin Guard gradually caught up to Yi Yuan. Ha! See where you can still run to. Ruining this ancestor's plans. Prepare to die. Origin Guard gave a cold laugh. A fist punched out with a rumble. Dao marks flickered. A horrifying to the extreme power directly split the spatial, turbulent flow into two, tearing across the air and arriving. That appearance was like a punch split the sea into two, leaving people tongue-tied. Yi Yuan's hair stood on end, feeling that the entire world was collapsing. The horrifying power surged over toward him from all directions, completely sealing off his SPAC, not giving him any room to escape at all. Arijingard's punch was in anger and alarm. Anger was due to Yi Yuan ruining his plans, making him fall short of success at the last second. Alarm was due to Yi Yuan's talent being too terrifying. He already overestimated Yi Yuan's talent as much as possible. But in the end, he discovered that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. The existence who created the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was not inferior to him. Once the spell was used, it could forcefully contend with Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses. Him being able to launch the ambush this time, his biggest reliance was the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually cracked this invincible spell? Such talent, if he allowed Yi Yuan to continue growing up unchecked, it would be a devastating blow to the divine race. Hence, he had to kill Yi Yuan at all costs. He realized that compared to this Cloud Heart realm's countless alchemy path powerhouses, Yi Yuan's threat was clearly greater. Letting the tiger return to the mountain, there would be no end to future troubles. This punch, Origin Guard did not hold back in the slightest, directly using his strongest strike. He planned on killing Yi Yuan with one punch, so as to end all future troubles. With this Armageddon-like punch being struck over, Yi Yuan did not have the strength to resist all. The force had yet to arrive, and Yi Yuan already spewed fresh blood wildly. Heist's entire body was like he was hauled out of ODY waters. This time he was truly powerless. Origin Guard was not 9 Origin. This punch of his did not give Yi Yuan any chance at all. Moreover, even if Yi Yuan took Origin Guard into the Chaos world, it was also impossible to kill him. Just as Yi Yuan lost all hope, a figure walked out of the void. It was only to see him draw a circle in the void with both hands, directly covering Yi Yuan and himself. Bang, bang, bang. This SHI plus ELD emitted intense tremors. The spatial turbulent flow was directly blown apart. But this seemingly unremarkable SHI plus ELD actually defended against Origin Guard's fatal punch. A middle-aged man in COA RSE cloth was standing in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was certain that he had not seen this middle-aged man before, but he did not know why this person would come to save him. Origin Guard arrived with a howl. Seeing this middle-aged man, his face had a gloomy look. His certain kill strike was actually blocked by this middle-aged man. His irritation could be imagined. Who are you, to actually dare ruin this ancestor's plans? Origin Guard looked at the middle-aged man and said in a solemn voice. The middle-aged man said coolly, Jian family Jian Yunxin. This middle-aged man was shockingly the son of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Jian Yunxin. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the one who saved him at the final juncture would actually be a member of the Jian family. Origin Guard's brows furrowed, and he said, Jian family, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. I've long heard that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets calculated everything happening in this world. Attacking Cloud Heart Realm this time, I already request Ancestor to take action to SHI plus ELD Heaven's Secrets. I didn't expect that it was still divine by him. Looks like I underestimated members of the Jian family. Jian Yunxin said coolly, Your esteemed self indeed did it without a trace. But not long ago, Heaven's Secrets suddenly had a change, letting Ancestor detect a trace of abnormality. When he said this, Origin Guard and Jian Yunxin's eyes both landed on Yi Yuan. Clearly, this trace of Heaven's Secrets change landed on Yi Yuan. Jian Yunxin did not know the inner reason, but Origin Guard understood in his heart. Originally, this plan of his was indeed flawless. Logically speaking, it was impossible for everyone to escape the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. But Yi Yuan broke through right then, cracking the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, shattering this trace of heaven's secrets. That was how it let Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets detect a trace of abnormality. This could be said to be a trace of coincidence, and could also be said to be a Guard's mistake. If Yi Yuan was not at Cloud Heart Realm, no one would have been able to crack the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art at all. Including Medicine Ancestor, everyone would have to die here. But Yi Yuan happened to be here. He was the greatest variable in this big event, but no one calculated his existence. Once heaven's secrets moved, it made the outcome of the matter have an unexpected change. Guard was livid with rage and said in a solemn voice, "Truly, considerations will have oversight. I didn't expect that this brat is already strong until the extent that he can influence heaven's secrets. If I'd long known that it would be like this ancestor would have directly planned to kill off this brat first." Jian Yunxin said coolly, saying more words is pointless. Does your esteemed self want a battle or to withdraw? Chapter 23-27 Former Glory. Chapter 23-27 Former glory. Oh, you seem to be very confident. Then this ancestor will size you up and see how much capability you have then. The divine race were all extremely confident in themselves. Furthermore, after this campaign, he was extremely apprehensive of Yi Yuan and naturally not willing to let him leave just like this. Right away, the two people came to blows like lightning. Before that, Jian Yunxian flicked his sleeves and swept Yi Yuan away. It was only to hear a series of explosions came from amidst the spatial, turbulent flow. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking. This level of battle was even more horrifying than Medicine Ancestor, three people's battle previously. Yi Yuan was filled with fear. Only now he was aware that Guard was still hiding his strength. The divine race was really powerful until it made people despair. Yi Yuan understood that Guard only suppressed his strength in order to wipe out all of the alchemy path powerhouses. Otherwise, if he used his full strength, the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art would not be able to withstand it at all. That way, whether or not he could eradicate Medicine Ancestor and Wing was hard to say. But wanting to wipe out all of the alchemy path powerhouses, that would have been impossible. At this time, Guard did not have the slightest scruples, showing his full strength. It was truly heaven-shocking. But what shocked Yuan even more was that Jian Yunxin's strength was actually not the slightest bit inferior to Guard. These two people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open amidst the spatial turbulent flows, being locked in a tangled battle. No idea how long had passed, said Jian Yunxin appeared in front of Yi Yuan again, his breathing being slightly chaotic. Clearly, he did not occupy much advantage in this great battle. Of course, Guard withdrew at this point. Clearly, he could not do anything to Jian Yunxin as well. Guard withdrawing. The other divine essence powerhouses naturally no longer stayed behind, and also retreated one after another. This Estones H.I. plussing A.S. Salt ended here. In this battle, even though the humans cleared the ordeal narrowly, the losses were extremely heavy. The humans lost close to 60% of their elite alchemists. The entire Cloud Heart realm collapsed completely, causing more than half of Medicine Ancestor's disciples to perish. Sacred Ancestor High Priest suffered heavy injuries, and his disciples also had 3 people who died. The various progenitors also sustained casualties. The whereabouts of the Alchemy Path's number 1 person, Medicine Ancestor, were unknown. The entire alchemy world virtually suffered a devastating blow. It could be said that Guard's plan succeeded by half. After this battle, the world was shocked. A race called the Divine Race rose up from the abyss, and the disaster engulfed the entire Heavenspan world. Very soon, another explosive news broke out. The Divine Race's 8 lineages came out in unison. breaking the 3 abyss seals, and unleashed a horrifying confrontation with the demon race's 8 sacred clans. The abyss-suppressing 8 realms returned in a miserable defeat. The powerhouses of the 8 sacred clans that perished were countless, the losses extremely heavy. But later, a little girl's crying suddenly sounded out. Following that, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Floodwaters surged Sively, and the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. It was as if the end had come. In an instant, countless divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters were exterminated before it repelled the divine race's attack. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire heaven-span world was shocked. One had to know the 8 sacred clans' foundation was extremely deep. Their strength was an apex existence when placed across the entire heaven-span world, not just in the demon race, but who knew that they actually could not stand up to a single blow in front of the divine race army. Finally, the abyss-suppressing 8 realms collapsed, turning into rubble. The divine race led the abyss army and officially stepped into the heaven-span world. The curtains of the doomsday battle officially drew. At the heaven-span world's various places, the divine race emerged like groundhogs. The 2 worlds barrier already became riddled, being full of holes. Or one should say that the divine race already utterly grasped the method to pass through the barrier. They came and went as they pleased, causing great meant to the heaven-span world. At Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, Yi Yuan and Jian Yunshin sat facing each other. In this battle, young friend Ye's merits are the greatest. Jian Yunshin said, "Why does senior say this?" Yi Yuan said, "In this battle, a slight tug in one area will affect the situation on the whole. The divine race has been silent for trillions of years, but this time they prepared for everything. Young friend Yi disrupted heaven's secrets and disrupted the divine race's overall plan. Therefore, I say that your merits are the greatest." Jian Yunshin said solemnly, "Once the divine race quietly wiped out all of the alchemy path elites, the consequences would be too ghastly to contemplate. Once they launched a surprise attack and the human race was caught by surprise, the flames of war would burn across the entire heaven-span world very quickly. That way, the losses would be much more terrifying than now. Currently, Arijingard's plans were ruined, and the humans were prepared in advance. The losses had naturally been reduced significantly." Yi Yuan did not claim credit, but he frowned instead and said, "Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets has calculated everything in the world and grasps heaven's secrets. Moreover, those major powers have long known about the divine race's matters perfectly clear. So why can't they prepare for the divine race's chaos early?" Jian Yunshin discerned Yi Yuan's dissatisfaction and could not help laughing as he said, "Young friend Yi, you take the divine race too lightly. This emperor knows their combat strength is unparalleled, but the entire human race only produced you alone. You don't know what kind of terrible price the human race and demon race have paid for the sake of the heaven-span world today. In the last doomsday battle, even though the human race suppressed the divine race in the abyss world, they suffered a great loss in vitality too, 8 to 9 out of 10 top experts dying. Furthermore, in that battle, many Tao teachings went extinct, greatly limiting the human race's development. Even up till today, the human race hasn't fully recovered. Everyone says that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets knows everything, but these people don't know that heaven's secrets are unfathomable, especially concerning doomsday battle, this sort of major event. How could it be calculated accurately? Father has long set about to prepare to deal with today's change. It's just that he also didn't expect that the divine race came into being several thousand years earlier than he had calculated. With this, it disrupted all of his plans. Regarding this level of secrets, Yi Yuan really did not know much. It was just that the divine race was not that impressive in his view. He thought that as long as the humans dealt with it carefully, they would be able to defeat them. It was just that looking at it now, he was too naive. But hearing Jian Yunxin's words, Yi Yuan remembered a Guard's words. The human race's former alchemy, Tao, was extremely glorious. It was just that presently all of it had declined. Even medicine ancestor the strength was likely a rookie when placed in the last epoch too. Looking at it like this, the former human race had indeed reached unprecedented glory. Most likely, powerhouses that had touched the power of Source were far from just one. Furthermore, when Yi Yuan was in the ancient D battlefield, the Empyrean vast universe who gave him the bone sword also once said that ancient geniuses were extremely strong. Each and every one of them was incredibly talented. Under the two-phase confirmation, the present human race was really weak to the max. He also gradually believed Jian Yunxin's words at this time. It was not that the human race did not want to respond, but that they were powerless to respond. Then, what about those Tao ancestor powerhouses? Aren't they invincible existences? Could it be that even if they take action, they can't suppress the divine race too? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Jian Yunxin laughed in spite of himself and said, Tao ancestors? That's right. Tao ancestors indeed control the laws in an area. It's just a shame that they are the human race's Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, What does this mean? Jian Yunxin smiled and said, Do you know who shouldered the responsibility of Tao ancestor in the previous epoch? Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said in shock, Could it be the divine race? Jian Yunxin nodded and said, That's right, it's precisely the divine race. The divine race powerhouses have unparalleled combat power. Coupled with the augmentation of laws, they were virtually invincible existences. Chapter 23-28 Primeval War Realm. Chapter 23-28 Primeval War Realm. Since they were invincible, how did the human race defeat them? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, a look of incomprehension showing on his face. Jian Yunxin smiled slightly and said, There's no doubt that Tao ancestors are strong, but they have a fatal weakness. And our human race grasped precisely this fatal weakness. That's how we completely defeated them. Got to say, Yi Yuan's curiosity was completely aroused. This was the heaven-span world's top secret. He could not imagine it at all previously. It turned out that Tao ancestors actually still had weaknesses. What weakness? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Jian Yunxin said, The law blessing of Tao ancestors is periodic, and it is not eternal. Every epoch, the law blessing of Tao ancestors will be taken back by heavenly Tao. And in this period, Tao ancestors will return to their most primitive state, becoming ordinary people. And it's this period that's the weakest period of Tao ancestors. In the last epoch, the human race had been secretly ACCU, mule-adding strength all along, and exploited this weakness of Tao ancestors, dragging them down the horse. Yi Yuan's mind shook wildly when he heard. Only then did he know that Tao ancestors still had such a secret. He had always thought that Tao ancestors were eternal and invincible. He did not expect that they actually still had such a weakness. It was just that an epoch was too long. Hence, in the eyes of people like Immortal Grove and Dustless, Tao ancestors' invincibility was eternal. Since that's the case, why don't the present Tao ancestors take action to suppress the divine race? Right now, the human race's Tao ancestors shouldn't have been taken back by heavenly Tao, right? Yi Yuan asked. Speaking of this, Jian Yunxin revealed a trace of disdain and said, The current Tao ancestors, with the blessing of laws, they are indeed very strong. It's just that you're underestimating the divine race too much. You can imagine if a cat is blessed by laws and a tiger is blessed by laws, can their strength be the same? The divine race's 8 lineages progenitors were former Tao ancestors. Although the power of law that was blessed on them was taken back by heavenly Tao, they could personally comprehend the power of laws. An epic of comprehension is no joke. Back then, the human race's top experts almost died out and failed to kill these ancestors too. They could only suppress them. Now, their strength is fully restored. Each person's strength is not beneath Tao ancestor. In contrast, the present human race's Tao ancestors are merely a bunch of people who got lucky, obtaining the crystal of law in the heaven-span battle by chance. That's how they have today's glory. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath when he heard. He did not expect that the strength of the divine race's forefathers was actually strong to such an extent that they did not even fear Tao ancestors too. Furthermore, hearing Jian Yunxin's tone, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret strength was likely not too far off from Tao ancestor, even if he was not as good. His strength might even be on par with Tao ancestors. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was indeed the most terrifying existence among the Deva fifth blights. Yi Yuan reckoned that he was likely in existence who could have a dialogue with Tao ancestors. But looking at it now, both races' top combat powers were both fearful of each other. Hence, they did not make a move. The divine race was clearly waiting for that moment when heavenly Tao took back the power of law. At that time, the humans would no longer have powerhouses that could compete with the divine race's progenitors anymore. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of Daymeld and wondered if he could be the ancestor of one of the divine race's lineages. Hence, he opened his mouth and asked. Hearing Yi Yuan mention Daymeld, Jian Yunxin could not help getting a shock and said, "There's actually still such a thing? Young friend Yi, you've rendered a huge contribution to the human race. This Daymeld is the second-generation ancestor of the divine race's heaven lineage. Even though his strength isn't as good as a progenitor's, it's also not far away. Back then, the human race expended a tremendous price in order to suppress him. I heard that in order to suppress him, the human race lost many Deva fourth and fifth blight powerhouses. Once he comes into being, he shall be a major combat power of the divine race." Yi Yuan was also incredibly shocked after hearing it. Back then, he felt that those words that Daymeld said were somewhat bragging. Looking at it now, what he said was not false. Daymeld's strength was likely much stronger than Origin Guard. All right, better talk about official business then. Even though young friend Ye's combat power is unparalleled, concerning the Heavenspan world's major matters, you still can't worry about them for now, Jian Yunxin suddenly said. Yi Yuan raised his brows and asked curiously, "Oh, what is Senior looking for me for?" Jian Yunxin said, "Actually, ever since Father attained Tao, he calculated that the human race will have this calamity. Hence, in this epoch, he has been preparing for this catastrophe." When Yi Yuan listened to what Jian Yunxin said, he was filled with deep respect in his heart toward Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. It turned out that ever since Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets attained Tao, he had been making plans for the human race's future. He spread the Jian family's forces throughout the Heavenspan world. It was actually to recruit talents for the human race. Except, even though the humans won the apocalyptic great battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory too. Countless Tao teachings became extinct. After the human race had been through billions of years of recuperation, they finally recovered some vitality. It was just that compared to their prime, this kind of human race was still not worth mentioning. The ancient D battlefield that Yi Yuan had gone to before was actually the ruins of the Doomsday Battle. The area that he had gone to back then was merely the tip of the iceberg of the ancient D battlefield. Although that place was a wasteland, there were countless soul treasures hidden. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets expended immeasurable effort, extracting the top 100 human legacies from the ancient D battlefield. Among them, there were 10 legacies that were left behind by the human race's top major powers back then, their power boundless, already reaching the level of law. Apart from this, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets even opened up a small world called Primeval War Realm with a great divine ability. This small world was used to select the most outstanding geniuses of the human race, entering the land of inheritance, and accepting the human race's top legacies. However, the divine race's suddenly coming into being disrupted all of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's arrangement, making these geniuses have no time to grow up. But to act was always better than not doing anything. It was ultimately better than allowing one to be seized without putting up a fight. Taking advantage of the fact that Tao ancestors still had deterrent power, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had to carry out this plan in advance. Jian Yunxin coming here was in order to invite Yi Yuan to enter the primeval war realm and take part in the battle of geniuses. Yi Yuan shuddered with fear when he heard it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually extracted 100 inheritances from the ruins of the war. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. However, this was a huge project. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets likely expended a tremendous effort on this. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets exhausted himself and racked his brains for the human race. This Yi has wronged him. Senior, please apologize to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets on this Ye's behalf. Yi Yuan said sincerely. He previously thought that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and many others, these major powerhouses, hurtled up like turtles, each and every one of them being self-centered. That was how the human race fall into such a dangerous situation. Looking at it now, it was him who wronged Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was the human race's true hero, being worthy of Yi Yuan's respect. Toward such a person, Yi Yuan had never been stingy with his admiration. A mere apology was naturally nothing. Jian Yunxin waved his hand and said, "Young friend Ye's actions and behavior, this emperor has seen it. It's true that father's actions are worthy of respect, but you overturning the raging tides is similarly worthy of admiration." Jian Yunxin said these words from the bottom of his heart too. Once a Raijin Guard's scheme succeeded, the consequences would be too ghastly to contemplate. Chapter 23-29, New Number 1 Holy Land. Chapter 23-29, New Number 1 Holy Land. The Battle of Geniuses would begin a year later. Yi Yuan and Jian Yunxin agreed to head to the primeval war realm a year later. During this period of time, Yi Yuan had too many things to work on. After the Cloud Heart realm battle, tens of thousands of alchemy path powerhouses gathered at Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. In this battle, Yi Yuan cracked the grand Xingtian heaven locking art, saving countless alchemy path powerhouses. What was more respectable was that Yi Yuan drew away the powerful Origin Guard by himself in order to protect these alchemy path powerhouses. This deed had already spread throughout the entire alchemy world. Coupled with Yi Yuan's powerful alchemy path strength, he already became the new alchemy path leader of the Heavenspan world. Even Sacred Ancestor High Priest's prestige was also not as high as Yi Yuan's currently. Not just some itinerant cultivators, even many major factions and major family clans came over one after another too, hoping to join Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. For some time, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma had as many powerhouses as clouds. By Tong, this number 1 powerhouse's strength already could not hold down the fort. Feeling helpless, Yi Yuan simply invited Sacred Ancestor High Priest to garrison Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. After Sacred Ancestor High Priest recovered from his injuries, he also learned of the severity of the present situation and agreed without hesitation. Putting it another way, this life of his was also saved by Yi Yuan. With his ability, he would not have been able to crack the grand Xingtian heaven locking art at all. Furthermore, him and Medicine Ancestor teaming up was also not a Raijin Guard's match at all. Continuing to fight, the two of them could only go down the path of demise. And later, Origin Guard also rushed to kill Yi Yuan and ignored him because Yi Yuan cracked the grand Xingtian heaven locking art. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to salvage the situation alone. He would likely have been killed by Origin Guard in a few moves. At this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, could not help feeling somewhat emotional. He provided a lot of conveniences to Yi Yuan these few years, helping him to grow. He did not expect that the one who benefited in the end was him. Hence, when Yi Yuan requested him to come out, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. However, when he came to Heavenly Eagle, Bodhidharma, and saw the Pill Tower's magnificence, Sacred Ancestor High Priest had been immersed in unbelievable shock these few days. It turned out that the powerful ones in Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma were not just Yi Yuan Master and apprentices 3 people. The strength of each alchemist here was much stronger than same rank alchemists in the outside world. It was also that Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's development time was too short. Otherwise, this place would be the true alchemy path's #1 holy land. Cloud Heart Realm was simply weak to the max compared to this place. Tao Realm powerhouses that were hard to come across in the outside world were like cabbages in this place. Especially the alchemists that were the first batch to join the Pill Tower. Their current strength already reached an inconceivable height. For so many years, Sacred Ancestor High Priest only paid attention to Yi Yuan. In his view, only Yi Yuan this person was worth him paying attention to. As for the Pill Tower, he thought nothing of it at all. He also never paid attention to it before. An alchemy path, holy land that had risen for merely over 1,000 years, was simply not worthy of his attention. Not everyone was Yi Yuan. No matter how capable Yi Yuan was at teaching disciples, in 1,000 years' time, the faction that he established also could not be very strong. Not just Sacred Ancestor High Priest, all the alchemy path powerhouses who came to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, each one was in shock. One person being a genius was understandable. A city full of geniuses, this was simply incomprehensible. How many geniuses could a mere imperial city gather, being able to produce a heaven-defying Yi Yuan? This was already a fortune that was cultivated for 8 lifetimes. But when they really came here, only then did they discover that they were totally wrong. Outrageously wrong. The cultivation method of the alchemy path powerhouses here was completely different from them. They immersed in the comprehension of Tao daily. But the alchemists here did not comprehend on Tao at all. They repeated the simplest and most basic practice day after day, year after year. Even the medicinal pills refined were very basic too. There were none of those seldom-seen medicinal pills. These fundamental skills, they simply held them in contempt, and they never thought of practicing them before as well. If not for Yi Yuan's 2 disciples being so heaven-defying, if someone said to cultivate like this in front of them, they would definitely have smacked the other person to death with 1 slap. Wasn't this sort of cultivation method purely a waste of time? But Yi Yuan used facts to tell them that this was the correct way to cultivate. Sigh, this old man always thought that you relied on talent to have today's strength. At least, talent accounted for the absolute cause and effect, but didn't expect that you walked until today with such a method. Looking at it now, I was wrong. The world was wrong. Your Tao points directly at the source, Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's not necessarily the case. The basic alchemy techniques that the Pill Tower cultivates, I've already improved them many times. Cultivating it now, it's easier to come into contact with the level of Tao." As Yi Yuan's strength continuously grew stronger, his horizons also grew higher and higher. Hence, he continuously improved the basic cultivation methods, making it easier to come into contact with the level of Tao. It was also precisely this kind of improvement that made the Pill Tower's powerhouses become more and more. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave him a deep glance and said, "Before today, I'm afraid that if you went out and said that you attained Tao by cultivating like this, there's probably no one who would believe at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's not that no one would believe, but that they would laugh their heads off." Sacred Ancestor High Priest laughed and said, "Indeed so." Suddenly his gaze flickered, and he said, "Yi Yuan, can this cultivation method be imparted to this old man?" Yi Yuan looked at the other party in slight surprise. He did not expect that a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest could actually let go of his self-esteem and take the initiative to request to cultivate these most basic techniques. This was equivalent to starting over from the top. He could not help laughing as he said, "Senior's Sacred Ancestor worries too much. My pill tower doesn't have the idea of HOA writing our own belongings. The alchemy path powerhouses who join my pill tower can all undergo this kind of cultivation. It's just that I'm afraid that not many can persevere with it." This kind of cultivation method was extremely dreary. At present, the powerhouses left in the pill tower were all leftovers from great tides was plussing away the sand. Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise and was speechless for a long time. Only after a long time did he say, "Providing education for all without discrimination. This old man examines my own conscience and feels that I'm broad-minded. But compared to you, I'm far inferior." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why does Senior's Sacred Ancestor say this? At present, the human race is in imminent danger. An additional alchemy path powerhouse is an additional hope. You also heard what Origin Guard said. For the human race to be able to win in the last doomsday battle, alchemy path powerhouses made tremendous contributions." Sacred Ancestor High Priest nodded heavily and said, "What you said is right. If there are still any sectarian views at this time, then it's really seeking death. No idea starting from when those alchemy path powerhouses who had once commanded the wind and clouds all put aside their ego and followed the pill tower's powerhouses to do their homework seriously. When they put down the pride of an expert, they suddenly discovered that the pill tower's powerhouses could actually do the basic training so well and so solidly. And when they competed in alchemy with the pill tower's alchemists, they discovered to their amazement that many times the quality of the medicinal pills that they refined was actually not as good as the pill tower's alchemists. One had to know each and every one of them. There were 7-star Alchemy G. ODS. Some were even 8-star Alchemy G. ODS. While the pill tower's 7-star Alchemy G. ODS were extremely few. Chapter 2330. Developing Tao. Chapter 2330. Developing Tao. Senior Apprentice Brother Yin, my Cloud Moon Silver Ring pill is always lacking a little. Can you come and help me take a look at what the problem is? Senior Apprentice Brother Yin, you look at my Purple Smoke Immortal Condensing Art. What shortcomings are there still? Senior Apprentice Sister Ning, your Zhen Sui fire controlling technique has truly reached the acme of perfection. In the Pill Tower, a group of 8-star Alchemy G. DS surrounded Yun E and Ning Xiu, chatting and asking nonstop. Originally, they were all struck with reverence and awe. After all, these alchemy path powerhouses were all big shots who commanded a region. Which 8-star Alchemy G. D was not looked up to by millions in the heaven-span world, an existence that had people CLUS to around them like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. But here, they were like elementary school students. When they just arrived, they naturally wanted to get Yi Yuan's guidance. But Yi Yuan very naturally threw it over to Yun E and Ning Xiu. Very soon, they shut up collectively. They all, these 8-star Alchemy G. DS, actually could not beat Yi Yuan's disciples. Only then did these big shots discover that Yi Yuan's cultivation method was indeed Estoni's. Plussing. Hence, they put away their pride and studied in depth with Yun E and the rest on a daily basis. But the more they communicated, the more horrified they got. The depth of Yun E and the rest's insights made them perspire from Imbara. Meant. One had to know Yun Yin's current realm was still low. After his realm came up, he could completely crush them, these big shots. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Several figures walked in. Yun E and the Ning Xiu hurriedly got up and gave a bow to the arrivals. Master, Lord Sacred Ancestor. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said smilingly, "Do you have any gains from communicating with seniors these few days?" The two said, benefited a lot. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Amen. Everyone present is a senior whose name shakes a region. You guys have to be more humble and learn more things from them." The two hurriedly said yes. All the heavenly emperors perspired from Imbara. Meant Yi Yuan's words were simply face-slapping. These few days, they had long already been brought into submission by senior apprentice Brother Yun Yi and willingly followed them to cultivate. To talk about learning, it should have been them who were learning. One of the heavenly emperors smiled bitterly and said, "Younger Brother Yi, aren't you slapping our faces here? Young friend Yun's realm is just not there yet. Otherwise, what has it got to do with us, these old fellows?" Second sage, we all, these old fellows, really didn't expect that even your disciples are so strong. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma being the number one, alchemy, path, holy land is true to its name. This heavenly emperor was called Heavenly Emperor Nao Hua, a late-stage 8-star alchemy G, OD. His seniority was extremely high and his influence in the alchemy world was also immense. But these few days he was utterly convinced by the pill tower. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Nao Hua misunderstood. When this Yi teaches disciples, the first priority is to guard against arrogance and rashness, and to not to be self-conceited. No matter how high their realm, how strong their strength, they also can't underestimate their opponents. Stones from other hills may serve to polish the jade of this one. Learning from other people's strong points and making up our deficiencies are the right way." When everyone heard, they were slightly stunned in their hearts. It turned out that Yi Yuan was not being modest. He was just expounding on a fact. In Yi Yuan's heart, Yun Yi was stronger than them. But even if he was strong, he had to put aside his ego too and learn from others. Thinking back now, these few days, Yun Yi had also indeed remained indifferent when granted favors or when subjected to humiliation, neither arrogant nor impetuous. Only then did the group of alchemy path powerhouses discover that this heavenly eagle, Bodhidharma, was truly different from the rest in all aspects. These people, had been in high positions for too long. They were existences above the clouds, each and every one incomparably proud. To make them learn from people weaker than them, it was simply impossible. But now, they discovered that someone who was more outstanding than them was not only more hardworking, but also more humble. This kind of humility was not verbal humility, but the modesty of mentality. Only when one was truly modest in mentality could one learn the H-I plus Ning points of others. As for verbal modesty, Yi Yuan completely turned his nose up at it. Him being strong, that was natural and right. This point could also be seen from his words. "Everyone, I've discussed with Senior Sacred Ancestor and decided that starting from next time, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma will start a Tao sermon. It will be started by this Yi. After this Yi leaves, Senior Sacred Ancestor will take over. He has also contacted several progenitor-level powerhouses. They have all agreed. Coming to find everyone today, it's hoping that everyone spreads the news. Anybody, as long as they have interest in alchemy Tao, can all come to Heavenly Eagle to listen to the Tao sermon." Yi Yuan said. The moment the heavenly emperors heard, each and every one of their faces changed greatly. The so-called Tao sermon was to demonstrate and dissect their own Tao little by little and demonstrate it for the people listening to Tao. This was equivalent to saying that the coremost part of one's great Tao would be displayed for the world. People who attained Tao had all blazed a path through all manners of obstacles and experienced countless hards. H-I plus PS before they had today's accomplishments. Each person had their own non-transmissible secret. Even if teaching apprentices, they would also hold something back. The so-called teaching disciples would make the master starve to death. It was this logic one. Think about it. If your disciples are outstandingly talented and learned all of your things and climbed on top of your head, what sort of feeling was that? Unless it was someone who was about to pass S on, otherwise, who would be willing to do this sort of thing. But Yi Yuan did it. The group of heavenly emperors was dumbstruck with amazement from listening, sucking in a cold breath. How broad-minded did one have to be able to do such a thing? Yi Yuan's action was to teach all life his merits the greatest. In the history of the heaven-span world, there had never been such a selfish figure who existed. But Yi Yuan did it. Not only did he do it, he even made sacred ancestor, high priest, do it too. The reason why Yi Yuan came to find these heavenly emperors, it was because of their influence in the alchemy world. In reality, he hoped for more people to come and listen to Tao. Without a doubt, the stronger the human race's alchemy path strength was, the stronger their confidence in contending with the divine race. Some inklings of this could be seen from a Raijingard's plan. Hoo-hoo! When I heard this news, this old man was already stunned. But thinking about it, Yi Yuan's present alchemy path realm is already not beneath this old man's. Even he isn't stingy, so how can this old man fall behind him? Sacred ancestor, high priest, said with a laugh. Heavenly emperor now, Hua's expression turned somber, and he said, Second sage as a human is able to make such an Estones. Plussing move. How can Nan Hua's meager cultivation base be kept hidden? If you don't look down on me, count Nan Hua in. Count me in too. Count me in. The heavenly emperors were infected by Yi Yuan's breadth of mind and agreed one after another. Yi Yuan's way of doing things was indeed majestic. He was like that previously in the Cloud Heart Realm battle and was also like this now. In contrast, each and every one of them felt ashamed of their unworthiness, even though their Tao was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. But at this time, they clearly could not fall behind others. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, If the human race wins this battle, the world will definitely be everyone's righteousness. Everyone repeatedly said dare not. Now that medicine ancestor was missing, these two in front of them were the Alchemy World Summit. With their bit of strength, how could they dare show off in front of two great ancestors? The news swept throughout the entire alchemy world very quickly like the wind. Cloud Heart Realm's alchemy path powerhouses were all elites among elites. Even those like Empyrean Pilljade had to use connections before they could enter. The height of the threshold could be imagined. And in the entire alchemy world there were D knows how many alchemy path powerhouses. Yi Yuan made no distinctions in teaching. As long as one was willing to come, they could come. For some time, countless alchemy path powerhouses swarmed toward Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. 1. This is more of a culinary world saying, if the apprentice knows how to cook every one of the master's dishes, the master may lose their job. Chapter 2331. Conferred the status of an ancestor. Chapter 2331. Conferred the status of an ancestor. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. The stream of people were as many as schools of carps crossing the river, countless alchemy path powerhouses gathering from all directions. On the day of the sermon, the noise and shouting were in great commotion. 1,000,000 alchemy path powerhouses gathered in Heavenly Eagle. It was a grand sight to behold. Of course, this was just a very small part. Even more alchemy path powerhouses were still on the way. Yi Yuan was dressed in ceremonial clothes, sitting suspended on top of an enormous Tai Chi diagram. His eyes were shut closed, resting his mind. An aura of great Tao filled the entire SPAC. That's second sage's Tao? Indeed, extensive and profound. Just one look, and I feel that it's unfathomable. Legends has it that second sage is already the alchemy path's #1 person. I didn't expect that he's actually going to spread his Tao to all life, blessing all ages, truly a saint. Us small fries really have a huge lucky chance this time. To the vast majority of alchemy path powerhouses, they did not know what it was at all. Alchemy was just refining pills. Only a handful of people could enter Tao. But Yi Yuan hosting a sermon and spreading Tao would be a civ lucky chance to these people. Normally, forget about Yi Yuan, even a 7-star alchemy G. Oh, D was also in existence that they could not touch. But today, Yi Yuan's actions would benefit the world. Sacred Ancestor High Priest and his disciples, as well as a group of progenitors, were currently shockingly present, listening to Yi Yuan spread Tao. These few days, Wing and Yi Yuan compete in alchemy many times, being equally matched. While he benefited immensely, Yi Yuan's Tao was different from Medicine Ancestor. Medicine Ancestor's Tao was unparalleledly tyrannical and overbearing. Alchemy path powerhouses who had fought against him before. It was hard for their Tao hearts to inevitably lose balance. Wing was a victim of it. Yi Yuan's Tao was even and calm, exhibiting a majestic atmosphere. Debating on Tao with Yi Yuan, Wing unknowingly actually recovered his own Tao heart, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. However, debating on Tao was one thing. That was just some small exchanges. While today Yi Yuan spreading Tao, that was elaborating his Tao teachings. It was the demonstration of the essence of his great Tao. This action absolutely held extraordinary meaning to progenitor level, and to those old fellows who had been stuck before Tao Pill for countless years. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and started preaching on Tao. My Tao is not another path. Spreading Tao today, it's to open up your Tao hearts. A myriad great Taos, alchemy Tao is a special path. What is alchemy Tao? One pill, one world. Then today, we'll start with Divine Essence Pill. Following Yi Yuan talking tirelessly, below burst into an uproar. Divine Essence Pill, the Alchemy Path's #1 powerhouse, was actually talking about the Divine Essence Pill. What was the Divine Essence Pill? That was a rank 1 divine pill, the most basic divine pill. This level of medicinal pills, they could refine a large bunch with a wave of a hand. That was a medicinal pill that was given to rookies who just entered deity realm to eat. My pants were already taken off. You're making me look at this? For a moment, dissatisfaction, contempt, spurn, and cursing sounded out all around. High-sounding words. This was simply duping people. Wing's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Quiet! If there are any more noisemakers, die." And Astoni's H.I. plussing aura instantly covered the whole place. Once a Deva Fourth Blight was enraged. It was not what they could withstand. Immediately it became quiet. Wing gave a cold snort and said, "Yi Yuan preaching on Tao, this is the fortune of your lifetimes. Listen carefully. Even if you just comprehend a fraction, it's also enough for you all to benefit for life." Even though everyone did not dare to speak up due to Sacred Ancestor High Priest's power, they were still disdainful. Divine Essence, pill this sort of thing, what was nice to listen. Toward these commotions, Yi Yuan did not care all. His time was limited. However much could be comprehended, it could only depend on these people themselves. Although the Divine Essence pill was shallow, it was the foundation of great Tao. Now that he had climbed to the summit, turning back to look at this kind of medicinal pill again, his opinion was naturally different. The current Yi Yuan could casually refine rank 1 divine pills that were 100 times stronger than the Divine Essence pill. But why did he start with the Divine Essence pill? The Divine Essence pill was a pill formula that had been handed down from ancient times. After countless years of baptism, it was a pill formula that had been tempered endlessly. Even though the medicinal pill was simple, it contained the maxim of great Tao. Gradually, the expression on everyone's face changed. The original disdain, ridicule, conceit turned into the current shock, admiration, and absorbed in thought. Only now did they know that turns out a tiny little Divine Essence pill actually contained so many truths. The things that Yi Yuan talked about, they had never thought about them before. He refined a Divine Essence pill in front of everyone. Each step he lies deeply, demonstrating his own Tao little by little. A tiny little Tai Chi diagram formed in the void. Everyone's expressions became incomparably shocked. But among them, someone's shock was greater than the others. This person was a sacred ancestor, high priest. It turns out that this is his Tao. A tiny little divine essence pill actually hides such a great Tao. Rank 1 divine pills. We already overlooked such pills much. Then what about rank 2 divine pills? Rank 5 divine pills? Rank 8 divine pills? Many geniuses are all rootless weeds. They seemed powerful, but were no use at all despite looking good. But his strength is a strength that has been tempered endlessly. We have been searching for the fleeting and ephemeral Tao, but he has been focusing on every tiny bit. By now, he already became a C. I finally understand what the two races Tao is missing. Of the people present, Wing was closest to Tao. Regarding Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao, his thoughts and feelings were the deepest. Their Tao had indeed built a 100,000-foot building, but their 100,000-foot buildings lacked bricks and tiles. The buildings were full of holes. Such a building, the higher one built, the more dangerous it was. Therefore, his Tao failed in front of Medicine Ancestor, and he also lost himself. But even if Yi Yuan was defeated, he was the victor too, because his Tao was too stable. Although the other progenitors did not feel as strongly as Wing, they also benefited a lot. Following that, Yi Yuan gradually developed the entire system of rank 1 divine pills with the divine essence pill as the foundation. Only then did everyone discover that turns out among all the rank 1 divine pills, there existed all kinds of connections. The shock in everyone's hearts grew stronger and stronger. Yi Yuan provided for them a brand new perspective. This was the perspective of G. O D. They were currently standing at the perspective of G. O D, re-examining rank 1 divine pills, finding everything fresh and new, being filled with wisdom, enlightening the benighted. They were more and more unable to describe their current feelings anymore. What Yi Yuan exhibited for them was a brand new alchemy path cultivation system. If in the past, alchemy Tao relied on inheritances, today, Yi Yuan's alchemy path was the great accomplishment of everyone gathering there. This was a complete, brand new cultivation system that could stand up to scrutiny and could create countless alchemy path powerhouses. Just like that, from rank 1 to rank 2, all the way to rank 8 divine pills. Yi Yuan expounded his cultivation system little by little, spreading his Tao, clearly displaying the sequence of ideas in front of everyone. Many people still thought that it was simple at first, but later they could not understand it all anymore. The further back, the more obscure and difficult it was to understand. The 1-year period arrived in a blink. That moment when Yi Yuan stopped preaching on Tao, the tens of millions of powerhouses present were silent. Wing's gaze was deep and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Today Yi Yuan will be conferred the status of an ancestor." Chapter 2332, Ancestor of Alchemy Tao. Chapter 2332, Ancestor of Alchemy Tao. Ancestor, Yi started the paradigm of Alchemy Tao, and is a man of great talent and virtue through the ages. Today he shall be conferred the status of an ancestor. Today, spreading Tao and blessing all ages. If Yi Yuan isn't conferred the status of an ancestor, heaven will not tolerate it. Regarding Yi Yuan being an ancestor, no one had objections. Perhaps those people with meager strength did not understand the meaning of this spreading of Tao, but these progenitors, were deeply aware of its profound impact. Prior to this, regardless of whether it was the human races or demon races' alchemy Tao, it was all scattered and disorderly. One could say that it was an act of hit or miss. You comprehend your Tao, I refine my pill. Even Medicine Ancestor was not able to distill it into a mature cultivation system. But Yi Yuan did it. Not only did he do it, he even spread his cultivation gains to all life, demonstrating it to everyone. This merit was unprecedented since time immemorial. A year of spreading Tao, the the merit led to 1,000 years' contribution. Among these progenitor-level powerhouses, each person's gains were simply immeasurable. As long as they went into close seclusion for some time, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds, especially the sacred ancestor high priest. Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao opened up a new door for him. Given time, as long as he digested the Tao that Yi Yuan preached on, he had confidence on Serpa's Sing Medicine ancestor. The tens of millions of alchemy path powerhouses present had tens of thousands who broke through. Some 8-star alchemy DS who had been stuck at peak ancestor realm for many years even faintly showed signs of touching Tao Pill. Before long, a large group of alchemy path powerhouses would appear among these people. Yi Yuan glanced downwards and could not help sighing emotionally in his heart. Oh, time. What he lacked the most right now was time. He needed time to grow up. These alchemy path powerhouses also needed time to grow up. But the divine race would not give him this time. At this time, sacred ancestor high priest clasped his hands to the sky and said in a clear voice, Demon race's priest temple will revere Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao today. The human race's sky billow realm respects Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao. The human race's 9-rain realm respects Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao. These progenitors' voices shook the sky, reverberating throughout the whole world. All of the progenitor-level powerhouses actually revered Yi Yuan as an ancestor. After the progenitors, it was peak 8-star alchemy path powerhouses. Purple Sandalwood Bodhidharma reveres Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao. Enlightened Day Bodhidharma reveres Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao. Each one that opened their mouth was a big shot of the alchemy world. The weight of their words was extremely heavy. With so many supreme powerhouses respecting Yi Yuan, it could be seen that this spreading of Tao already brought the entire alchemy world into submission. Those alchemists with meager strength still did not understand what was going on until now. But so many big shots suddenly respecting Yi Yuan as an ancestor. This matter made them incomparably shocked. My G, oh D, what's going on here? So many heavyweights are actually collectively revering Second Sage as an ancestor. Second Sage merely just entered Heavenly Emperor not long. He's actually conferred the status of an ancestor, just like this. Furthermore, this still isn't an ordinary conferring as an ancestor. Even Medicine Ancestor didn't have this kind of treatment either. Yi Yuan being conferred the status of an ancestor was different from the other progenitors. Powerhouses who were able to become progenitors were at least Deva 3rd and 4th Blight sovereigns too. Even Deva 1st Blight and 2nd Blights did not have the qualifications to be called ancestors too. But Yi Yuan just entered Heavenly Emperor not long ago. At present, his strength was only comparable to Heavenly Emperor 2nd Firmament. Yet he was actually collectively revered as an ancestor by so many sovereigns. It was being commonly revered as an ancestor. This was also to say that all alchemy path powerhouses, including Sacred Ancestor High Priest, were a status lower in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, this ancestor of alchemy Tao, surmounted above all progenitors. This scene, the vibe of ritual was extremely strong. Powerhouses, able to be called progenitors, all had their own pride. These progenitors all admitted that Medicine Ancestor was strong, but would not revere him as the ancestor above progenitors. You are strong, that's your business, nothing to do with me. But today, they put aside the pride of a progenitor towards Yi Yuan. This sort of thing could be said to be unprecedented since time immemorial. A mere Heavenly Emperor actually towered above all progenitors. This sort of thing, even thinking about it, felt terrifying. They did not understand, but they knew that these progenitors were not fools. Being able to make these proud progenitors lower their heads, Yi Yuan's spread of Tao definitely held extraordinary significance. Their realms were too low and they were unable to detect the profundities within. But they understood that they had witnessed the arrival of a new era of the alchemy path world. Henceforth, medicine ancestor shall become a cloud that Pa-S said by, and what replaced him was the ancestor of the alchemy path, Yi Yuan. In the crowd, Pil-Jade sighed despondently and said to the yin beside him, this old man apologizes to you. Cirque you, stances change with the Pa-S, sing of time. Facts have proved that your choice is right. It's me whose eyesight was too shallow. Cloud Heart Realms battle. Under Yi Yuan's protection, Pil-Jade escaped with his life by a fluke. He and Yi Yuan fought for 1,000 years. Only now, when Yi Yuan was conferred the status of an ancestor, did he know what a ridiculous thing that was. Even when Yi Yuan spreading Tao with his realm, he could not fully comprehend it. But he faintly understood that Yi Yuan really did a major thing that shocked heaven and earth. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even this descendant of his he had also Serpa. Said Pil-Jade all round in alchemy, Tao presently. He personally saw those big shots whose fame shook a region, looking humble in front of Yin-E. This level of existence, he did not even dare to think about it in the past. Yin-E gave him a glance and said with a smile, "What's great-grandfather say? You raised E'er, groomed E'er. E'er remembers it in my heart. E'er has never blamed great-grandfather. You don't need to worry about it. Actually, I followed Master just to seek out a higher level alchemy Tao too. It's just that I also didn't expect that Master could actually walk to this step presently. It's really like a dream." Pil-Jade blushed with shame in his heart. He knew that if not looking on the account of Yun-Yi's face, Yi Yuan would have long destroyed great imperial capital Pil-Jade. With Yi Yuan's present strength, destroying great imperial capital Pil-Jade was nothing at all. Heavenly Emperor Zhuyin probably would not even dare to let out a fart. Above the void, Yi Yuan's expression was calm, remaining indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. Regarding the actions of the group of progenitors, he was indeed a little surprised, but he knew that he could shoulder it. What he was surprised by was that these progenitors would actually let go of their pride and revere him as an ancestor. 100 years of alchemy battle with medicine ancestor, Yi Yuan had truly scried the power of law. Even though that trace of power of law was extremely vague, it benefited him endlessly. At that moment, he finally integrated all that he learned and achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject. That was how there was today's spreading of Tao. Yi Yuan glanced below and said coolly, "That day in Cloud Heart Realm, I believe that everyone has some understanding too. The human race's alchemy, Tao, has declined for a long time already. Even the divine race looks down on it. Since everyone reveres me as an ancestor, then put aside sectarian views and spread what you've learned to all life, and let everyone improve together." The divine race was extremely apprehensive of the human race's alchemy Tao. But in the last epoch, those alchemy sovereigns all perished for the human race. Now, even Origin-Guard this fellow could look down on the human race's alchemy Tao already. As long as the alchemy path rose, it would definitely play a key role in the war between the human and divine, two races. What he lacked was still time. This old man will follow what Ancestor Yi says. After Ancestor Yi leaves, I'll spread the Tao. Sacred Ancestor, High Priest clasped his hands and said, "We honor what Ancestor Yi says. We honor what Ancestor Yi says." Regarding what Yi Yuan said, the group of progenitors concurred one after another.